With the first week done and dusted, teams have had the opportunity to show us their strengths and their weaknesses. Welcome back, everybody, to the second week of the NAL, where we have 2 more playdays for teams to once again prove themselves. I'm your host, Jeannie, joined with Lax and Foxay, and we're going to be walking you through everything past, present, and probably even future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think last week, just kick off the NAL, I think was very top-heavy to start with. And then as we saw that second day, it started to, kind of balance out in some areas.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good takeaways for all the teams, but obviously the powerhouse teams are going to start it off hot. We expected them. Most of them got practice and reload. For the teams that didn't, it's obviously you're starting on the back foot. Yeah, you have the footage, but you aren't necessarily as warmed up as everyone else.
Yeah, for you at home, if you actually ended up missing the action for whatever reason, we have a little bit of a reminder and a video with Jacob, who's going to walk you through everything that you missed.
What a shock! Are you kidding me? Grixer punishes spirits, flips over and takes down Nafe with them.
If you came into week 1 expecting NA's top teams to stay on top, you had it right. DZ, M80, Shopify Rebellion, and Space Station all occupy the top 4 slots.
That's how you win a round! Where did his hair go?
And the social prediction was right about every game, except 2. Sorry, chat, you were almost perfect.
Would you say the fans should be excited for a more consistent version of M80?
I mean, I think it's really not that hard to be more consistent than the last M80 roster, to be honest.
M80 and DZ especially had a great week. They both own the best attacking and defending win rates respectively, and even though they both added players in the offseason, are off to a fantastic start. The Rebellion's right behind them in Spoit's first 2 games with the team, though they had one of the quickest wins of the stage and one of the longest in back-to-back playdays, but it was still good enough to keep them undefeated. Space Station had a strong opening game, but fell a bit flat in their second, losing 3 rounds straight after they'd already secured match point. They've had some slow starts in stages past, and this might be another.
How do you not see him against the wall, Newers? Come on now, there we go.
They still came away with 4 points on the week, but it could have been 6. The new teams came in and very quickly learned how tough it is to get wins in this league. Envy was the first team to fall to the new M80 machine on day 1, but did push Canadian and company to overtime in the most stylish of ways.
What is he, 2-0?
Not the greatest first week, but they made it entertaining. On the flip side, Cruelty 8 back-to-back losses while looking like they're still trying to figure things out. They're trying to become the first LATAM team to take a map off an NA team in more than 2 years. They couldn't get it done in week 1, but week 2 will give them a new set of chances. Same with Orkless. Their first week is one they'd rather learn from and move on. Through 2 games, they have yet to win a single attacking round, so at least they have something to focus on for this week.
Left us kind of wanting. All 5 of those games were quite lopsided.
No!
But it's Wildcard, Cloud9, and Oxygen who posed the most questions.
That was a nasty shot.
Not only were you flexy, but you were sexy too, Dream.
With an SMG, he can tear through both of them. He completely misses.
They all took 1 win and 1 loss. They all showed promise and flashes of what makes them interesting, but it looks like they're all going to need some more time to cook as the stage moves on.
All right, JJ, thanks for that. Either way, when it comes to the teams, we already touched a little bit upon the standings, so let's bring those up and have a bit of a refresh because it does mean that it is top heavy. The teams we expected to come out of the gate swinging did exactly that.
Yeah, and I already said it's pretty top heavy so far. This is typically how it shakes out at the beginning of the stage. It's the teams that you would expect to be at the top, but they by no means, when we get to the midway point towards the end, does this mean it's going to look exactly like that.
Yeah, no, and obviously it's the first week, so some teams had really difficult weeks going up against M80 DarkZero. Some teams had easier weeks, getting them a lot of points. Obviously, every point matters because at the end of the day, you don't want to be stuck in a position where you're struggling for points towards the end of it. You're relying on other teams to win or lose. Right. You really want to have everything in your hands. You want to be able to get as many points early on as possible.
Yeah, well, let's hold our horses because it's only been 2 playdays and Playday 3 starts today. But besides the competition between the teams, the talent also have their own little fantasy league going on. So, Jesse, we're going to let you do your thing and explain it because Max has already said.
Week 1 of the NA League has concluded, and so has Week 1 of the NA Fantasy League. So let's check out who's on top and which player swaps have been made. Lynx leads the pack after 1 week thanks to big games from Pambazoo and Diffuser, who combined for over 200 points just on their own. Pamba was unstoppable in his game against Orglis, where he put up 14 frags in 10 rounds and had a flawless entry of 4-0. Meanwhile, Diffuser was a consistent performer, top fragging the lobby in both his matches against Team Envy and against Cloud9. XR Troika's Alphabet draft landed him with Citizen and Ambi, who managed to be number 1 and 2 overall, with Citizen having the single highest number of points in 1 game so far, beating Orglis with 12 kills and 1 clutch. Unfortunately, Citizen's big game came at the expense of X's other player, Epic, who ended up being the single worst performing fantasy player this week, meaning that X picked both the player at the very top of the rankings and the very bottom. None of our drafters chose Ashen in week 1 due to his uncertain role on SSG and generationally bad stats at the Reload tournament, but after breaking 100 points and being the 5th best player in all of week 1, Foxay has been turned into a believer and a swapped out Dream with Space Station's loudest fragger. Looking at the standings, we see Lynx leading with almost 300 points. Ginny, X, and Taro and Fox all within just 1 good game of jumping up into first, and also Laxing, who is doing his best. There's plenty more Siege to be played, so make sure you come back next week to see how the standings have shaken up and get an update on North America's finest right here on the NAL.
Yeah, Lax really is doing his best. Clearly not good enough. But we said that we're not going to talk about this because he's really hurt and sad. And it's okay, you know, it happens. You can't be good at anything, and that's okay.
Can't be good at anything. Oh my God.
No, wait, the saying goes, you can't be good at everything.
Right.
Totally.
But for me, I can't be good at anything.
Nothing. It's not a thing.
See, I could have pointed the wrong camera at anything.
It's not a thing.
All right, either way, let's have a look at the schedule for today, because of course they're going to impact the standings, but they're also going to impact the Fantasy League, and maybe Lax can get a couple of points. Every single game today is super exciting and interesting because of what we've seen from last week. For me personally, DZ, M80, the 2 top dogs fighting for that #1 spot, because it is only 1 shot that you get. It is a single round robin.
Yeah, I mean, every single game is a statement game for all the teams performing because everything's so close in points, everything's so close in where we assume the teams are.
Yeah.
Obviously, DZ, M80, the 2 top hitters, that is a big one for me. I'm excited for more middle of the pack games. Cloud9, SSG, I'm excited to look at them. Cloud9, I'm hoping to see a little bit more consistency. Same thing with SSG. I mean, that's the game that I'm going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, I think every game, realistically, I think these are all going to be very fun games to watch. I think they're all pretty toe-to-toe in that regard, but if I had to choose one, I would definitely say the SR versus Wildcard, just for the fact that we saw Wildcard bounce back from the first day, then to the second day. I want to kind of see them relive that structure, what we saw in Reload, and I think SR should be a good matchup for them.
Yeah, but this is the NAL, not Reload. But we also have our first game of the day, and that's going to be OXG Envy. And when we're looking at both of these rosters, specifically, we're looking at Envy. We're like, okay, what can they do now that they're here in Tier 1? They've fought their way through Tier 2, but it wasn't really enough.
No, it wasn't, but I mean, there are some good takeaways from Envy. Obviously, out of all the teams that qualified or is playing at the bottom of the level right now in the NAL, I would say Envy has the most to take away from them. They look the most impressive, and when it comes to my expectations, I would say they were filled out by Envy, just like JJ Blast fills out his shorts.
Okay, this is, you know what, staying on the topic of JJ Blast, this is a player who has great resilience and who has been through a lot to be able to actually qualify here and have analysts say whatever they're saying about him right now. But either way, if you would like to find out a little bit more about his journey and how we got here, let's head over and hear from him himself.
Who is JJ Blast? I'd always wait for my brothers to get home so I could play on their console. Nicky J!
We'll wrap that bad boy up with that, JJ.
Definitely tell he's enjoying it.
Give us those! Someone who never gave up on his dream. I'm a persistent guy. I'm a competitor at heart. It was always my dream to go professional in Rainbow Six Siege, and after years of dedication and passion, I finally made it happen. My first gaming experience ever came when I was probably 3 or 4 years old. I'd always wait for my brothers to get home so I could play on their console with them. I always had a rule with my parents that as long as I did my schoolwork, that they were fine with me playing. And that kind of transitioned later on into life into my competitive gaming. Yeah, my girlfriend's been extremely supportive throughout my whole video game journey. I remember when I first started talking to her and hanging out with her, I would tell her, this is probably the time where I tell you I practice video games most nights of the week, and we can't really do anything that time. And she was like, oh, that's a little weird, but it's okay. But now, she's very supportive. So my best friend, like when we were in our senior year of high school, like we became really close, and I told him that I was playing like video games competitively. That was like something I would never tell to anyone, but I told him and he was like, yo, that's actually sick, bro. And I was like, really, you think that's cool? And he's like, yeah, that's dope. And I was like, all right, man. But at the same time, he was also like the devil on my shoulder, where he was like, yo, just blow off practice tonight, come hang out with me. I was like, bro, I can't, you know the goal. And he's like, all right, you're right. So yeah, it's always been like a angel on the shoulder, devil on the shoulder kind of relationship with that guy.
He's been really grinding it for like the last couple of years. You know, he's blowing me off to, you know, go to tournaments, whatever, and we try to hang out. But it's nice that he's doing something that he likes and everything, and you know, he's enjoying what he's doing.
Around 2022, I turned 18. I was able to finally like compete to go into like Challenger Series. The first couple qualifiers, I had some heartbreaks. I lost in the grand finals twice. Probably in like late 2023, 2024 was when I really started to become confident in myself and know that I could do this. And then I started to finally put everything together when Challenger Series came around, and I used all those negative experiences, all those lessons to improve and learn. And I was able to take that stuff and just like, it all clicked. It just happened.
What a finish for you.
Thank
JJ,
you.
Good luck in the NAL. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
That moment when we won the Challenger Series was crazy and hype for everyone, and it was for most of my teammates, but for me it was more of a emotional, because there was a lot of years of grind that went into that. So don't get me wrong, it was lit. My role on Team MB is to be the in-game leader.
Sean, I'm pushing.
My job is to make sure that I'm keeping the team on track in-game, that whenever anything gets thrown our way, I'm there to handle it for everyone, and they don't have to worry because they know I have it. I want the hammer. Everyone's gonna watch this right now and say, this guy's crazy, this guy can't do it. He never could do it anyway. People said I couldn't win Challenger Series. I won Challenger Series, I don't care. The hammer is what I'm after, and NA needs a team that's actually gonna win something, and I have the passion to do that.
There's something so beautiful, not just about someone knowing what they want, but also like going after it, even when there are roadblocks in the way. And the fact that JJ is here is just proof of potential, and you know, he wants to hammer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of bold, but I mean, he is here, so he does have that ability to possibly reach that hammer.
And don't put him in the same box that you put yourself, okay? He wants to hammer. Just gotta believe. But Envy in general, we've seen them play last week, and we've seen glimpses of what we can expect, but there are still quite a few things that maybe aren't like hitting the mark necessarily.
Yeah, there's ups and downs, but they've displayed amazing qualities of identifying the gap. This is round 10 against Shopify Rebellion, and they're going for a back white take, but look at Rival right here. He understands that if he jumps into the site, there's nobody there to contest him. He's able to cut through the middle of the site, which allows the rest of Envy to just piece apart everybody on white side. They get full control of it. But here's another part where it's just a little bit of hiccups. Rival, the same player that made an amazing heads-up play, pushes all the way through, gives up a kill, but while the rest of his team is planning, it's just a little bit of discoordination. But we then go into round 9, beautiful identification of the gap. They understand that they can do a fast rush up white. You see JJ Blast, he gets the first pick, they get site control, but they don't focus on the plant. They just wait because they know Shopify Rebellion has to go for something to try and get this round back. Once they know that they've been able to get those picks a little more, that's when they go for the execute. And that is amazing veteran leadership and understanding where the gaps in enemy strategies are. Now they just need to be able to reel it in once they have that advantage. Still focus on playing on top of each other. Don't give up any extra advantage once they've already done the hard part, which is get that advantage.
Yeah, that's what we need from them today. They need to be locked in, and they need to make sure that these are not the kind of mistakes that they are repeating, and they keep focusing on their strengths. But they're going up against OXG, and OXG is also kind of in a similar boat where we've seen them do great things, but we've also seen them lose a game, and we've also seen where their issues lie.
Yeah, and the thing is with me, you know, there's still a lot of of questions unanswered for this roster. On paper, this roster, everyone is phenomenal in their own right. It's just a matter of what that team synergy looks like. And I got a couple rounds to kind of demonstrate, a round to demonstrate what I'm talking about in terms of kind of those question marks, because what we see on attacks is they look disjointed in some of those areas, mainly for the fact that, again, when you have so many different ideologies now on one team and you're trying to figure out, it begins a situation of too many cooks in the kitchen. And exactly in the round that I'm talking about of round 9 is exactly where we see that. This is a server cache side take. Typically, you're going to see whether it's going to be a server garage take or you're going to see a master split. But when you watch OXG take this, they are so disjointed on the sides of the maps that they're everywhere and not really together. So you see one pick lose out on server Balk. He can't do anything about it. You got another playing in Mastery all by himself. Can't find anything. 2 players coming up Red Dead. Then the last guy is outside garage. There's no time left. And it really just goes to show that they are still disjointed. Where on their defense, they were solid. They went 5-1. So at least on that side, they're statistically doing better. But again, on attacks, this is where the question marks are for me, is because that is the harder side, and that is by far the harder side for an IGL to facilitate an entire roster to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, there were also questions in general around the roster and around individuals, players being able to show up. And I think last week specifically, Yaga was one of the players that we were like, okay, he's back.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously saw my fantasy league. So if you had Yaga in your fantasy league, well, the stonks are certainly up. And,
Yeah, but yours is doing the worst. So
mine is definitely the worst. I should have picked him. But anyways, like I was saying, back then when me and Fox first picked up Yaga, he was a phenomenal player, and he stayed consistent through and through. But as the years have gone, he's actually digressed. He actually hasn't been at the forefront of where OXG always been. Whether you could make that, he switched the roster, then he joined in OXG that was falling apart. But now we're seeing him back in the spotlight, and this is where we want to see him, because this is the Yaga that everyone knows and loves, and that he even knows himself to be. So if he can put up another performance like this going into today's match versus Envy, that'll be a very good start for Oxygen.
I would say the biggest change for Yogg as a player as a whole is when I was departing from the roster, and obviously they picked up Gomez and Diaz, Yogg transitioned into that shield player that OXG desperately needed. So he was learning whole new sets of fundamentals of being able to have that shield mentality where you're trying to gather information but not put yourself too much. And obviously when you change the way that you think as a player, that is a very big thing to have to go through. So I'd say he's on the tail end of it. Now he's playing the Blackbeard, which is a little bit more of a hybrid of shield, being able to still go for those aggressive gunfights. So I think he's definitely found himself a little bit more comfortability right now.
Yeah, and when it comes as well, the comfortability, you want to see it on as many maps as possible. We've seen Club, we've seen Lair, we've seen Cafe, we've seen Labs from both of these teams. So when it comes to the map video, when it comes to where would you want to go, I'm assuming you want to stick to fundamentals?
Yeah, you don't want to go to big maps, and we're kind of seeing some of these big maps already being removed off the get-go because, again, we already saw in Clubhouse, they were strong on the defense, but again, the attacks are going to be the biggest thing here, so you don't want it to be so driven. So yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, this is an envy pick too, so this actually makes sense. Now, I'm sure if you're Oxygen, you're feeling comfortable on here. You know you can right your wrongs from the previous match of last week, but if you're envy, you do have a lot of VOD to go off of, but again, this is Clubhouse. This is the most basic of basics. So if you can't find your footing here, it's going to be a struggle on your attacking half.
It's very simplified. I'm honestly very confident with Envy in this position going to a map like Clubhouse because it's bread and butter. You just need to be able to do the basics, play your role, do your positions. If anything, even if OXG take a win away here, it stresses me out for OXG going further throughout the league because that just means that they're playing a weaker team. They're not going to any other map as practice. So are there other maps really that detrimental to be able to risk it against Envy? Or are they just trying to go to Clubhouse because they know it's their bread and butter? It just doesn't show that much diversity in the map pool for me.
Yeah, I love that you talk about diversity because even when we saw Oxygen even remotely find success back in the day before you left is they were playing maps like Clubhouse repeatedly. Every team was taking them, then they found their stride, but then immediately once they transitioned off of a map like Clubhouse, that's when they were losing, and this is almost a repeat of what we saw in the past, is just playing a very simple map where they don't have to adapt. They don't really have to play as focused and as synergized together. So I do agree for Oxygen. Whether they get a win or a loss here, I think they are going to need to eventually expand their map pool, especially with a roster that is comprised of different functions and play styles.
Yeah, I guess for their better safe than sorry, I guess they want to slowly potentially ramp up, and at the end of the day you want to gather as many points as you possibly can early on to stay in those standings. And we can talk about creativity or versatility and them not necessarily feeling comfortable on other maps, but you can also say they're trying to hide it maybe potentially for the teams that they're going to be going up against, because if you don't have to release that many VODs, why would you?
Which that's a great point to make. I mean, you are in a best of one. As long as you can find yourself in a top 6 and get into playoffs where then you can expose your map pool, then great. So if you can just keep playing Clubhouse, I think anyone anyone's going to take one of their favorite maps every single day out of it.
Slay,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
But then it comes to the predictions as well in regards of what team are we expecting. You both went for Envy. With Clubhouse being the map that we have, with it being mainly focused on fundamentals, are we still feeling comfortable with Envy?
Yeah, I'd say if anything, I'm more confident in Envy. I mean, like I said, my expectations have been filled out, and obviously,
Just like the shorts?
just like JJ Blast shorts. And when it comes to the Clubhouse, I mean, I really think it is a very cookie-cutter map. You just need to do the basics, and I'd say if there's a team that's going to have more hiccups on that, it would be OXG. I think Envy has the basics down. They just need to get a little bit more comfortable into the league.
Yeah, and I think in terms of, if you're comparing the two and who's made the most improvement, I think Envy by far has made the most improvement. They've had very hard-hitting teams where you could obviously say Oxygen played Cruelty as their last opponent, so there's not really much to take from, and even that game was kind of close, more than it needed to be. And like I said, the biggest thing for me for Oxygen really comes down to their attacks, where at least on Envy's side, we saw really good attacks and really thought-out strats.
Yeah, well, we're also ready to head over to the game with our casters, Parker and Jesse, who are going to be super kind and give us a prediction themselves in regards to whether or not they agree with the analysts that Envy will take this away.
Well, thank you very much. This is quite the matchup for both of these teams. Envy has been on the upward trajectory here, but so has OXG. Both of these teams had a rough first week, Jesse, and then they went up against opponents that differed in skill level. I mean, I think you could make a very credible argument that last week, Envy's second matchup against the Shopify Rebellion was a little bit tougher than OXG's matchup against Team Cruelty. Today, we see which of these two teams is the real deal. Who's learned the most through these two play days? A newer team gelling with a new roster, or a team that's been around forever that has themselves a new roster on their hands? I'm going to throw it to you before I have to weigh in. Do you give OXG or do you give Envy the upper hand?
Listen, this is a tough one to predict because both of our analysts ended up going for Envy, who I think, at least on paper, are the underdogs in this matchup. I mean, they're a brand new team to Tier 1. They've got a tiny amount of experience compared to the wealth of experience on Oxygen. But given how Envy played, I don't hate that pick from our analysts. I'll mix it up. I'll say that Oxygen can win this because I do think they have a really good shot. They'll need to show us something a little bit better than what they showed last week. I don't think OXG, they beat Cruelty, but it was a 7-4 win over what many people would call the worst team in the league. That has yet to be seen, but regardless, that should have been a game that OXG kind of rolled over. Envy, maybe they lost, but that was such a close game against what many people would call the best team in the league. So, yeah, I mean, I really do think that this is Envy's chance to strike. If they can come in and get a big win off of an org like Auction, who have been around the scene for ages, then that would be a huge statement to kind of kick things off and get their first win in the North America League, but I don't think it's going to be that easy. I think OXG will be coming back after that first week, very invigorated and looking to make a big statement.
Yeah, I mean, Envy has a really tough schedule to start off this stage. Compare that to this OXG team, which on paper should have a little bit easier. They're going up against Envy today, who sit in 8th place towards the bottom of the standings. Tomorrow, it'll be their matchup against LFO/Orgless, which is in dead last. So 3 of their first 4 matches on the side of OXG will be up against the bottom 3 teams. Contrast that to what Envy had to go through, starting off against M80, who sits tied in first place against DarkZero, a team that OXG did play in the first week as well. Then Shopify Rebellion, who is currently in 3rd place. After they get through OXG today, win or lose, Envy has to play up against Space Station next week, who are in 4th place. This is a tale of 2 completely different matchups and 2 completely different schedules. Things should get easier for Envy as this stage goes on. If they can emerge from the first 3 or 4 play days here, Jesse, in the top 6, they're actually in pretty good shape moving forward. The opposite is true of OXG. If OXG is not able to rack up as many points as possible until sometime around the end of June, things are going to start to look pretty dire when OXG will close out the season against Cloud9, Space Station, Wildcard, M80, and Shopify Rebellion. So what will we see? Both of these teams are still searching for somewhat of an identity. Oxygen obviously have Gomez and Yaga as holdovers from the previous roster, and the desk talked up Yaga's contributions from the first week of play. But adding Grixer, adding Forrest, adding Adam, all 3 players who come from 3 different playstyles, 3 different systems, there's going to be some time for them to meditate, maybe, or transcend whatever level they think they're capable of and exceed expectations. As for Envy, you saw the little vignette that we had on JJ Blast. He's somebody that's been talked about quite a lot through these first 2 play days. He's busy texting all of his adoring fans at the moment while we wait to get into this matchups. Or maybe he's just tweeting Snake back and forth. Maybe they're sending each other very cute messages to hype each other up. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, that's a
man,
cute
thanks.
message for sure.
You look great too, Snake. Thanks so much. But this Envy roster obviously has a lot more experience as a team than OXG does. And I know that the narratives that are sold by the desk and by us, and even ones that are parroted on social media, might differ from what you hear with us, what we're saying right now. But this is the team that was JJ and co. They've been around for a fair amount of time, and they've gelled as a team. OXG, obviously, the players are more experienced. I would argue the players are traditionally and historically more pronounced and maybe even better. But just because you take 5 individuals who are very individually skilled and put them onto one team does not mean that that team is going to function as good of a cohesive unit as a team that comes from tier 2 that's been grinding together and knows each other's habits and strengths, as you see JJ and co's team did before they got picked up by Envy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, OXG, not only have they just added 3 brand new players to this roster, they've also shaken up the IGL role a little bit. Last week, I incorrectly stated that Gomez was IGLing for Oxygen, as he has been for the past year, but they've actually shifted that responsibility over to Forrest, who he himself wasn't even IGLing for his time on Space Station, where he was obviously giving that responsibility up to False, who was one of the top IGLs in this North America League. So you've got a guy who's coming in. I'm sure Forrest has some IGL experience. I'm not 100% sure on some of his older teams like E United or Astralis, how much of the calling he was doing. But clearly he's got some experience coming into things. That's going to be a new adjustment as well for OXG. They're still trying to figure things out, just as NVR. It seems like you guys don't agree with our analysts, and that's 65% going for OXG. But only time will tell. Thank you guys so much for waiting so patiently. We'll jump right in to the operator bans. Last time we saw both Kaid and Blitz get permabanned on this map in the one game that's been played in the North America League between OXG and Cruelty. We'll see if those do repeat. There we go for the Kaid and Blackbeard. I mean, what is BB if not just a Blitz without a flash? So I think it's a very reasonable removal. And then a Clash would be an expected ban here. A Mira could be an expected ban. I don't hate a Ying or a second shield as well to come out from Oxygen.
I mean, if you just look at the results of the first 2 weeks, right? Envy pushed a really, really good team into OT. Now, not all of it was to the strength of that Envy squad. Bandit and Monty are the last 2 bans, by the way. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in on that or if you were expecting those to appear, but...
Quickly, Bandit Kaid, super interesting. No electricity available for the walls on this. It's going to make breaching really tough for Envy.
Now, it'll be lights out inside of Clubhouse for these defenders. They'll have to use mute if they want any gadget denial or any wall denial to be present. First round, OXG will forego any denial whatsoever. This will simply be very annoying lineup to deal with. You've got to deal with Fenrir, who maybe not as strong as Fenrir used to be, but you still have to worry about your vision being obscured, taking close engagements, finding where those F-knots are littered throughout the map. You then also have to deal with the stall potential that comes from both an Izami and a Goyo, and the stall potential, frankly, that comes from a Smoke, too.
10 seconds remaining.
Smoke isn't necessarily for pure stall. Depends on how teams want to employ this British operator, whether you're going to use him in the midpoint of a round to slow down an entry that might come from the shield of JJ Blast, or if you want to keep that Smoke of Yaga in a safe position to just deal with and feel out the execute when it comes in the final 20 to 30 seconds. A good team can blanket the same area with 3 Toxic Babes for roughly 40 seconds or so. At that point, a lot of teams have to determine whether they want to take some damage or whether they just want to suffer through it.
Looks like it's going to be Gomez, Yogg, roaming on that top floor. Gomez played this Goyo both times that they defended this basement bomb site up against Cruelty, so this is a common pick for Gomez. He can place those canisters in the basement, and then it doesn't matter if he dies up here on the roam. Yaga, I mean, you said it, a little bit more scary if he does go down in this aggressive position with those Toxic Babes, but he gets the first pick instead. Entry player, JJ Blast, the first guy to die. And immediately, Yaga kind of lets him know with a bit of a taunt, too. So, Envy, it doesn't get easy here against NA's top teams.
No, I mean, we asked how we would see the Smoke get used, and I mean, it's not a very safe... Oh my. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. I was very worried that Twisted DC'd, but he's just sitting, waiting. Both Yaga and Grix are getting quite active on that main floor, so what could have been just a turtle-style defense is completely catching Envy flat-footed. Now it's Emilio's turn to die as Gomez is on the board. 3 separate players from Oxygen, all with kills. A smoke taking out a blitz is not uncommon. For it to happen in the first 25 seconds and without the use of a gadget is what's most uncommon about it. First kill for Envy comes on the board with about half of the round to go, and they'll double up. The only 2 remaining players from Envy, both Twist and Rival, to pick up some kills. Rival was instrumental in tying up and closing the gap between Shopify Rebellion and Envy in their matchup last Friday. We'll see if he can find the same success here against OXG. They'll need a big game from both him and Twist if they want to keep pace. Final minute to go, and OXG's early lead has all but vanished. It's 3 against 2, with not a lot of utility left at the moment for the defenders. Attackers, though, still well equipped.
Twist and Rival joined this team kind of as a duo not too long ago in Challenger Series. Now they've got to make this happen. I like their clock. They have Diffuse Kit. They're pushing together down main stairs. They've got still Util to open the wall as well. Probably going to be running through Ashwall to get the plant down in Armory, but the pressure from Rival elsewhere is going to be huge.
He's looking for a move on in. Rival catches Forest. Envy has really gotten themselves out of a bad situation. They'll be obscured for a second now in the back of the bomb site as Adam and Grixer are the last 2 standing. Rival bottles the shots onto Grixer, and now through the smoke, Twist has no choice but to abandon the plant, and he will swing wildly but miss most of those shots. OXG clamp down on the defenders or on the attackers, and as defenders win the first round.
Yeah, nice anchor play from Grixer. Obviously, that roam was really strong from the 2 legacy players on OXG, both Yaga and Gomez, getting huge value as that 2-player roam, killing 3 for their troubles. But the fact that they got traded out meant that that was not a free round for OXG. They had to have some solid defensive plays. They didn't overextend. They didn't lose bodies where they didn't need to. I think they read quite perfectly where that push was coming down through the kitchen hatch and the main stairs as well. So nice to see some solid defense coming out from OXG. Both early round and late round looked super strong there. So that's a really good start from them. Again, I think those couple of picks from Grixer down in the basement, kind of the MVP performance. Grixer was the only player on OXG to go positive in both of their first 2 games.
I want to go back and look at that first moment of the round that was missed while we do our preamble, and it's unlikely that you're going to see a support operator engage against anybody, let alone a shield, that quickly in. I mean, it catches us off guard. Certainly caught Envy off guard. You know, with how close that round got, you have to ask yourself, is that because strategically Envy had the right idea, they just lost some pieces early, or was it Envy reacting to a bad situation and OXG not handling that reaction well enough? Obviously, losing your IGL and a shield right off the rip is not ideal, and OXG didn't really suffer much through those first 2 engagements. There might be another early engagement now in round number 2 as Twist was tempting Gomez. There's not the only hard breacher on the side of Envy, so if Twist died, not all hope would be lost, but you've got JJ Blast who will need to get to the objective with his exothermic charges. One will go off now. He's got Diffuser in hand, and this upstairs execute is going a little bit cleaner for Envy because we're 40 seconds in and none of them have died.
Can't complain about that. They still have some threats that they got to deal with off of the bomb site, though. Look at Forrest all the way down in Oil Pit, trying to play around with Adam. On that Valkyrie, this is not a strat he used in their last game against Cruelty, so it's not something Envy would have seen if they were VOD reviewing that last game. Still, I'm sure they're doing their best to drone this out. Doesn't seem like Forrest has been spotted, but he's starting to move towards main stairs, so might be deciding the flank just isn't worth it. Leaves these these cache extension players a little bit solo. Yaga's still inside a cache, could be a victim soon.
Out go one of those death marks, so information will come out in hand for Rival as he can relay that to his teammates. Gomez was being hunted down, but immediately the death mark disappears. Now it's Snake to fight on blue stairs as you've got OXG spread out all over this map. Good trigger discipline by Snake as he allows Adam to flee the vicinity, and he will go for a rotate potentially over towards Forest before thinking, no, maybe blue is the safer bet. All the while, the remainder of Envy is getting ever closer to the bomb site. Again, JJ Blast will hold that case, so he's going to be the one to head into the site and get Diffuser down, and will rely on his teammates for proper coverage.
two players in the basement, Parker, Adam and Forrest. That's going to be a really awkward position for them to be in. If Envy just rush the site with a man advantage, plant on top of the bed, there's not a whole lot they can do about it. Probably have Valk cams in the site. Opening pick, though, for the flank does bode well.
Rivals' focus was over towards blue. So were so many other players from Envy's focus on this bomb site. Immediately bounced out of the vicinity. And OXG sweeps right through them. A single kill for Envy to be had, but then 5 from OXG. A punishing round, but that's what defenders on Clubhouse will do. Off to a 2-0 start. I guess they heard us doubting their potential, and OXG is looking to make this a statement match.
Didn't love that Deimos play coming out from Rival. He used his first track as they were pushing in through the cache extension, and he ended up just tracking Gomez, who was sitting on site as an anchor the entirety of that round. Yaga was roaming over towards cache. Adam and Forrest were roaming towards the basement and over towards rafters, but instead he tracks the anchor, which doesn't really give him much value or any potential to make a play. And then is the opening death to those two roaming players down below. I appreciate that he was going down, trying to hunt down those guys, and sometimes without information, maybe they didn't get a good ping on those operators. I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes it can be tough with the Deimos, but I think Rival wanted a lot more out of that round than what he ended up getting. That Deimos can be such an important operator to prevent these players from playing aggressively, but unfortunately Rival just couldn't pin anybody down. Back-to-back rounds now, Parker, where OXG have had a pretty extended two-man roam, and both times they've been either completely unpunished, not cleared out, or have gotten a huge number of frags for their team.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
I mean, look at that scoreline for OXG across the board. Everybody taking part. I mean, whenever a team starts off in an 0-2 the way that we have seen, with one of those rounds being so lopsided, the kills will not look particularly good on the side of the losing team, and that's exactly what's happening with Envy right now. You know, 4 kills over 2 rounds. They got 3 in the first round, so they'll kind of paper over some of their deficiencies. They're hoping for maybe something a bit earlier this time, and they drone out the Azami of Gomez, who's playing down by the main door, surrounded by castle barricades, so nestled in and quite safe in that position, but he manages to get out unscathed, and now Snake will have to use those Rotero drones to cut through the defensive line set up by OXG. Portuguese operator, well suited for that, and the rest of Envy will tear through this top floor hold. The second attempt at attacking the top floor, albeit a different bomb site. Will Envy have the same success? Well, they've very quickly opened up Jacuzzi, but will OXG hold this position or fall back?
I like this call to go for a master side clear. You know how difficult it's going to be getting into rafters with a zombie Jaeger on the board. Still a lot of players, though, of Auction have read this, and so they will fight them early.
They're looking for some action, and they're going to find it. It's Rival to do just that. Adam punished on the roam. Not far removed from the bomb site, but far enough that, well, he had no support whatsoever. That'll throw a spanner in the works for the remainder of OXG as they very quickly respond to that. Yaga looked like he was fighting for his life over towards red. And out come the Kiba barriers. All those castle barricades that were set up by Forrest, designed to slow down Envy, don't really seem to have worked all that well. Now, you fall back, and that's your second line of defense in the hands of Gomez. There are mirror windows as well to give more information, but not sure if they're positioned right now to slow down Envy's advance.
I mean, still decent toxic beige from Grixer. The shield from Rival is very much known, and there's going to be a pinch coming in from Emilio in the main breach too. Lots of time to try to work something on the side of Envy, but what can they actually muster? There's no roamers at this point. Everybody is inside the site, so it's really on Envy to make the move.
There go explosives galore. Rival still searching for another entry after he'd been so successful pinching Adam. The next target from OXG is just patiently waiting for the German shield operator to materialize. Snake guns down one. It's immediately answered back, and OXG is on the board. They line up, and just like in the second round, Jesse, every single target is found and punished. JJ Blast has been reduced to smithereens, and it's just about the worst way to be reduced. The remainder is found in the hands of a razor wire. As he was so low on HP, the vault in is unfortunately short-lived. Cut up by a piece of gear set out by OXG at the start of the round. No active players involved in the mayhem, and OXG have found themselves with a perfect site rotation. Rio for the team in green.
Not very often. You see a 5v3 execute fall so flat on its face as it just did for Envy. 3 rounds have yet to find even one. They'll take out the Azami. They'll respond with the Blitz. That Blitz was brought a couple of times from Envy, so I don't mind that ban at all from Oxygen. got a good opening pick in that last round, even though it wasn't able to find much value inside of the execute. You saw a rival in that execute trying to go for a flash with the blitz shield to get a pick inside the site. I don't think it would have mattered if he had gotten that flash off or not, because he just got shot in the back immediately after. I think it really speaks to how good OXG have been on these anchor positions, just being able to hold down the site and trade their teammates. They're all holding crossfires. They're all watching correct angles so that nobody can get caught off guard. Both times as well, it's OXG holding things down with 3 players. You go back to round number 1, 3 guys in sight, they stop the push. Round number 3, 3 guys in sight, they stop that push. Now, it was a lot tougher in round 3 than it was the first round because they had that man disadvantage, but even still, you got to respect that. The anchor play from OXG has been absolutely phenomenal through the first quarter, excuse me.
The anchor play's been excellent, but let's talk a little bit about the roam as well. That very first round, roaming really does throw you into a mental spiral. You've heard players talk about this on podcasts, and they've talked about it on Twitter as well. Prior to SSG popularizing the roam, that was done by both the Vigil and Mute Mozzie combo that was available. For those that don't remember, the SSG roam, as it was affectionately referred to, was largely enabled by Castle, Mute, Mozzie, and Vigil. You would deny tons of intel on that top floor. And a map that is usually quite routine in the way that it plays out has become far more unpredictable, and teams needed to spend an awful lot of time droning out the top floor in particular to ensure that there wasn't a Vigil waiting to flank you or a Mozzie in an area that you hadn't expected. Prior to that, it was about 1 minute and 30 to drone out Clubhouse, and then you would attack the bottom floor or the middle floor or the top floors or wherever you wanted to go. OXG roaming so aggressively on round number 1 puts that fear into Envy that, hey, they might do this again. We need to be a bit more thorough with our droning. And time again, we have seen at pro level, teams will play a turtle style and then suddenly switch it up, or they'll start off with a heavy roam. And it really does set a pace that is different from just, if you had to deal with 3 turtle setups to start this. So kudos to OXG for reading into that. And Envy is now going to spend more time droning out the map to ensure there are no surprises.
Yeah, Yogg and Adam holding down this top floor once again. They tried to skip some of that droning, I think, because they had the shield in first rounds. Now that's not available to them. I'm a little surprised by this Capcan pick, because usually that's thought of as a shield counter, but with all of them banned, of course you can't bring one for the second half of this game. Yogg playing very solo at the moment. Adam is top floor with them, but he's a little bit far away. If Yogg dies, it's probably not going to be a trade. He's been so good on these entries so far, though.
Once again, just this race extension. It was Yogg on the smoke in round number 1. Guilford's over towards Uzi. With the reinforced fall, and I keep real is up. If the captain of Yogg had been up to that point, you got somebody from Envy off guard. They are EDDs strewn about the map. Oh, Adam was very limited. He did for and opening pick with half the round to go. The rival does too. For me, great position to be in if you're Envy.
Especially because OX a lot on that top floor row. Didn't really bring anchor operators. There's no smoke on the board here, but not a whole lot else. Some of these strong anchor ops you tend to basement of Clubhouse. Have some Capcan traps, maybe some Mozzie Fest, but there's really not that much, which means that Envy should have a wrong execute. They've had strong executes in the past. I said that last round. 5v3, tossed it in the bin. They need to be clean on this execute. They've got so much soft breach. They've got enough hard breach to open whatever they want with can openers on JJ and Emilio's ace charges. They've got the Bs from JJ to get information, the logic bomb. This has to be the round where Envy get there first.
Yeah, I mean, I worry about this in terms of momentum for the second half. Envy will have the good fortune of going for the matchup, but at that point, you gain such a big lead. We could see a 5-1 first. How good the goal canister and the environmental effects. So Yaga now have clear to attack for Urge. Brickster, the first one on the board, is now JJ Black position with the fuser at the halfway point. Objective play for Envy has not been this. This will be 6-7. The post pull up to Gomez with team's lows. players from Envy lined up, and Gomez is now trapped over towards. He'll have to fight his way towards Church, and it's a pre-fire from JJ Blast, the team captain, IGL himself. Give love to Kimura. That was just a staged photo, but you know what he meant. A bit clearer that round that we see on the screen.
Yeah, and a desperately needed round. You know, they had the advantage going into it. They closed Bush. Wasn't the cleanest, right? There were some good picks coming back. You can't not mention there's been this game, and he was good in that last round too. But the trades were strong enough to come back from MB. Even when Grixer got Gomez got one to bleed bodies, Twist was able to step up, trade back. It's okay if you lose some bodies in that push because you've got the trade coming in right afterwards. That's what you do when you push with a man advantage. So much better coming out from in that round. It feels like they managed to kill some of those nerves in the tack timeout. It's something that JJ said in an interview on Envy's Twitter, that they had settled a lot of nerves in the first week, and now they were ready to just keep getting better, to keep improving over the next couple of weeks in the NA League. I wasn't so after that first quarter. It did feel like they were shaking a little bit on those late rounds when things mattered the most, but that round was a lot cleaner. Watch out for Grixer because he has continued to absolutely dominate the game, but he can't 1v5. He needs his teammates in those late rounds.
Grixer's role on the most notable on playing under the Shopify Rebellion brand was slash role. So roles had big, not always as successful because the most of them are just the abilities of the player themselves. You know, Citizen have a very similar slacks and used to like any of his teams on OXG before was picked long ago. That flank lurk role, wanted and it differs from a regular role. It's not the drones waste utility. Your job only to waste time, kills. Not going to be roaming to soak up grenades, etc. Roaming to not get out, so that when the execute happens, get back to the bomb site with 20-30 seconds left. The theory problem is that if you're getting back to the bomb site and the full player that a fool to be in Grixer's shop, he's playing a lot now on this OLG. Good to see an evolution on him.
Yeah, 100%. Yogg and Adam kind of filling that role now, being a bit more aggressive on that defense. Grixer's been excellent in anchor so far. This cash clear is being really pressured by Envy. Yogg takes despite being on that Gagger. There's no follow through with it. The buck down below of Rivals trying to make something happen. They've got the breach with the ace. They've wasted a lot of time on this though, Parker. If they don't walk away with a kill on a Yogg, that's bad.
Yeah, they need to battle time a little bit better. I mean, Envy not suffering so early is good, but now they've lost one player. Position to pick poison, almost finds 3 kills, walks one. Both rock and last. We limping for the rear of this round on duty. Clash is still on the board for OXG with a minute to go. All told, an excellent by
completely had a hard breach to the side of MB2. I don't believe they've gotten Jacuzzi unless I missed that. So this push has to come fully from construction. They'll have Logi hatch if they want it, and the windows as well. That's where everybody on MB is currently pressured up. Forrest has a bit of a one-dimensional push incoming then. He can try to slow these players, but he definitely needs his teammates to step up as well. Grixer still in sight, has been so good, so he's going to have to step up.
I'm just waiting. This is where things get a little bit tricky. How you in for Slaughter's twist. Gomez died. Tried to 3v3, but Grixer's eating them alive. You talk around from Grixer. Well, you got and a third as he sends the round into the win column for his team. Playing those shits, being supported and hugging the boss. Look at Grandma, you after not seeing you for quite a long time. All benefit just the first half.
I think that these free played in the North America League, Grixer has been one of the best anchors in the entire league. His defensive play, both in the first week and now in the first couple of rounds, has been phenomenal. He had a 214 KDR after the first week of play in the North America League just on defense, which is an insane stat to be putting up. Obviously, only 2 matches. You expect that to come back down to earth. But now in his 3rd game, his KDR on defense has been 0.0. A little ridiculous, and that stat's only going to keep going up. I doubt Envy will be able to bring it down. In fact, mathematically impossible at this point to bring it too much farther down. So he's got to be feeling himself. Obviously, a bit of a role shift coming onto this team. He spent his entire career effectively on that Shopify Sonics United core for the past, I don't even know, probably 4 or 5 years at this point. He's up. A lot of people weren't sure how he was going to do, but I mean, he has been flying on this OXG team. By far, their best player.
Remind me again who is Grixer on their fantasy team?
Is it you, Parker? Do you have Grixer on your fantasy team?
I don't think I do.
I don't have the stats I don't have the sheet in
I'm
front
gonna
of me,
be honest with you. I don't know who's on my fantasy team. I know that Canadian and Spoit are because they were my first and last picks. That's all I know.
You got Spirits because I remember you got both Canadians.
I also have Kansan, and I can't remember who the 5th one is.
We can just say it's Grixer. We can just lie.
I don't want to lie to the people watching.
Wow. All right.
I value the audience. Some of you I don't care for. You are welcome to fight over which of you believe. If you're in chat right now saying he means me, smiley face, which one? Which one do I mean?
Oh, Grixer was picked up by Laxing because Laxing wanted to go he wanted to pick up all Hispanic players for this stage.
It has not been working out so far for him, but today he looks like the smartest man alive. We will see what happens in that Team Cruelty matchup, but Grixer is white hot at the moment. One more round as defenders for OXG, and a minute has gone off of the clock. Envy very quick to assert themselves. They've drone things out on this top floor and are now punishing OXG. JJ Blast with 2 kills, and now Twist will find one as well. A hope of a 5-1 half for Oxygen seems to have been snuffed out at this point, as it's Forrest and Gomez to defend against the almost full HP hordes of Envy for 1 minute and 35. I mean, I don't really want to be in this position with any gun, but with the UMP, probably not. It's a very steady gun, but not a great one for multiple engagements. They do sit nice and cozy next to the bomb site, despite an armada of drones being put their way.
Force down in garage. They need to make some kind of a play. They know if this is a 5v2 push, they've got no chance. That's why Forrest is trying to force a run out. He sees them and hits. It's Gomez gets a shot instead. Now Forrest in a 1v4. I got baited a little bit, Parker.
Now he's got to walk his way up red stairs, flashed out, no active coverage as Forrest continues to saunter his way up there, and JJ Blast is just around the bend to get that final kill. Diffuser was going down in the hands of Emilio. JJ Blast had either dropped it or swapped it over earlier on, so objective play was coming in for Envy, though it didn't end up being successful. It wasn't necessary as all the kills came in ahead of time. The most common scoreline that we see in this game is 4-2, and that's exactly what happens at the tail end of that first half. OXG 4 rounds as defenders on Clubhouse. Yeah, that's right where you need to be. No real surprises through the first 6 rounds in my eyes, Jesse.
I'd like to see a clash ban from Oxygen. It was kind of the one thing that was causing them problems in that game against Team Cruelty. They will follow that advice and take Clash off the board.
I tried to veto your Clash comment. I don't know if you heard it. There was a little...
I heard it was very
I didn't like
faint,
that.
Though.
I didn't care for that.
Well,
say something
I'm sorry,
else.
Parker. It's gone. Along with that Clash ban, they took out the...
Don't like that either. Try again.
Envy decided to take up with Capitao and Ying, which is a really interesting set of operators to take off the board. Obviously, 2 ops that can be kind of used to remove players from certain positions. If you know someone's in a strong spot, you can hit them with the Capitao, you can hit them with the Ying. That makes it really hard to exist on the map. Means that the shields are still going to be up for Oxygen if they want to run that route. It means that they're still going to have opportunities to play any sort of hard breach, which occasionally does get banned here on Clubhouse. But those kind of removal operators will get, well, again, removed. So nice to see that coming out from Envy. A little bit different from what we've seen previously on Clubhouse as far as operator bans. But yeah, I think, as you mentioned, I mean, a 4-2 split, you go into defense. This is still very much a game that MV can win. It started really rocky down 4-0, but I think they've recovered to the point where it's very much in the cards.
No, Wildcard plays later today.
All right, thank you, Parker.
They actually play 3rd against the Rebellion.
That'll be a really good game. That's like the number one non-partner team versus the best partner team as far as Reload is concerned. So you got to kind of battle that way.
We have a great day of games today, and if we can take a second here just to talk about the schedule while we're in the first moments of this side swap. Up next will be Cloud9 versus Space Station. These teams find themselves in 5th if you're Cloud9 and 4th if you're Space Station. After that, Wildcard versus Shopify Rebellion. Wildcard finished 4th at Reload in Rio, and they are very much hoping to prove it wasn't a fluke. They go up against the 3rd place Shopify Rebellion while they find themselves in 7th. DZ and M80 are in our 4th match of the day. Those are the 2 teams who currently sit tied in 1st, both with 6 points. And then we end the day with Cruelty and Orgless. They both sit in dead last, tied with 0 points. So a very big difference between those 2 matches. But all of the games today, with the exception of Wildcard and that Shopify Rebellion game, are close in the standings. So they should produce some exciting results. As for this round now, Jesse, things a little bit slower with Oxygen now in the driver's seat for the remainder of this regulation.
Yeah, you're right, Parker. I mean, this is a very different defense from Envy. OXG wanted to roam every time they went to the basement. Envy has said, we're going to not. They played JJ a little aggressive on Central Stairs. He is still there, but will sprint away from the nade, just as I mentioned it. So, yeah, still 75 seconds. Envy are not feeling too bad about this, though. They didn't try to roam. They didn't try to get an early advantage. They're happy to play this 5v5. You've got mirror windows in sight, Toxic Babes, Goyo canisters, jammers, Kiba barriers. So much utility will be in the bomb site. I'm looking at Adam on this Sens. What are we going to run with it? I've seen Sens plays go over towards Moto to try to make a plant inside of Church. I've seen them go over towards Arsenal as well, kind of coming down through Ashwall to protect that style of a push. Adam's got options with this operator, and of course, any bulletproofs or Warden, neither are being brought. Won't be able to see through that in this last round.
Now, things are going to play out pretty predictably for the next 40 seconds, but they might do it on the side of OXG without as much information as they would like. Those mute jammers obviously providing very limited scope of intel for OXG as they drop one of those Sens smokes into the main part of the bomb site. Now Adam will move over towards blue and do the same thing to cut off blue, cut off Church, cut off that dummies line of sight, cut off AK line of sight, and really put the heat on Envy. And Envy is going to start to use their Toxic Babes. They're going to start to use their explosives and their bullets as they exchange words with Oxygen. OXG, though, with 2 kills, 3 kills, as Grixer picks up 2, and he's still alive. He's got the diffuser as well. Twist is last man standing, and Gomez punishes him. OXG firing on all cylinders as they find success in their first round on attack.
Yeah, continuing to have great play from Grixer. You mentioned it just there. He had to pick up the defuse kit after Forrest entered in through the kitchen hatch, dropped it on the Monty. He was the opening death for Oxygen as Emilio was able to find an angle playing on the Mira, but it didn't seem to matter because that beautiful push down through blue, you combine Sens with a blitz, and it's just absolutely impossible. So toxic to hold that part of the map, and Envy found that out the hard way. Here we see the entry point, really nice from Grixer. Managed to get that angle in and the plants just in case, because time was getting a little low there, but the time was used well. You know, it's not always bad to push with 25 seconds left on the clock. If you spent your time well, opening up walls, clearing out utility, and setting up the perfect push you want to go for, I think that's exactly what Oxygen did. I didn't quite predict what they were going to do with that Sens. I had no clue they were going to push it blue. That is somewhat uncommon to see with the Sens operator, but just shows kind of how versatile that op can be down in the basement of Clubhouse and on a variety of sites in Siege.
I think I touched on this the last time we saw some Sens play, and it's that the main frustration from Sens as an operator comes from the unpredictability of their gadgets. That thing can just have a mind of its own and roll around in unintended areas, which betrays you and your overall strategy. If you're not as precise as you need to be, that's okay on some of these sites, and that's what we saw on the side of OXG. They dumped all 3 of them in, and Adam just dropped inside of blue as every single angle was covered except for the rotate into Church, which is where Adam's main focus was when he dropped. He covered himself, he covered off his teammates, the brawl happened, and the main drop happened as well from inside a kitchen. It was a great point of distraction for this OXG team, and Envy unfortunately fell for the bait.
It's an interesting setup from Envy. Obviously, they've got Snake going down below, went for a spawn peek. That was one of his best features up against Shopify last week. was something that really started things strong. Envy wants to get things going. Is the only 2-6 at the moment. The cash clear will come forward now from Oxygen, with Yaga being on this Blackbeard, trying to make the space, breach some walls as well. He can push through that if he needs to make the rotate through the top. That C4 on the castle barricade could surprise someone, but nobody's near it at the moment. Especially Grixer kind of lurking around on this sledge. Could be dangerous, but at the moment, he's not really the main focal point. Oxygen have opened up the jacuzzi wall now. They've still got pressure towards cash, but they haven't cleared it. I'm wondering what Auction actually want to do if they are going to commit to clearing cash. They don't have a lot of resources for it.
An odd little quirk right here as JJ Blast picks up a kill and will become only the second player in the lobby to be positive. Yes, we're not talking about even. Everybody in the lobby not named Grixer and JJ Blast are either positive or negative in their, or sorry, rather neutral or negative in their kill differentials. That is a phenomenal thing at round number 8. Envy's getting picked off left, right, and center, and some of those KDs are going to change as we're, at this point, burying half of the server. Grixer upright at a 14-2. What a statement match it's been from him. Forrest eliminating Rival, who was taking some damage from the fire and from his position. Forrest does double duty. They couldn't see the forest nor the trees on the side of Envy, and they can't see a win in sight either. OXG dominating this matchup, and 6-2 the scoreline means match point for Oxygen.
On the desk before this game, Laxing had a really nice replay where he kind of showed Oxygen's struggles on attack, specifically on the top floor of Clubhouse. And he showed how, things weren't really connecting that well for Oxygen. They weren't able to work as a unit to make plays around different parts of the map. That push was probably the best push we've seen from OXG throughout this entire season. I mean, they had a bit of a bait going on over towards cash. I got kind of caught off guard from it because I thought, listen, they're taking so long to clear this cash extension. There's a guy inside our Raptors. There's a guy outside the CC breach, but it doesn't seem like they're able to take this ground. Envy made a move right here with JJ Blast coming up from Oil Pit, killing Gomez, and you would have thought that's the ace down, that might be Kit down, that's the brunt of the push, but no. Every other player on Oxygen was clearing the site. Yeah, maybe Rival and JJ were taking control of that cash extension, but OXG didn't care. They were in the bomb site planting the defuse kit. It's that mind game that really just caught Envy off guard. I don't think at any point in that round, Envy realized the push that was incoming from Oxygen, and they just played them like a fiddle on that offensive half. It is night and day difference from OXG's attacks this game versus their game against Cruelty.
Yeah, OXG has looked by far and away the best that we've seen them in these 3 play days. And this is one of the hazards about trying to talk about teams so early into a stage. We spent quite a long time praising Envy for a lot of what they did in that second match against Shopify Rebellion, but people need to recall that Shopify Rebellion also made a litany of mistakes in that game that were punished by Envy. And it's not that Envy is a bad team because they didn't win the match, or it's not like Envy didn't deserve to get to overtime, but there were multiple instances where if Shopify Rebellion had played the game that we know they're capable of playing, it would not have gone to OT. Sometimes mentally you just need to reset, and that's exactly what we saw with that SR team, and they managed to win both rounds in OT, and what could have been a closer game was not to be had. We were praising Envy for the way that they played, and again, Envy has made some serious strides. It looks like they've maybe stepped back a little bit in this matchup as OXG are currently appearing as world beaters.
To force overtime, and they need 4 defenses in a row, but they were the single worst defensive team in week 1, winning only 30% of rounds on the D side. Now this could be an opening if they can find an angle onto the Blackbeard. JJ's hunting for it, but the Nitro isn't going to connect either. Clearing Raptors should be a decent task for Oxygen. They've got the Grim, they've got these shields to walk up, but it's never going to be easy playing against an Azami.
Their backs against the wall. A huge round for Envy needs to be had for them to put together an impressive tally to close this gap between them and OXG. They'll start with Rival getting the very first pick. He's been consistently good for this team. Emilio will follow up on what a frost trap that was placed earlier by Twist had accomplished, knocking down Forrest. And with just a little bit over a minute to go, OXG sitting on match point are in a 3v5. Not exactly the situation you want to find yourselves in, but they are attacking on Clubhouse. You're used to the defenders winning 4 rounds. At this point, they could win the next 4 on the side of Envy, and OXG has already accomplished the goal that most attacking teams have, which is getting 2 rounds. Gomez outside of the breach, he's down for the count, and now it's all up to Adam to wander up red stairs with the bailiff in hand. He hears some footsteps and realizes, maybe we won't go there. 40 seconds left. What is the next step for Adam, as only Snake has died on the side of Envy? It looks like Adam might actually call a timeout as he sits next to the leaf-covered kennels, and we'll wait for the final 30 seconds. The round will effectively be won at this point, as there's really very little Adam can do. Envy will win their third round. OXG will take a brief breather, and Adam might pad his stats in the meantime. But this round is effectively over, Jesse.
Yeah, Adam will concede this one. Nice shot to end it out, but it doesn't matter. Diffuse Kid is unreachable. Classic frost trap at the top of Raptor stairs, may I add. That's one of the oldest tricks in the book to counter the Monty push-up of Raptors, and you can see MV feeling good about a round like that. I thought they dealt with the shield pressure really, really well. It was very obvious what Auctioneer were going for in that round. You compare it to the previous one, OXG had signified from the very beginning, we are committing everything to clearing out Raptors. We've got a Grim, we've got 2 shields. We didn't put any pressure onto Rival, who was playing over towards Master. So all of Envy were able to turn their sights on that garage side of the map. They were able to play up with the Azami. They had some Nitros that were going in towards the bottom floor push as well. So they really dedicated all of their focus to garage, beautifully dealt with the 2 shield players, and then everything crumbled from OXG. They will be respecting that Sens that came out on the bottom floor, as Envy will remove it. I believe the first Sens ban of the North America League, might even be the first Sens ban of Siege X since the game came out. I don't have that full stat for you, but regardless, bit of respect being shown for how good that push was on OXG down in the basement.
I feel like in a lot of ways, Sens could be an operator similar to Warden that you think is more reactive, and you don't play because you think there's limited playmaking potential, and then a team finally discovers how you can coordinate well around that operator, and we start to see Sens with a lot more frequency. It happened to Finka, it happened to Mozzie, it happened, of course, to Warden. So, I mean, it's entirely possible. Again, I think the big hang-up with the operator of Sens is that the issues with predictability of their gadget holds them back. Obviously, a bit of a moot point because Envy got rid of Sens, so we won't see that operator alongside Capitao and Ying. Those are 3 operators that rely on either smoke or some kind of coverage that's created by their gadget. Ying, of course, with the Candelas, meaning Envy's just going to want some clear fights here. They just want to take engagements head on. They want to limit the options that OXG have at their disposal to hide, to cut down certain angles, and to force fights into certain areas. Can OXG adapt? That's the question. You look at the lineup that they have right now, and, well, it's a pugilist-heavy lineup. Very little obscurement could happen because there's no smokes and there's no flashes on the side of OXG.
Gomez hoping for a fight. That smoke grenade giving away his position, and then he uses it just to back off. The re-engagement now not advised. Twist walks away. Beauty shot to get that opening pick. And we see Siege's newest skin in the game as well. The mythical Valkyrie skin that was just added to the game. It looks so good getting that opening pick.
Jesse was paid to say that. Every time he compliments the Valkyrie skin, they deposit a roughly about 1,000 Rainbow Six credits into his account. So you're going to hear it quite often. Look at that. Woo. Isn't that thing beautiful? 1,000, please. Thank you. I'm hoping to capitalize off of it too. Siege X did allow them to take more liberties with those Siege skins and add different parts to the gun. I remember a couple battle passes ago, they started to add guns that had different augmentations. So it would have like different parts of the gun, or certain things would be missing, and it would change the overall model of the weapon, which was a first, and now they've just iterated on that, and the change to Siege X allows them to go obviously much farther, and that's what we see with the Valkyrie. Is that reload animation in particular is really something to behold in this game, and something that even a couple years ago, Siege players probably didn't think possible with the engine that we had.
How do you recover if you're Oxygen? This game, winning this would do it for you. This would close out the game. It might just be a Yaga sprint down main stairs on the Blackbeard. They've got 50 seconds to try to work a solution. They've got most of their players still up top, kind of around Moto, kind of around that kitchen hatch as well. They've got most of that open thanks to the Habana being brought by Grixer. If Yaga works a pick, that's huge. They've got both shields here at the main stairs, and Moto hatch appears it's open, but JJ's just playing it. This is an extremely aggro position.
The shield is down. Forrest looking for some coverage. His heel's shot away with, and you best hope it's not the Achilles for this OXG team. Envy tearing through them, but OXG answers right back. Time continuing to run away from OXG, so they have to pivot. And over towards Church is where they'll go. Forest's prayers go unanswered. And Grixer with 15 kills as last man standing, finished off by Emilio. And Envy now streaking on their side, 2 rounds in a row. The gap closing. OXG still on match point, but this game a lot closer than it was just a couple minutes ago.
How's that for an advertisement? A little 3K the first time we see the new Valkyrie skin come out? I don't know, Parker. It might have some gameplay boosting abilities. Just makes you play with a little bit more confidence. Obviously, beautiful stuff coming out from Twist the Individual. I thought JJ's play in that round was super risky. It paid off for him, though. Aggressing back into Moto when the hatch is already open is a huge no-no. That's something that should never manage to work out. But JJ recognized the clock was getting really low. Auction had been going for these slow pushes. So he said, why don't I push up into this really weird spot, get a free kill? Was traded, and I think credit to Oxygen for that. But the couple of kills that went down early in that push, with Yaga not being able to survive long in it, and obviously Gomez, the first player to go down in that round, just meant that they couldn't play that trade game. You know, they didn't have many good options for where they wanted to push that defuse kit. Forrest first went over through Ashwall to try to get the plant down in Armory. That didn't work. He was receiving some spam. So then he moved over towards Moto, over towards the church wall. That's where he got blown sky high by the Nitro from Twist. So really good stuff coming out on that defense. And Twist, I mean, the MVP doing it in a beautiful style.
Well, all that praise that we gave to OXG in the first half is still very well deserved, but that was quite the final kill. I saw the knife, but I didn't think it would be a head-on collision inside of blue. I thought it would be a backstab. But all the praise that we heaped on Oxygen in this first half should rightfully go to them, but we need to heap a little bit more praise into the real MVP of this series, Jesse.
Who might that be, Parker?
The defender side of Clubhouse. What a performance it's having at the moment. My goodness.
Yeah.
Really just
crushing.
Just crushing it right now. Beating everybody's expectations. Bravo, the player of the game right now, defender side on Clubhouse. That little quirk that I talked about with the only 2 players in the lobby that were positive, and I don't count assists, I count just straight scoreline. If you have 6 kills and 6 deaths, you are even. I don't care how many assists you have. Assists in the way this game functions are not the be all and end all. I just look straight at the 2 kills and deaths numbers, but obviously things have changed a little bit. Forrest is now positive. Grixer obviously still positive. You've got Twist as well, who's positive now, and a number of players, once again, still on that even level. Grixer has fallen off a tiny bit, but I mean, that is to be expected. It's a much harder task for him to entry onto such a defender-sided map, and he's playing utility-heavy roles as well. This time, it'll be on Flores, and JJ Blast looks for something early. He goes fishing, and the first 45 seconds, you know, he doesn't get much, but you know, they say a bad day of fishing's better than a good day in the office, and JJ Blast exemplifies that.
Not uncommon from Grixer as well. Last week on attack, he had just a 0.71 KDR. On defense, that elevated to, as I said, 214. So he has been a player that has excelled on the defensive side, less so on offense. I think that does come down to the role he's playing and that more kind of support side of things for OXG. This is another one of those rounds where if Envy can win it, I mean, we start really getting into the head of Oxygen. They focused heavily on this jacuzzi side of the map. They want to be able to open things up from this angle. They haven't really touched that sort of cash side of things that Envy have been playing a little bit. They've got Emilio over towards construction. Twist down below inside a bar. These players won't be the first engagements. Instead, JJ opening death as Adam just swings the breach, sees the head, and has better reaction time for that pick. Doesn't look like it's going to be traded, Parker, either. So that's a really big pick to take out the captain of Envy.
Yeah, and I mean, at least he'll still be able to call from the bench, which is good. And again, an operator like Malusia's passive gadgets. Thank goodness for Envy trading it right back. Twist is having an excellent game at this point. He's been receiving a fair bit of criticism after his first 2 matches. Did not see him putting up numbers on a role where he should have been putting up numbers. This time around, the defender side of Clubhouse is his to hold 2 kills here in round number 11. Yaga now dealing some damage. Rival tears through him. Adam on the board for OXG. They desperately need some kills as he and Grixer will now work together. Try to narrow down these 3 remaining players on the side of Envy, and Grixer with an uncharacteristic miss finds the follow-up onto Twist. He's a little bit past his expiration date. Grixer will need to clutch out. 16 kills will be all he can write home as Emilio finds a two-piece to send us straight to the 12th round. My. Last round of regulation. Envy all smiles as they've put 3 rounds in a row and put fear in the hearts of OXG.
Listen, I didn't love that fight he took with Grixer at the end, but Twist has been having one hell of a day, both in that early round, getting the 2K on the roam down below, and then throughout this whole matchup, he has been putting up huge frags, and I have a very distinct memory of Twist. Over a year ago, I don't remember when this was, but it was after he had left Luminosity, where he played one single stage of the NA League. He came into my Twitch chat, and he asked something along the lines of what I thought of his time on Luminosity, and I gave him a very honest answer that, you know, I didn't really remember much of his time on Luminosity. I didn't feel like he had a whole lot of impact on that team. I hardly noticed him up in Tier 1. And his response to that comment that I made has always stuck with me. He said something along the lines of, well, I guess I'll have to make it back to Tier 1 and put up a performance that you remember. And I think that's that kind of spirit that after he says something like that, you just believe him. You know, you can feel how much he wants to be at this level. You can feel how bad he wants to be performing with the top dogs. It's all of these players' dreams, but I think Twist especially, from playing so long in Tier 2, getting his shot in Tier 1, that shot going horribly, having to play support for LG, who immediately just dropped him right after, now making a comeback, grinding with JJ and co through that Challenger Series. It's been a real nice story from Twist, and I'm honestly super happy to see him succeeding. Plenty of work still to do in this game. Job's not done. We're in round 12, Parker, but it's a beautiful story.
I think it really comes down to how you view professional sports and esports. I mean, there's some great stories for both of these teams. There's been a lot of ink spilled about JJ Blast. You saw that Envy did a documentary on him. He was also interviewed by Jacob, who did that vignette for us earlier in the broadcast. But Twist is somebody as well where it's heartwarming to see a bounce back from someone who had an opportunity to play at a top level, didn't find the success that they had hoped for. If you're a fan of a good storyline and you like underdogs, then there's a lot to talk about between these two teams. But just from a human level, we don't aspire to put people down when we come into these broadcasts. Sometimes we have to be a little pessimistic about the chances of certain teams and negative about the certain contributions of particular players, but that's not today. Today we get to talk about all the good things that's happening in this match and the good things that are happening, because there's been plenty and there's still the potential for a handful of more rounds. It's incumbent upon Envy to win this one though, and that would be their 4th in a row. Right now it's Rival holding out hope over in weight room, doing some heavy lifting himself. JJ Blast quite the finesse as he takes the first kill. Grixer answers right back by eliminating Snake. The Blackbearded Yaga getting ever closer, and Rival trades that one. That's a victory for Envy in that engagement, but they lose Twist. And after 3 rounds in a row, Envy now finds themselves in what could be the final round at a disadvantage. Not an ideal spot to be in after all the work you've put in to close this gap.
Yeah, out of Toxic Babes on JJ as well, so they've really got no utility. Magnet and an impact in the pocket of Emilio, that will be it as he throws out that last magnet before the push comes through. 60 seconds to work if you're Oxygen. They've got full master control. The CC wall is open. I expect to see someone rotating over there. In fact, Forrest already is. They need to be sharp on these frags. Everything comes down to it, and what a swing from JJ. That wasn't what he wanted.
No, and Grixer feasts on him. Emilio, who had a standout performance so far on defense, now draws even in his numbers. He has to deal battle with both Grixer and Adam. Grixer looking for kill number 19, and it might just have Emilio's name on it. Grixer will hold that diffuser, so Adam might be the one to cover. They're toying with that A-bomb site right now. Emilio will get droned out. They see him ever so slightly on red stairs, prompting him to move on over, and he can line him up. Edging his way through the door is Adam. Grixer will get the fuser down, and Emilio hears this. Can he rotate in time to shut him down? Adam with the pre-fire. They read him like a book as the drone at red was still up. And OXG's team comms win them the round. Adam capitalizing off of it, and despite the scare they had, OXG walks away from this matchup with a win in regulation.
Another game where Envy comes so close, but not close enough. Really felt like they had that comeback, but I mean, you said it. What a great drone. OXG knew they had time in that final execute. They took it. Envy tried to take that time away with 2 big swings. One of them worked out, one of them didn't. Thought Emilio could pull it off, but just not quite.
Envy, the bridesmaid, but not yet the bride. They don't go to OT yet again, but they put in a hell of a performance. Oxygen, though, they win the matchup, and with it, they get 3 big points. We got plenty of Rainbow Six today, so we'll be back in just a couple minutes as the broadcast rolls on.
Back I'm gonna push. Ready?
I can plan. Hold. Look across.
Perfect. I go red. Sever wreck. Gonna go red. Look red. Nice! Oh.
Good shit, boys.
Holy shit, bro. Dude, wow.
Nice! Mike Kozlowski, I love you!
That was a bad lobby, bro. I'm convinced that was a bad lobby, bro. I'm telling you. It was a fresh lobby, bro.
Welcome back to the NAL. That was a pretty close game, if I do say so myself. OXG looked like they were in the driver's seat for a while, and then they weren't, and they were again, but they closed it out eventually.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully they were able to close it out. I mean, Envy, it looked like Envy was slowly making a little comeback, and I would have said that Envy should have made it to at least to overtime. If it wasn't for little mistakes, over peaking, it was really sloppy play from Envy's side of things.
Yeah, I mean, and then for Oxygen side, you know, we saw a lot of good moments from them on their attacks that we didn't really get to see through Cruelty, so I'm glad to see on that front. But again, I mean, I think Parker said it best. The hero of today's game really was the defenses of Clubhouse. Both teams looking good on defense, but again, the harder side is going to be attack, and that's where I said specifically I wanted to see Oxygen excel in.
And at least I guess there's like a positive takeaway where it's like, well, at least they got the fundamentals down when it comes to the defense, so something that they can build up on. But when it comes to the blacklight detail for this game, it is going to be going over to Grixon.
Grixer is my boy, and I mean, you got to give him the blacklight detail. Grixer was the performer of this match, and you know, we've already talked about him. What round was this? Oh yeah, these are just highlights of him. Yeah, I mean, again, talking about Grixer's just the blacklight detail, I mean, he was the best performer of today's match. You got to give it to him. You know, this is the thing that we've talked about Grixer. He kind of is a standalone player. He's a one-man army in a sense. But him falling back on this more supportive role, he is thriving more so than ever, in my opinion, that I would think that he was. But that is where you see development in players, where they're so used to doing one thing, and then you have to switch to a roster that changes the dynamic of how you play. And I think Grixer's doing a really good job at being able to adapt at this new environment. Like I said, just being able to be in the site, play so defensively that we're not typically used to see him. I mean, Grixer is an evolving player through and through.
Yeah, he's such a flexible player in all of the roles that he can play. He can play almost any single role, be in any position, but I'm glad that you highlighted the fact that he can do it on his own. If he's put in a situation where he has to make something happen on the fact that his team, it puts him on an island on his own, or he's in a situation where he has to make a big play, he's constantly doing that and performing, and obviously almost getting to 20 kills.
Yeah.
You know, he was absolutely farming against Envy. He was always in the right position, and I really liked how coordinated OXG was today with slowing down, not allowing overpicks or situations where they would give that man advantage away. They played very disciplined.
Yeah, and we have Forrest as well from the side of OXG ready for an interview. So first off, congratulations on the win that you guys have secured here today. Started off pretty strong, became a little wobbly. You're able to bring things back. What does the comms situation look like from the side of OXG when you are in that situation where you're like, oh, actually, we could lose this?
I think, you know, since we have a lot of vets in the team, like, you know, we have some ice in the veins still, so, you know, we're keeping it cool. You know, we kind of feel the frustration, but, you know, we just got to keep playing and just close it out.
Amazing. Well, Forrest, one question for you as like the new IGL for OXG. I just want to be able to pick your brain on the fact that how is it going about identifying a new OXG's way of playing, especially with so many people, so many different ideologies on the team. How do you as the IGL pick one way, or is there a right or wrong way to go about it? How do you come to that decision?
I think we're still trying to find our identity when it comes to how we should play the game and how we should approach certain rounds. And we're still having a lot of growing pains right now. So right now we're kind of just playing for the long con. Like, let's just keep getting better, keep focusing one game at a time, keep getting better in practice, and you know, we're producing with what works and what doesn't work.
Well, Forrest, congratulations. I'm glad to see you guys finding success. I talked about this on the desk previous in the match. Your game versus Cruelty versus the game now. I said one of your biggest issues so far is obviously your attacks, and I think that speaks in to the different ideologies. I'm kind of curious. Today, you guys look better. Now, it wasn't perfect by any means. They did start to bounce back, but on the attacking halves, what's kind of been the biggest struggle, but also from the biggest struggle, what's been the biggest improvement?
I think the biggest improvement from attacks is that, you know, we're able to reflect and improve instantly, you know, whenever we see a problem. And we need to keep working on our, you know, in-game adaptation and mid-round adaptation. Obviously, the show second half for attacks, we're pretty poor. Like, we're getting slammed, you know, no trades. Like,
yeah,
you know, we're still working on it. It's a work in process, but, you know, I'm pretty confident that our attacks are going to be much better in the future.
Not that well. You got 3 points, so you got to feel pretty good after that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to walk away with 3.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time for the interview. Obviously, it's also really good to hear that you guys are aware for some of the issues that you're facing and that you're looking to work on those. You still have a little bit of time ahead of playoffs, so I'm going to let you go, and we will see you around.
So, take care.
Bye. Okay, you know what? We love a self-aware king, you know, self-aware IGL, knows what's wrong, knows what's to work on. But then the other side, it's Envy, and I think Envy being able to push it this close is also quite the feat.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it is. At the same time, there was a lot of rounds where it looked like Envy would get an opening pick and then somebody would just swing a window or overextend and give their body away. And yes, you could say, oh, it's great that Envy's keeping it close, but at the same time, I would go as far as to say it really looked like Envy could have won if they just started off better earlier in the series and focus on the discipline a lot more.
Yeah, and I think what these newer teams are really going to learn is the small things, especially in T1, are more crippling than the big things are. So the fact that they can, you know, hopefully identify and be like, oh, maybe I don't swing off this after we get this man advantage and just learn how to play around it. I think they will develop that a lot faster than some of the other teams that we've seen in the lower end. Yeah. But overall, I think both teams have a very good takeaway from this. And for Envy, for me, the biggest one definitely is their resilience.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to, because TikTok, it's, you know, clock's ticking, playoffs, you only get to play your opponent once, you need to be in the top 6, but we still have 4 more best of ones today, with the next one being Cloud9 against SSG. And trust me, this is one that you don't want to miss, so stick around and we'll be back after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
What's up, I'm Fultz, and this is SSG Team Sync. Jack on attack because Jack's more likely to be alive later in round than 2.
Cruz is on defense baiting.
Good discussion.
Ashen.
Ashen.
Alright, let's discuss why.
No discussion, just got next question. He's just a rage baby.
Fultz.
Fultz, I got a crib.
I mean, we can't stay at our parents' house.
No.
No.
It can't be Fultz because he's just old.
He's old, but he's mad all the time, so it's like, I feel like he could kill.
J90 or
J90. Not me, no.
You do not want to be in the TDM with me.
Who is the common, or who is the comedian?
Yep, go back to school, buddy.
Who's the comedian on the team?
J90.
Me. Ashen, all day long. Ashen. Team agrees Ashen.
Kicked out.
Like evicted? Or like you just get dropped?
Arrested, okay.
Call out?
Probably call out.
Yeah,
honestly.
probably call out. Yeah, for sure.
I'm Fultz from SSG, and this was Team Sync.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, we're back with the NAL second game of today, SSG against Cloud9. And from the looks of it, the vibes over at SSG are vibing, so hopefully we can see them replicate that on the server. Cloud9, however, last week, they still managed to bring it back. I think there was a little bit of back and forth. There were some answers to our questions, but it wasn't as smooth sailing as we expected it to be.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a smooth sailing, but there is still stuff to take from it. I mean, we've talked about how Cloud9, they're going to need more reps, and these are the reps exactly that they need. And they need reps of being able to lose to be able to identify where those mistakes were, and I think they've been doing a good job so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been showing the preparation on their end. They've obviously been having good outside of the server work, and obviously we just need to see it come into fruition a little bit more inside of the server.
Yeah, and also into fruition. I mean, the things that I definitely want to highlight with this team is they do a very good job at getting those opening kills and get those opening conversions, those opening kill conversions into a one round. And this is a thing when new teams, if they're able to get those opening kills and get those opening conversions, it's great. That's something that you want for a new roster, a new developing roster, is that you're winning in that frag department, that you're starting off that advantage, because that makes it so much easier for the IGL to facilitate a round, to understand the dynamic of what needs to happen. But that's actually also somewhere where they are struggling on that front of with the kills is being able to trade off one another. They are one of the worst trade conversion teams. So you're doing the hard job of getting the opening kill and then turning that into a one round. But then on that other end, you can't seem to find your trades, which this is what's costing them these games. This is what's costing them rounds after rounds, is you're doing the hard job. Now it's just the easy job of just playing the man advantage, being able to play off one another. And this is what I want to see going forward, is if they can change that, if they just double up with someone. Or a big thing for me, when you are finding that success so early on, is just being able to allow yourself to breathe and slow down your takes, slow down your rotates into sight, figure out the best course of action and to move from there.
That's always the hardest part with teams, is the trading factor, especially when you're IGL. With the way Packer is playing on C9, he is that lurk IGL on attack. So it's very difficult for him to reel everybody in back into the basics, especially when they get an advantage. And that's something that as a new team, you're going to have to learn, that sometimes it's okay to slow down. It's okay to stop and play off of your teammates.
But couldn't you argue, and you being a former IGL, if you have that man advantage, wouldn't that also make your life easier? Because you kind of have an idea of where a player now is taken and removed from, where they then have to position to?
It would make things so much easier as you're getting advantages, but it's really hard to keep track of your players because they get a pick. Your vision's only so limited. You don't know where they are, so you have to be able to reel them in, but at the same time, if you're on a lurk, it's harder to do so.
Yeah, they're going to go up against SSG, and this is a roster that has also proven what they're capable of, and if anything, they're not going to let Cloud9 get away with some of these sloppier mistakes.
Yeah, and for SSG, what was the biggest issue coming into the stage, coming in from Reload, was the entry problem. That was obviously SSG's biggest downfall, but they talked about changing roles to fit them as opposed to fitting newers, and obviously it's worked tremendously for Ashen specifically. He's back on the entry. He is now the #1 leading player in the NAL on entries. SSG has the most amount of entries so far in the NAL, and obviously Ashen as a whole, he's the 4th best player currently in the NAL. So success for him is on all fronts. Everybody's been doing well on the team, but Ashen back into his comfortability has been showing.
And it goes to show, I mean, we talked about that hot and cold SSG that we talked about early in the stage, is if you have Ashen performing, I don't think we're going to see much of a hot and cold, because you know for a fact on your entry and in those gunfights that Ashen is going to take, he's going to do those successfully. So it is good to see that the team is finding some sort of system and bringing Ashen back into that spotlight. But even then, that's not where the issue has always lied within SSG.
Not at all, but an issue that specifically Newers has to deal with is the pressure. We talked about how the team is no longer accustomed just to him, it's to now the SSG, and he has to be fitting into it. All of that pressure on will Newers be a bust or will he be the player that SSG wanted is all riding on his shoulders. And of course, yes, he's been doing consistent. He was the best player in Reload.
Yeah.
He's been doing great throughout the NAL, but I wouldn't say he's in a position to warrant exactly where Benja is right now. So because Newers is on that entry, Benja is now the worst player, probably his worst stage so far in the NAL since he flew over and joined SSG. Benja is having a very difficult performance. So obviously all that pressure is on Newers. Is Newers' performance worth Benja doing this bad? I don't know. But obviously if Newers can do that much better, he would be able to alleviate Benja's pressure on his shoulders, to be able to give him that much more time to be able to flex, figure out what it's like to be in this new role, what it's like to be a flex, and how to deal with this new bag of issues.
Yeah, and it also means that they're going to have to be able to replicate that on multiple maps. So far, we've seen them go to Cafe and Consulate, so we want to see something maybe a little bit different. But then again, we could go back to the same thing with OXG, where it's like, show as little maps as possible. So Lax, when it comes to the map veto, where do you think SSG has the highest chance?
You know, I could see it going back to, okay, I was going to say I could see it going back to a Consulate, but Cloud9 just wants to completely get rid away with it and go to Border. So this is an interesting one for me. I think this does benefit SSG far more just due to how Cloud9 is playing, because you're not going to be able to lurk around that Packer likes to do and trying to find that opening. You're really going to met with intense gunfight the second you try to enter the building, whether you're going top east, whether you're going through break, or whether you're trying to push through dome side. You're always going to be met with some formidable opponent there. So for that alone, it kind of makes me question what C9 has in store for them, because a lot of the plays and a lot of the strats have been based around Packer making that entry. But again, a lot of that lurk comes down to just areas being uncontested, where a lot of these maps and a lot of these power spots are going to be heavily contested through and through.
Obviously, Cloud9 going to a map like Border, that doesn't sit too well with me. I think SSG obviously has the edge. And for Cloud9, when we've been talking about how their preparation going into matches has been really good, they are very comfortable on maps like Nighthaven, Lair, you know, these big bank, these big roam clear-esque maps that SSG has clearly shown that they're not comfortable on. I mean, we've seen Consulate, Cafe, and now Border from SSG. Obviously, there's an issue on SSG's side of roam clearing and being able to clear those big maps. So if you're C9, obviously, I'd like to hope that they bring a whole different style of Cloud9 that we've seen into week 1, because we saw slow taking space. You can't do that on Border. You can't take space. You have to be ready to fight SSG head on. So we're going to need a statement game from Cloud9 if they want to be able to fit that Border playstyle.
So when it comes to the prediction then, in regards of which team is going to be able to take this one, Lax, considering the map?
To be fair, I chose Cloud9, but now seeing the maps, I'm going to have to go back to SSG.
No, because actually you picked Cloud9 and Foxday picked SSG, and I like the fact that you guys are disagreeing.
Well,
so
that was before knowing what the maps were, right?
And
that was just based off performance.
I also heard that Jesse and Intero specifically are also going to pick SSG. I think Intero said that specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to go for SSG just for the simple reason that this isn't a map that you're going to be able to lurk around and find those openings. You have to create those openings. You have to create those gaps, and that's just where C9 hasn't really been excelling and thriving in. And SSG, I mean, they're a strong opponent on defense, so...
Well, guess what? I'm going to switch... No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, shout out to production as well for like literally switching it on the spot, but we're ready to head into our second game of today with Cloud9 against SSG. So, Jesse and Parker, get away.
I don't make predictions because I don't want to end up in last in a fantasy league when all of the people around me run circles around my abilities. But today, I mean, I guess Laxing does get the last laugh because of how Grixer performed in our very first matchup. We have a very competitive day of games here, Jesse, and Cloud9 versus Space Station shouldn't disappoint on paper. Both of these teams find themselves towards the top of the standings or closer to the middle of the pack, depending on whether you're a glass half full or a glass half empty type of person. Cloud9 dead in the middle, ranked in 5th place, Space Station in 4th place. They both had a win last week. SSG doing so quite comfortably over Team Cruelty with a 7-3 score before falling in overtime the very next day at the hands of Wildcard. Cloud9 started off by beating Wildcard in the first week before falling in regulation in the final round of regulation, I should specify, to M80. Now, Cloud9 beat Wildcard, and then Wildcard beat SSG, which means that Cloud9 should win this match. That's just numbers and math and facts. I don't control any of these things. And Jesse, I'm sure you agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everybody's saying my opinions for me today. Fox is making my pick. You are too. Listen, I'm excited for a good game, regardless of who comes out on top. I think for SSG, this is a real... it feels must-win almost for them, you know, because they played their week last week. They expect to be top 4 in this region. They expect to always be competing at an international level. And then to go out and lose to a team like Wildcard, who don't have that same level of experience that SSG have, I think was a huge disappointment. If they lose to another team that, frankly, I think most people have kind of middle of the pack, right? Like Cloud9. It seems like a decent team. Most people don't have them top 4. Most people don't have them at the bottom. If SSG lose another game to a team that isn't considered to be one of the best in North America, there's going to be some real questions about what their roster is looking like, about how they are performing after dropping Forest and picking up Newers. It's going to be an awkward spot, and you know, I think that's going to be something that weighs on their minds a little bit. On the side of Cloud9, I'm excited to see how they do. This is a really fiery team. I think they proved a lot of people wrong last week by getting that big win. So yeah, it should be a good game, Parker. And to touch on the bans really quickly as well, we saw Deimos, Ying, Castle, and Azami taken off. Azami, a really common ban on this map to lock down East Stairs in particular. At Reload, we saw quite a bit of Azami smoke bans to hard focus that part of the map. Not going to be the case this time around. Jin, I know, will be playing East, and Ashen will be spawn peeking.
Almost gets away with it, as well as Packer takes quite a bit of damage, and you can see the look on his face is not one of appreciation and good vibes. And I mean, why would it be at that point? A little bit upset that you have SSG treating you the same way they treated Team Cruelty back in the very first match that they played of this stage. SSG is going to do this against most teams. You know, we talked about how when you disrespect a team, or when you think a team isn't up to your standings, you can disrespect them by going for that spawn peek. In this particular instance, I think with a team like SSG, it's not about disrespect. They think they're better than everybody, so they're going to approach every single team with the same hubris, if we could use that word, that they might, irrespective of their opinions of you. And well, after that early spawn peek, they've now gone back to normal, but we'll still swing some windows and check some doorways looking for early engagements still, and they'll find one. Ashen did most of the damage about 45 seconds ago. He'll do the remainder now and hit him with the drive-by. GN in the chat, not before Giddy can kill Fultz and answer right back.
Yeah, finishing the job. Now 4v4. A lot of Bs getting used by Giddy. I'm not sure if this is actually the execute. With this crossbow coming out, it likely will be. Bs give him information on one player in the site, trying to find it on the side of Dream, but can't. There's a player right up next to him instead.
J9O down for the count. Ashen looking for more, and now this time staring towards the doorway in the A-bomb site as he's lost Newers on far removed. Now it's Benja coming to the rescue as he and Ashen will double up. This is a great start for Space Station as they got that first pick and then suffered through it. Both of these teams are so evenly matched that they should give us quite an exciting contest. Still plenty of time now for Cloud9 to find their footing through this round. Silent and Dream will be the two that they rest their hopes on. Dream, of course, holding that diffuser as what looked to be an office execute will still happen, this time from outside of the building. Silent cut down by Ashen after he opens up some of that wall, and now Dream's position will be given away by an Aaron Guzman mine thrown out by Ashen over towards break room. Over in 90 as Dream makes a ton of noise. Benja prone to his left, Ashen staring through the door frame. And there's no way Dream's going to be able to hit both of these. At best, he walks away with one. He does. On to Benja, and Ashen trades him out with a 4K for Ashen to start off Border.
That's got to be a confidence-inspiring round if you're Ashen. He's had a fantastic start to this stage after not having the performance that he wanted. The desk has touched on it. We've kind of talked it to death, but obviously Reload, a horrible tournament for Ashen. They changed the roles around. Now he comes into this game and last week in a new position on SSG, and it's really been thriving. the only player in the North American League with a 100% cost through the first week, meaning he is finding impact in every single round. He's not the type of guy to get a lot of SRV points or to get a lot of plants down, so all of that cost is coming from either getting kills or if he does die early, getting traded as soon as he goes down. Beautiful 4K, and I think especially in that 2v2, pairing up with the other youngest member on SSG, playing it really nicely, playing a little conservatively. You saw how good that crossfire was inside a fountain, and it looks like textbook Siege coming out from Space Station with a little bit of aggression mixed in.
Never count SSG out as an organization, no matter the identity of their roster. They've never been a bottom feeder team. They've got a seemingly decent budget for players, and they typically know how to build these teams. Leadership right now for this current SSG squad is largely on the shoulders of Callout, and he's really built a system no matter where he's gone. We've sung his praises on quite the variety of teams that he's both played and coached, as people might forget that Callout used to be an active competitor before stepping back from the desk and onto the bench behind the players. Since then, whether his teams have won or lost, his current teammates, his former teammates, his current players, his former players, and even his opponents have all praised his ability. Of course, even the best coach can't get the most out of players that are just not able to compete. Right now, Ashen is a competitor, Jesse. 5 kills in the opening pick in both rounds as Kobe Lax is his victim here in round 2.
Two players of the same generation played some tier 3 together, and now once again meeting in tier 1. Ashen unstoppable on this top floor. It looked like Cloud9 were going for a full just straight bottom floor take. They didn't have much pressure up above. They thought maybe we'll send a Dokkaebi up top to get something, but Ashen's been too good. Great little drone, not being spotted. Could open a free pick on the Benja, who the desk highlighted as having a weaker stage so far. The second drone will spot him out, and so it doesn't look like any cutoffs will happen to clear him. Very east-focused hold from the SSG. They've really stacked up above and inside the bomb site, as well as around waiting, which is where you saw a lot of those reinforcements getting used.
They got that first pick, and now they can sit back. We saw that when they failed on that first pick early in round number 1, SSG decided to take other ventures. This time, they can roam, but they still need to stay closer to the bomb site. A second body for Cloud9 will go cold. That's Dream. He was one of the last 2 players standing in round number 1. It'll be a bit of a shorter venture for him this time. Right now, most of the kills in the hands of Ashen. Benja with the other 2. That's it. 3 zeros across the board on SSG. One of them will break, 2 of them actually, and Ashen will get yet another kill, leaving just 1 player, J90, off of the kill sheet for Space Station. This looks like light work for the SSG guys as they're up 2-0.
And you can kind of see it. Once 1 player goes down on the side of Cloud9, the whole plan just seems to come to a halt, right? And with Ashen getting so aggressive on these defensive entries and putting the wrench into the plan so early for Cloud9, things are falling apart. Honestly, similar to what we saw from C9 last week, where they were extremely reliant on entries. They had just an 11% win rate when they didn't get the opening pick rate. That was worst in the league. Feels like they're really reliant on getting that first frag, making sure they have that early impact. And Ashen has, whether he's scoped that out or not ahead of time, recognized it as something he can really exploit. And now with this early play running out from the top floor in back-to-back rounds, he has taken that away from Cloud9. They need to be ready for Ashen's aggression. They have to shut it down. If they don't, this game could really start to spiral.
I'd worry here about with SSG running away with this. The one thing that I have to worry about with a team like Cloud9 is just their ability to hang tight. There are some players on the side of C9 who have had, if I can say it delicately, issues with confidence in very tough situations. Now, a Playday number 3 is far from a do-or-die game for any organization and any team, but as we talked about on the broadcast last week, if you drop your first 3 games and then muscle through the remaining schedule, it might already be too late because of the matches you lost early on. For a team like Cloud9, for an organization that has expectations that are quite high of their teams, one of the biggest and most notorious and renowned organizations in all of esports, you know that these players have expectations on their shoulders that aren't just their own. There's organizational demands and requirements too, but the players themselves want to be winners. And the C9 team has been assembled from a variety of different rosters. So if the going gets tough, you worry about some of them that have a history of getting going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, top floor obviously always a factor. With this Glads and with the shield from Giddy as well, it looks like it might have been a direct into sight style push, but they have to deal with these players up top. Newer's in a good position to get a vertical denial on the plant if they try to rush it straight into vents. Another opening death. Again, it's Packer to go down. He's 0-3 here in this game against SSG. Hunting for the entry up above as well, but Kobe, he's just a little too nervous, not confident walking with the Glads. I don't blame him, but they need to make something happen eventually, Parker.
Packer can't be the player dying early every single time. I mean, it's 2 of 3 rounds where Packer has not had much of an impact. Silent is also gone. That's yet another player held off the score sheet. Neither of them able to muster a kill against SSG, and there's still half the round to go. Cloud9 looked like Kobe Lax was going to go down as well. Dream on the board. That's big for him this round. He finds his 2nd kill overall, as now it's Giddy hunted down inside of security. Kobe Lax and Dream last 2 standing, and in the span of 20 seconds, Cloud9 has gone from 5 players down to just 2. Fultz has died, which means no more goo mines, but what remains will still be littered throughout the map. The remaining 4 players from SSG, all quite proficient. They'll go down by 1 now as Dream finds his 2nd kill. J90 hunted down. Ashen dies at the hands of Kobe Lax, but J90 and Newers get the final 2 as 1 player on the side of C9 was downed. And we have seen another perfect rotation. 2 matches so far today, and 2 separate teams have gone 3 for 3 on this carousel of defense. Operator ban's kicking in, and SSG right now seems indomitable.
I don't know if there's anything you can ban to make things better on Cloud9. I think they need attack timeout. We'll see if they get one after this. If Vivid takes the moment to talk to his team, they have a bit of a moment here, I suppose, to discuss things and also discuss what they want to remove. It will be the Ella. I mean, that's been the operator that Ashen's been running around with, so they clearly see him as a threat. But again, I don't think it's going to matter. This is not a situation where the operator's utility is the main cause of concern. It's just Ashen as a player. They will take that attack timeout. I'm glad to see it. They've got to be more unified on these pushes. You know, I understand Border's a tough map to push sometimes. It's very small, so the defenders have a lot of opportunities to go for these runouts, to go for these spawn peaks. Ashen's been abusing that. They've got to make sure they can at least trade things out. You can't stop Ashen from going for the runouts. You can't stop Ashen from going for these swings. And frankly, you could beat him on the swings, but Ash is a great player. That's much easier said than done. So at least make sure you're paired up so you can get some of those trades. Again, it's not easy on Border. Top floor, when the defense is aggressive like that, super tough to get a trade in, but they've got to find some way to equalize that man count every single round. It's been an early death from somebody on Cloud9 they didn't want to take. There's been no answer, and they've fallen straight flat right after that.
Well, I mean, for 3 of those rounds, it's basically been a 3v5. Cloud9 has seen very little production from both Packer and Silent, not just from a kills perspective, but from an intel perspective, from a gadgetry perspective. It's not been a great run for them. You know, it's one thing if you're 0-3, but you've got the diffuser, you're getting plants down, you're droning people in. But Packer died early in 2 of the 3 rounds and wasn't even able to use his gadget as far as I could see. Silent has survived a little bit longer across all 3 of those rounds, but also hasn't had a ton of impact from an intel or from a gadget perspective. I suspect things will change a little bit now as Silent will run that Finca, so the Adrenal Surge can be used globally as the operator has access to a global gadget. And if anybody on the side of C9 gets involved in an early engagement, Silent can hit that panic button to try to salvage whatever fight might be going wrong on the side of Cloud9. As for Packer, if you're worried about getting spawn peaked, bringing a shield in the hands of Blackbeard is not necessarily a bad idea.
I think it'll once again be Silent or Packer getting into gunfights early. They've got to be able to come out on top of it. Supposedly with this team, Kobe Lax is the primary entry player, but last week it was Silent and Packer combined who took the majority of entry engagements on the attack. We're able to win it a lot more commonly than what we're seeing in this game. So they've had success in the early round in the past with Silent playing a whole a whole range of operators and Packer playing a lot of shields. They have been able to convert those rounds against other teams. But I just think with you're going against Ashen, you're playing on Border, it's a different ball game. And so hopefully they've been able to address that a little bit in the attack timeout. maybe part of that response will just be Kobe going over to the Nomad, right? If you've got a lot of problems with guys running out at you, the Nomad can turn that run out from a death into an instant free kill. So I think that's the idea from Kobe. But after the TAC timeout, I mean, it's been reined in a little bit. There was a brief run out, but doesn't look like SSG are going to hard commit with Nomad now being brought.
Right, I mean, if Cloud9's calling the timeout, SSG gets to talk to Callout as well. And if he says, bring it in, rein it in, be a bit more conservative, why not? J9O with the very first kill, Silent on that Finka dies first. Giddy will join him shortly thereafter as J9O is finally brought to heal. But again, Silent's contributions in this game are non-existent. If he was still alive, Kobe Lax, who's currently down but not out, could be brought back immediately from that adrenal surge. Instead, Dream will have to reposition, and Kobe Lax, Packer, and Dream, the 3 remaining players for Cloud9, are all still outside the building with 1:20 on the clock. All right now at that break room door, lining up over towards the stairs, and, well, Benja had a good read on that. Packer looked at him, but you have to be a little bit apprehensive. Instead, the gun will come out from Packer. Dream is dropped by Benja, who's on the run. Fultz gets him in the cross, and Kobe Lax, who'd been brought back from the dead, is all that remains for C9. Temporarily, of course, because SSG will quickly strike right back, and they're up 4-0. Timeout or no timeout. Cloud9 barely mustering a better effort on that round.
I don't know what to say, Parker. This feels like the fastest game of the NA League so far. They need to find some answer on Cloud9. I like that they were able to clear out that East Stairs position. You know, they found that pick on a J9O that should have given them some map control, but then Benja retakes the position, even though they see Benja, right? They don't get caught off guard by the timing. They catch him on the Blackbeard. They see him go downstairs. He's still able to work a pick despite full information on his positioning. Whether this is Cloud9 just not able to hit their shots on players that they know the positions of, whether that communication isn't going forward with Cloud9. You know, it's hard to tell from our POV not being inside the team comms, but it's clear that there's some kind of disconnect happening on Cloud9. They know what SSG are doing. This is not a surprise. It's been a similar game plan every round from Space Station. They should be able to find the answers to it too. I like the idea of going to the Nomad, but it's not making any difference in this game. You highlighted it. Silent's got to be better in these early rounds. Packer as well. They need to get on the board. Packer IGL, kind of a flex player, so you don't necessarily need him fragging out. But when he's playing the Blackbeard, he's got to be at least getting some kills for his teammates. Got 1 for getting that last round. But again, I mean, what was it for? There was no follow-through.
There's a lot to talk about with this Cloud9 team. I'm almost certain our analysts right now are writing feverishly with their pens or pencils. Or their fingers are tapping their phones and tablets so fast they're literally smoking. Not much to write home for about Cloud9 right now. This team far from being on Cloud9 with the way that they've played. I will say some progress here. I don't mean this negatively, but they've made it inside the building without a single member of Cloud9 being gunned down yet.
Still time. There you go.
Oh, Giddy gets out of the building, but unfortunately, the bar is a little low at this moment, Jesse.
Yeah, another opening death. That's every single round now. SSG have led with the first frag. Silent hoping to get on the board, but looks like he's just pushing. He's got the Doki behind him. Again, going for a 2-player push, getting a trade, even if you lose the fight, that's what needs to be the solution. That mirror window in the hallway is going to cause some problems. Maybe force Kobe to just hit Armory. There is a player up there. I believe it's Benja playing solo on the top floor. Maybe going to engage with Kobe, but Ashen's honestly not too far back.
Just waiting, the standoff that's happening right now. I mean, if you're Cloud9, you have to be patient. Nothing has worked up to this point. Kobe Lax pulling out the sidearm, finding Benja and Ashen immediately. 2 very fast kills. Pendulum swings now over in the direction of the blue team. Cloud9, as they hold an advantage by 1. Still over a minute to go, but this is a confident round. Both Packer and Silent still searching for their first kills. You have to imagine they will break those goose eggs if Cloud9 wins the round. As for SSG, they've still got some tricks up their sleeves, but no explosives. All nitro cells have been used, so SSG will have to go at this head on.
Got good long angles, though. This is not going to be an easy plant. If they try to go just inside of Tellers, I mean, it's going to be really tough with long angles being held by Newers from Customs. It's not a good plant. They've got Packer, maybe with the shield on his back, could get something done. And if they push deep into Bathroom, there's an opportunity there as well. But it doesn't seem like with their current positioning, that's going to be the game plan. I still like where SSG is playing at the moment. This is absolutely in their hands.
And Kobe is tearing through all of that wall to try and get a better line of sight now over towards this bomb site down below. They'll jostle the diffuser, and into the hands of Packer it will go. Have to watch that drop. Packer will drop. J90's attention is elsewhere. Fultz taking down Dreen, and amidst the smoke, J90 just can't see it. Kobe Lax taking some damage. Fultz vaults over, and Newers is the only one still standing. Finished off by Silent as Newers goes for the rodeo. Diffuser gets planted, and he has to contend with the Blackbeard of Packer. My premonition was correct. Silent gets a single kill. Nade goes out. Newers isolated from his spot, and Packer also gets on the board. The two donuts on the side of C9 gobbled up as Packer and Silent find their first kills en route to Cloud9, finding their first round.
Listen, the reasons I said I didn't like that push is because they didn't have the defuse kit in the hands of Packer. It was being held by a Dream, and they were posturing up to push into Archives, which would have enabled them to go down to those long angles. They solved both those problems. I think they recognized the same thing that I was talking about. Hey, we don't have control of Customs. We can't go for a plant this way. A DMR being held by Newers is going to shut us down. Let's rotate to Bathroom. Let's put the defuse kit in the hands of our shield player, so it's much more difficult to deny that plant. They got into a good position. Packer held F, got it on the ground. At the same time, the top floor players were able to find a couple of kills. And everything lined up well. So I liked that a lot better for Cloud9. When they had that man advantage, when they had the time on their side, they were able to problem solve. They understood what SSG were doing on the defense. They put the pieces together. They made it happen. Obviously comes off of some really nice entry play from Kobe. Up inside of lockers, I'm not sure he knew that Benja was there, but Benja and Ashen kind of line up. He hits both heads in one single mag, and sometimes you just got to take that as a Siege player, you know? And so for Kobe to be able to find those and convert it into a round win is really massive for Cloud9, especially on the momentum front.
Just as we saw from the matchup that started this broadcast, one round can be the beginning of a triumphant comeback. I mean, I'm not going to spoil what happened in that very first match, but good things can happen when you win a single round. And again, sounds cliche because it kind of is, but all comebacks start with the first round victory. Cloud9 is there. It was a confidence-inspiring round. Admittedly, got a little bit closer than I'm sure C9 would hope. Now they have to tackle the very final attack before they can move to be defenders themselves. Border is a map that is technically defender-sided, but is quite unpredictable. It's chaotic. You talked about it earlier. It's a small map. There's a lot of avenues for you to get to the bomb site, and that can actually benefit attackers more than most of the bigger maps in the map pool.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Attackers can take a lot of fights without having to enter the building, which means they can kind of dodge util a lot of the time, so they would like to get at least a second. We are onto East Stairs now. Packer taking no time. He sees J90, who's sprinting away from him, but can he get out? No, he can't. Nice little cutoff from Dream outside the building. Found the angle to clean up smoke. So that's going to be a very nice opening pick. The second they've gotten so far. First one they were able to convert. The second one's looking that way too.
Great attempt there on the Packer from Ashen long range, seeing the beat of blitz all the way by the staircase. A reactive Adrenal Surge will come in from Silent. This was the assumption that we had when he brought the Finka a couple rounds ago, and it will give a bit more staying power to both Giddy and Packer, who'd taken their lumps not long before. Silent's used all three of his Adrenal Surges with well over a minute left into the round. That's not great timing. Kobe Lax collapsing onto Ashen in the follow-up as well. That SMG-12 in his hands really sings. 2Ks in a row, as now it's the retreat from Newers. Packer breathing down his neck as Newers has no choice but to vacate the premises. Packer finished off by Benja. There's a shotgun in the hands of Benja, who had some poor stats heading into this matchup. He's having a great game so far, but he's shut down by Silent, and Cloud9 will stitch 2 rounds together.
100% conversion for both teams on those entries. Really felt like that was the story for both of them. Once Cloud9 were able to get their feet underneath them, they were able to put together some attacks. A lot of that coming off of Kobe, of course, playing on that Dokkaebi, the sidearm proving so valuable for him. And it's not an operator we saw Kobe bring even once last week. He did play it a decent bit, if my memory is correct, on DarkZero, but still nice to see him popping off with a bit of a new operator on his part. Azami getting banned for the second time immediately. Do they pair it with the smoke, or do they go for the castle like we saw previously? How about neither? It's going to be a Fenrir banned out for the second op on defense, and then Ying, Monty for the attackers will get removed. Kind of like Border as a map because you do see such a wide variety in operator bans. Just because there's no super strong operator, super strong position that you see. The closest is probably Azami, which is why we see her banned so often. But teams generally have a lot of creativity on what they want to ban on this map.
Absolutely. And I mean, you've got your options. You'll get rid of these two, again, nuisance operators, as we often refer to them as. I got asked a couple days ago when the term nuisance operator started to get used. And I can't remember the exact time I heard it for the first time. We used it internally, but never on the broadcast because, frankly, we've struggled. I don't know about you, but I have struggled to talk about certain annoying operators like Solus, like Fenrir, like Dokkaebi, like Lion, where they are extremely troubling and sometimes smothering operators. I think the first time I heard it was when Dezichu used it on a broadcast, and I was like, well, if Gary is comfortable using it, then I might as well be too. And if we both go down, then we both go down, you know, and apparently it was well received. So that's why nuisance operators is now used. They're just operators that are designed to get under your skin. Ying is a great nuisance operator. Blitz can be a great nuisance operator. Lesion, quite literally, is goo mines get under your skin, as far as I'm aware, but I'm no goologist. So that's why we use that term. Two of them will be taken out in both Azami and Fenrir, so SSG will disallow Cloud9 from using them.
I believe the term kind of rose alongside the nuisance caster term, which is what we used to refer to you in the green room, Parker. We're behind your back. Still, this is going to be one of those rounds that Cloud9, if they can start to convert on the defense, this game looks all the more winnable. SSG have quickly taken control of East Stairs. Didn't look like anybody on Cloud9 was trying to hold it. They didn't bring that smoke. Of course, Azami banned out, so it gets a lot tougher to hold East at that point. Given up for free for SSG now as they start to clear this out. It's going to open a path if they want to clear through offices, and they could push that direction. It's a little bit less common for what you see on this bomb site, but it's absolutely still viable. If that's the case, Giddy will be the first one to engage, and you can see he's already hunting for this opening pick.
He's looking for it. Cloud9 have struggled to strike first, but Kobe Lax has put up a 2K in almost every round he's been on the board. He's got 9 kills to his name. That's all he'll get for the time being, as it's Fultz's turn to get a 2K. J90 follows up and clears out Office, leaving Packer sitting inside of small Office, wondering where the hell his team went. He'll have some time to reflect on that in the afterlife as Newer sweeps through, and SSG goes back to their winning ways after a successful first execute.
Old dogs on SSG still got it in them. Big round from Fultz and J90. Not the players you usually talk about, the support duo on Space Station. But what everybody else was able to do in that round was start to make Cloud9 move. You know, they had a lot of guys over towards Fountain, a lot of guys over towards Office. And once those players started to get some picks and started to realize the pressure that was on them, they started to sprint away. You saw that when we got J90's POV. Players just sprinting past his angles. And so he's the guy holding the cut. He's the guy watching for those rotations. He's the guy who's going to be able to hit those shots and clean them up. So really nicely done from J9 and also from Fultz. Weren't necessarily the initiators, as they never really are on this team, but positioning themselves in perfect spots, being able to hit those shots when the opportunity presents itself to them. That is exactly what it means to be a good support player, and just some brilliant duels from Jack to be able to win those gunfights.
J90 is a very underrated player on his role, and I go out of my way to talk about J90 regularly because I think part of our job is to highlight the players that don't necessarily get the biggest and brightest spotlights. And if you're on a team like Space Station, a team that has won a world championship, that's won that hammer, and there are players like Ashen, like Newers, like Benjamaster, even a player like Fultz has a world champion himself, gets a big spotlight, J90 tends to get a little bit overshadowed. So let's talk about him, and let's talk about his contributions. This round, they're going to need a little bit more out of him and the other 3 players that are still alive, as Newers is picked off within the first 20 seconds, and C9 finds themselves in a very good spot. Oh my goodness! Silent will collect over towards break room, hoping for a 4th by office, failing at it, and it's the aforementioned J90 to get the pick, the only pick for Space Station. There is 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this round, and there are 4 players dead.
Diffuse kit all the way across the map. Neither Benja nor J9 have access to it, so they're going to have to waste some time if they want to go pick it up. Thankfully, they've got time to spare. Over 2 minutes still in this round, and the bomb site pretty close to them, but that kit being played up top, not sure if it's being heavily defended by Cloud9. At the moment, they're not concerned with it. They're looking into customs. They're trying to find this pick on a Dream. They know where he is, but he's not exposing himself at the moment. And just going to give up, maybe try to find another angle. Cloud9 have gotten aggressive for those opening picks. It was nice moves by Silent. Now they've just decided to sit tight. Smoky arrows being used really early for the push. There's the pick on a Dream.
These numbers narrow very quickly. 40 seconds from that brief standstill, but Packer caught Benja running, and that's just a bit of an issue for SSG. J90 picks up his 2nd, 3rd to be had, but the Nitro Cell is there, and what a scare that could have been for C9. SSG knocking on the door of match point, but they get up to the steps before changing their minds. C9 wins 1 round, and that gap goes back to where it was at the end of the first half.
So the dream was almost shattered by J90, but I mean, it started off with some really big swings from Silent. He saw what Ashen did in the first quarter of this game and said, you know what, 2 can play at this game. Started to swing out from break room, swing out around security, get those opening picks, and of course, even onto the guy that was demonizing Cloud9 in that first half with the exact same tactics. So I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Silent in that round for starting things off so strongly for C9. He had a really rough start to this game, and that would be concerning for Cloud9 because he has been their most consistent player since assembling this roster. He's the only person that went positive in both games, dropping 13 kills even in their loss against M80 last week. So he has historically been the person that Cloud9 can rely on even in the tough matches. The fact that he went quiet through the first couple rounds of this game was not helpful to Cloud9. Now he seems to have woken up. Once he can control the pace of things on the defense, it feels like he's more in his element. So that's really been massive to make things go a little bit smoother for Cloud9.
Expected this to be a close match, and so far it has lived up to its billing now because of the final 3-ish, 4 rounds that we've watched. SSG could still run away with this and win 7-3 in whatever closeness that we thought would be a fleeting thought at best. But Cloud9 was a better team than those first 4 rounds that we witnessed. Again, it's all about establishing momentum early and setting a tempo for the game that your opponents might not be able to match. We talked about it in our very first game of the day when we saw an early roam that seemed to knock them off stride back on Clubhouse, if people recall, where it was OXG catching Envy flat-footed. Now it looked like SSG managed to get under Cloud9's skin, and it took some rounds for Cloud9 to find their own footing, but they're on much more stable ground, and they'll be riding out the remainder of regulation as defenders. Missed opportunity for Kobe Lax as we've now gone past the first minute of action, and everybody still has their head.
Yeah, you see the hesitation in SSG after what Silent did last round. They're taking a lot of time to get into the building. They're holding angles instead of rushing in, and Silent's not even upstairs. He's the sole anchor on this push playing smoke in sight. J90 does find an opening on a Dream, though, the traditional anchor on this team of Cloud9, so that'll be a big opener. Trying to work more now as Kobe starts to get pushed out with the Deimos.
Dream, first one to die again on his role. He should be one of the last players to die, but was playing more of a forefront role for Cloud9 on these defender rounds. Now SSG will pick apart this top floor and assess their options. So much of an investment from Cloud9 has come towards that break area over onto the mezzanine that you have to wait if you're SSG to clear it out. Drone it again. J90 has been phenomenal in this position. He's picked up 5 kills from Office/Fountain in the last 2 rounds. Now, mind you, in the previous round, those 3 kills were not particularly impactful, but J90, who was at a paltry 5-5 at one point, or a 5-4, is now leading the team with 12 kills. Kobe on the board for Cloud9 as that's the very first time C9 has drawn blood. Now Kobe breaking double digits as J90 picks up yet another and Newers gets the exit kill that secures match point for Space Station.
Huge game so far from J90. Was actually negative through the first week, but has really shown up in this game against Cloud9. Grew up in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, which is a name I had to practice about 100 times before getting the pronunciation right. We actually met his folks in Boston, you and I, Parker. They were really nice people. They said they often watched the games. They did, Parker. So
that's why look, that's how easy it is for me to... Look, if your family comes to a live event and buys me a drink at a bar, I will hype up your child on the broadcast as much as humanly possible. So huge shout out to Jack's family for doing that.
Yeah, shout out to the Bricard family, who I'm sure are watching at this point and are feeling very good about this game. Not only because their son is performing absolutely fantastic, MVP of the match in my opinion, but also because SSG have just pushed this game to match points. They need just one attack through 3 rounds on Border, which historically has been one of the easier maps to attack inside of Siege. Again, J90 is not that type of player who's going to go in and get the entries, who's going to force the issue, but he's always well positioned to have that cutoff to make sure that he's taking advantage of the movements his teammates are forcing, and he's doing that so perfectly on a map like Border.
Border, of course, a map that is oftentimes affectionately referred to as Hell in a Cell because it is a very claustrophobic map. There are opportunities to rotate. There are, very strong hatches that you can commandeer, as we see C9 right now opening one of them up inside of security and then sealing the other one not too far removed from it. And then, of course, you've got that whole lobby area where you can go for a quick jump over just down in the waiting room to the bottom right of your screen, just off camera. Thanks to the observers for showing off what I was talking about, by the way. But it does tend to be quite a constricting map, and there are an awful lot of hard walls that you cannot shoot through, you cannot blow open, nothing like that. So you're trapped in there. You're trapped in there with yourself, you're trapped in there with your teammates, and it can get quite claustrophobic very quickly.
Do Cloud9 go aggressive is the big question. Obviously, they were able to find a round off that because of Silent's play. Silent is in security. This is the aggressive position where he likes to play, but he's not swinging the windows. He's not jumping out doorways, okay? He's seemingly happy just to sit in behind his deployable shield, which he's set up inside of security. Newer's on this buck down below. This used to be a really common position. We'd see players go down with nades back when you could vertical nade players from below. That's no longer a feature in Siege, as you cannot cook grenades, but with the buck, you can still make some movements happen on the side of that security player, and I think that's going to be the goal from Newers. Combine that with the Capital Bolts of Vengeance, they got a recipe for success.
Silent gets the very first pick. He's been under the microscope, but has amassed very quietly 6 kills to his name, which again, on his role, is something that he is expected to do. Somebody like Packer starting off slow is not ideal, but it's not integral for his team that he gets kills. Silent, on the other hand, he's one of the guys that you expect to frag well. He, alongside Kobe Lax with a little bit of Giddy, those are the 3 players you should expect to be towards the top of the standings on Cloud9. Doesn't always come to pass. Dream is not somebody who should be getting kills either, but he tends to do just that. Kobe on the board, SSG just completely being torn to shreds. Kobe with his second and a third from Kobe as a flawless round pops off. Cloud9 answering back, and they've got 4 rounds to their name. The gap is shrinking. SSG, though, still in the lead.
A good round from Cloud9. I kind of cursed him a little bit there. I hyped up how Newers on the buck was going to be able to clear Silent out of security and then immediately lost that gunfight on the vertical angle. So tough one there, but it happens from time to time. And you got to give credit to Cloud9 stepping up, understanding where they were receiving pressure. It was Silent in the early round for the opening pick. There's the play there. And then it was Kobe Lax in that mid round who was making the swings happen, seemed to know exactly where SSG were pushing from. You talk about Kobe Lax. This guy feels like an experienced player. You know, he's been to 3 international events. It's very easy to forget that he's been a pro player less than a year, and this is still only his 2nd stage of the North America League. So Kobe's still very much a young player. He's still very much growing as an individual, and while his time on DarkZero maybe didn't put up the results that he wanted. I'm sure he learned a lot playing with one of the best teams inside of North America. Now he's able to bring that to a team like Cloud9, and it's really good to see him being a big performer for this squad, especially in that more aggressive role where people thought he would be able to perform on DC.
5 seconds remaining.
This is it's a very important matchup for both of these teams. Tomorrow, both of them will be in action yet again. Cloud9 will be in our second match of the day, and they'll have their hands full against DarkZero, a team that starts off today's show and Playday tied in first place with M80. It'll be an intriguing match to watch. That will actually not be casted by us. We have so far been in the driver's seat and on the mic for all of the NA League up to this point. It'll be Lynx and XR Troika making their Tier 1 debut as a duo. As far as I'm aware, I mean, they are welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, as they are now working together and will be taking you on for the action on the 20th. As for SSG, they're in the very next game after that DZ Cloud9 game tomorrow, and SSG will be up against Envy. We talked a little bit in the Envy match just about an hour ago about how Envy has a very tough start to the season. SSG is going to be no slouch, and Envy will have 2 rough back-to-back games on paper, but we'll see if Envy can put up a Shopify Rebellion performance or if they will put up an M80 performance against SSG. Either way, SSG looking to maintain the lead they have in the standings over Cloud9, and if they get 3 points, they could vault towards the top of the NA League standings today.
Mira plus Aruni, a strong combo from Cloud9. They've liked to start opening those Mira windows with the ace, but the Aruni kind of prevents that. They don't have a Twitch or anything to pop those windows from behind, so this has been a bit of a puzzle that SSG haven't done a great job of clearing out so far. A lot of that util still exists. We see the second window here being played by Kobe, and again, it's not an Aruni gate this time, it's a Bandit battery, protecting them from those ace charges. So very thoughtful defense from Cloud9, and maybe not one that SSG brought the correct tools for. Because of that, they haven't really been able to clear top floor, and that means it's 5v5 with 70 seconds to go. A rare situation for Border.
One of the slower rounds that we've seen, and it looks like it'll be a bathroom/backside take in through Workshop. Silent on the roam upstairs, caught out by Ash, and he had his back turned to him. And just like that, SSG has possession of the bomb site. Fultz will get that diffuser to the halfway point, and now it's full as Newers and Ashen on the board. Everybody from SSG getting in on the action. Packer has to turn his attention away as Benja falls right at the moment that Packer would have been sideswiped. Now he retakes from above, but SSG has not given up control of it. Ashen thought he got the flash, but no, he still gets the kill. But onto a target with the ability to see his opponent. Space Station were blasting off to quite the lead. Cloud9 brought them back down to earth, but at the end of the day, it's SSG taking it home and winning in regulation, picking up 3 big points.
Tough one to lose for Cloud9. That top floor hold really strong. Doesn't matter though, if SSG completely ignore it and go hit the bottom floor, that's where the bomb site was. So I think a game you can learn from if you're Cloud9 at that slow start. While they did recover from it eventually, wasn't quite fast enough, and they will fall to Space Station. A good bounce back after last week's 1-1 performance.
And SSG taking those 3 points will now have sole possession of first overall, pushing down DarkZero, M80, and OXG. But still, 3 more matches to go, not quite at the halfway point. We'll be back with more of the NA League in a few minutes.
A 7-4 game for SSG, taking out Cloud9. Even though we had a couple of hopes, I guess, for C9 specifically, I thought it was going to be at least a little bit closer than what we just saw.
Well, when you saw one defensive half from SSG, it looked really solid. It looked very strong. Then you look at the other end of it of Cloud9, where it didn't really look necessarily strong. It was them just taking every possible gunfight. It almost looked like a ranked game, which when we get to that interview, I am going to ask that question.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult for you on Cloud9 with the passive team that they really have. I mean, it's really difficult you have to pretty much spread out around border on attack. You have to be able to find your openings, find your entries. And SSG, they were running a really good game plan of just not letting Cloud9 into the building, constant east pressure, constant hold on the break door, always holding CC. There wasn't really an opening C9 had to ever take. C9 had to fight for it, and that's where I think we both agree C9 just couldn't fight for it. They didn't have the tools to be able to get in through that door.
Yeah, and the blacklight detail is going to be going to J90. Great performance from him as well on this game specifically. But all in all, when you're looking at SSG, I feel like they cleaned up a lot of the question marks that we had around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they look like a far better team in this situation, but I also want to give that credit to Cloud9 not really playing that well compared to what we were talking about, that they just need more reps. I think they really gave a lot of these gunfights to SSG. Not saying SSG didn't do the prep, didn't put the work, but when you look at Cloud9 from last week versus Cloud9 today, it looked like an entirely different team that just dropped the straps, dropped the holds that they wanted to do, and just more so forced engagements. When you know a team like SSG will take you at that forefront for those engagements, which is a huge reason why we even see J90 at the top performer for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, the defenses from SSG is where they won it. Like I said, they were just constantly holding all the extremities. They had a really good lockdown, and that was a decisive win from SSG. That's exactly what we wanted to see to start out going into week 2. If we could see the same similar outcome happen tomorrow, I think that would leave SSG in a better position to where they would feel comfortable going into week 2, because like we saw week 1, it was kind of shaky. We want a little bit more consistency.
Yeah.
Today was a great start from SSG, very consistent.
Yeah, and we have Fultz as well ready for the interview. So first off, congratulations on the win here. But the question really is, what have the last couple of days for the side of SSG looked like when it comes to polishing up some of the issues that we've seen during week 1?
Last week was really our only focus was to just stay in sync. I kind of mentioned it last interview, but just stay in sync, make sure we're all doing the same thing, because our wildcard game last week, we had a couple rounds where we slipped up on that. We kind of just started doing our own things, and that's really been the main thing we've been hammering this week, is just doing everything together and doing it, quick, decisively, whatever the case.
For sure. Fultz, I want to ask you, just in your own opinion, were you a little surprised, one, that they decided on Clubhouse, and then two, when you guys switched to the attacking half, how they were playing defense? Did it kind of feel like a ranked match? Because at least from watching, it seemed like they weren't really trying to like problem solve or stop you guys. It was more just send everybody towards you, and that was really kind of the thought process.
Yeah, I think they lost round 1 and they just like said we're gonna fight these guys. That's kind of like how I took it or how I felt, and then it worked. Like the immediate round after that first round, I think it sounded like a 3K just cheesing us like off the rip, and then they were like, okay, this is the only way we can beat them, and then they just stuck with it, I think. But yeah, fighting our roster head on is dangerous.
Right.
So
yeah, not really a good idea. And I mean, maybe you can talk a little bit about it from the theme we've been seeing so far. We've watched you guys play Consulate, Cafe, and Border, all really small defender-sided maps, claustrophobic, hard to get into. Is there a reason why those maps are always coming up for you guys? Maybe, I don't want to say you guys are avoiding the big maps, but is there a reason specifically that the smaller ones are more around your guys' play styles?
I think it fits just our style because we can play more split and like abuse our kind of like playmaking skills on those types of maps, where like the bigger maps you see more of like the team clears, the executes, that type of stuff, which we're still really good at. But even like since I've been on SSG for like the last 2 years, like Cons, Cafe, Border we've always been good at it. So it's kind of just, I think we understand it very well.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time for the interview. Congratulations once again on your win, and we're going to see you around. Good luck for tomorrow.
All right. Thank you guys. See you.
Bye. All right.
Well, I'm glad, that he felt that it kind of did feel like ranked, that the second that they lost like a proper
you
setup.
just like being proven right?
Well, no, it's more so that, I am watching the same game that he is playing, and that is the general consensus.
That kind of is like what is happening.
But that's what I'm saying, though. The general consensus is that they were playing ranked, that he didn't really feel that they were trying to adapt or improve. It was really just send body after body, which that was very clear in just watching this game, that it didn't seem like they wanted to fall back on any basic fundamentals outside of just take a gunfight. And like you said, they're not a roster that you want to take gunfights to.
Yeah, and also a little bit of a reminder for you guys at home, Element is open for sign up. So it's the path that we've been talking about a little bit here on the broadcast over the last couple of days. Actually quite a lot when it comes to from tier 2 going in tier 1, and you got to start somewhere, so Element's a great place to do so.
No, absolutely. I mean, the man on the screen is Giddy, currently in the league. And obviously T2 is the way that you get involved.
Try and be serious.
Yeah,
I
obviously.
know it's hard.
It's the way that you get into it. He's joined up on LFO, but the thing is he was playing on a plethora of teams, and LFO was a team that noticed him and ended up picking him up. So obviously you don't just get the benefit of being able to qualify into the NAL. You can also get scouted out by other NAL teams that think you got what it takes, and obviously it's a great place for you to develop as a player.
Yeah, it puts your face on the map, it puts your name out there, and not just Giddy, but even for a player like JJ Blast. I mean, we just did a whole intro on him. So, I mean, that could easily be you if you just join Element 5, qualify for it, play through it, get noticed, join a T1 team. Next to know, you could be doing a documentary on yourself.
And then like the small print is you have to be good at the game.
Could be me.
Could it be you? Could be me. You'd do that.
I would never play a T2 qualifier.
Why not?
I was T1 my entire career.
So you think you're better than Giddy?
All right, didn't you play Element last year?
I did play Element, yeah.
Bum!
I played a game, like a match.
Okay, either way, whilst these two are bickering it out, we're gonna let you guys go for a little bit of a break because we have Shopify going up against Wildcard. Both of these teams are really looking to prove themselves. Wildcard had a little bit of a comeback last week, and Shopify is looking solid all around, so make sure you stick around because we'll be right back.
Who next up the bet, tit for tat? Soon
Rainbow Six Siege X. Get free access now.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NAL for our third game of the day. Shopify Rebellion going up against Wildcard. Both of these teams have some points to gain, but also they need to prove themselves, specifically Shopify, because, like, yes, they did look polished, but there were some indecisive inconsistencies that we were seeing from them last week.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think for me, I'm kind of just grasping at the straws here because there really isn't a lot to nitpick, but if I am going to choose some things, it's about the indecisiveness that we have. And I definitely have some rounds to display the indecisiveness that SR has and has shown throughout their match previously last week, especially through Envy. Now, going into, I mean, the roster alone as a whole, I mean, again, comprised of talented players. Canadian himself being the best IGL. They pick up Spoit, but Spoit hasn't even been the limelight of this roster.
Do you think him shaving his head actually made them play better?
No,
Super random.
I just think it was, I mean, I don't know. Troy does all sorts of stuff with his hair, so the fact now it's gone, it's not too surprising. One day it was teal, then it was gone, boom, boom, boom. But no, I do want to talk about the indecisiveness. And with going into the indecisiveness from these rounds, I mean, it just goes to show that even how strong a team can look, that they do have their faults. And in round 3, this definitely shows their faults of just playing too perfect. Troy, for the past like 20 seconds, was clearing, mining, and figuring out where this last player was. They set up a cam, and due to just process of elimination, you only know that he can come from Fireplace or come up red stairs, and Troy's just kind of maneuvering a little too much, where he could have got this bomb down at least, he could have got that diffuser down at least 20 seconds ago, ends up exposing himself, then that allows them to claw their way back in. They lose that round. Should have been their round. Now you're fast forwarding into round 6. This is another round where they need to be able to utilize the shield properly and just play the position. And instead, what do? They get the diffuser down. Spoit gets aggressive for no reason. It leaves Troy now in a situation that is unwinnable now with the big Monty nerf, that now you can expose that shield, get behind him, and as you see, they're feeling himself, JJ Blast right there. Now, this is a round that I really want to talk about. I really want to give commendations to Snake here. He played these individual 1v1s properly here with the little bit amount of space that he had worked with, but it also was off the backing of SR just not utilizing the shield properly and also just falling short of those fundamentals of just realizing priority. I think sometimes with how well they are coordinated, you almost play a little too perfect, and that creates such an indecisive style of play that we see them losing those rounds where they easily could have ended that half 6-0, and because they didn't, they instilled hope into Envy, which brought that game a lot closer than it needed to.
Oh no, hope.
Yeah, and it's 3 rounds back to back to back of the Monty being misplayed. Each one of those rounds, whether we just use the shield a little bit more safely or in positions to where we say, hey, everyone hide, let's gather the info with the Monty. It just looked like Shopify was maybe a step too advanced. They were just rushing through it, assuming, not giving that respect to Envy, which allowed them to have holes and make mistakes that they shouldn't be making.
Yeah, and they're going up against Wildcard, and Wildcard I feel like is a little bit of a team that, I mean, on day 1, it was not the team that we were expecting to see. On day 2, they logged in a lot more, and even in the interview that we had post the game with Spiker, he did highlight and touch upon some of the issues that the roster is facing when it comes to being able to play together.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the issues have been external. It was a drastic difference in the way that we saw them play day 1 to day 2, and obviously, when we spoke to Spiker, he had a big mention that 2 of their players that they just picked up, Baby Shark and Dash, aren't even in the team house with the rest of them. So obviously, when you have location issues that are causing scrims and practice to be that much more difficult, as you can see, Dash and Baby Shark are all the way in Toronto. But you might ask yourself, why is an online game with online players that much of a difference when you're in person? And it's because when you're in a team house with your coaches, with everybody comprised together, focusing on being better, it's just that much better of an experience. And I would go as far as to say, as this situation of 3 players in Houston, 2 players in Toronto, is worse than if everybody was at their own home. Because you have more people in one location and 2 people that are separated, so it's constantly like playing like a broken game of telephone, as opposed to everybody online, everybody getting in those Discord calls. So that's been the biggest issue for them that they've had to figure out. But when it comes to in-game, the drastic difference from day 1 to day 2 was the problem solving. When things go wrong, what do? That's the wild card that we know. And we have a beautiful round against SSG, which was day 2 on what they did right. They're obviously in a man-down situation. They get the first pick, but watch this beautiful crossfire where Dash and Spiker are able to play off of each other. And all the way in the top, you see Kansan. Who knows? My 2 teammates are playing a crossfire to lock it down. I need to make for the play. And that's where he goes for a classic Stewie 2K push through the smoke. He's able to get the pick onto the player inside of admin, retakes it. Dash goes down, but for the trade, and then Spiker, great heads-up play, immediately runs close enough to where he'd be able to play off of Kansan with another crossfire, and it just goes to show that when Wildcard is losing, they know exactly what needs to be done, even the individuals, and we just need to see that a lot more consistently going into week 2.
So when it comes to then the map veto, does that mean that regardless of wherever map we go to, Wildcard, as long as they can lock in, it would be beneficial for them?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say so. I would go as that far as to say if Wildcard right now, out of all the teams in the NA, the only team that I would say that could compete in them when it comes to problem solving should be Shopify Rebellion. I think the respect aspect that Shopify Rebellion, that's what they're lacking. They're not showing the opposing teams that any respect that they need to be changing things.
And this is actually a nice situation for a wild card, which I think they pick Cafe specifically because they want to exploit where Shopify Rebellion was struggling against Envy and really take advantage of that. But that also goes into showing that the prep that they have ready will be displayed here. And the biggest thing, obviously, is the problem solving, which, again, if you're going to go against an opponent that is going to be matched up to you fairly well with the problem solving, it's going to be a team like SR. But again, for Wildcard to be picking Cafe, there's a lot of confidence in that pick.
Yeah, so from the predictions then, from your side of things, both of you, when it comes to Cafe, everything we've discussed, I mean, Wildcard for you, Lax, Shopify for you, Fox, are you sticking to that decision?
Yes. Yeah. I'm going to stick to mine, for
I'll
sure.
agree. I think Shopify, I think they're going to go into it a little bit more level-headed against Wildcard as opposed to, you know, a struggling Envy. So I'm going to stay with Shopify.
Okay, well, let's head over to our casters as we are ready to head into the third game of today with Shopify against Wildcard. And they will also let us know their predictions. So Parker, Shopify, Wildcard, what do you think?
My prediction is that both of these teams are going to have a good time. And that's what you said last time I asked you to do a prediction, Jesse, but I'm taking that from you. Just as the Florida Panthers took the Stanley Cup away from the Edmonton Oilers. So.
All right. Well, Parker, that was one tragedy for Canada, but perhaps we won't have another, as the Canadian-based organization Shopify Rebellion, I think, are the favorites coming into this game up against Wildcard. The social prediction certainly seems to agree. 79% back in Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, they've been a top team in North America for a long time. Now, they didn't get to go to Rio. They didn't get to go to the Reload tournament where Wildcard were the single best North American team. So I think there's still some doubt over whether Wildcard could provide a big upset here. I think it would be considered an upset despite the fact they've had some strong successes recently. We'll have to find out. Shopify just played on Cafe last week. They banned Blackbeard Buck as their first two attackers. I don't know if we'll see the same bans up against Wildcard. I would expect not, although they do start the same with the Blackbeard. Castle, decently common to come out from, attacking teams as well. I'd expect that to be followed with an Azami, a Mira, or a Clash, most likely from Wildcard. And then if Shopify don't go for the Buck, could see a Ying, Grim, Blitz, all common bans on this map of Cafe. And we will get the Brava ban.
All right, okay.
The Rebellion, they're spicy.
I think it's a nice one here. Gridlock and Nomad are very strong operators on this particular map due to the way that Cafe plays out. We don't see a ban for either of them. Gridlock is locked in on Bay in some of the most horrifying operator art that exists in the game. It is terrific, by the way.
Oh yeah.
It's from Doctor's Curse, by the way, if people haven't seen the one where Gridlock's like the skeleton pirate. Do you not care about that stuff? Like, do you not?
I'm a big skeleton pirate fan, Parker. What do you mean?
Not really quite what I meant. I meant more about like skins and stuff, but that's okay. We'll take what I said deliberately and directly. No, I mean, the Brava ban is an intriguing one. We do tend to see a lot of drone operators on this map. And when I say drone operators right now, there are 4 of them that really jump to mind on attack, of course, because then you've got whether Mozzie and Echo are drone operators on defense, you know, etc. Right now, you're looking at Brava and Flores being 2 really, really popular operators. Ram is as well, but doesn't gain intel from her drones. Then you've obviously got Twitch too. A Twitch ban seems a little bit wasteful just on how Twitch plays and Twitch's pick rate. Brava brings a lot of things to the table. So if Shopify Rebellion are going to run a lot of gadget heavy operators, which is kind of what we see right now, right? You know, you've got 2 Yokai drones from the Echo. You've got those Evil Eye cams from the Maestro of Rexon. And then you've got, oh my, Ambi as well, whose gates can potentially be taken over. There's a lot of value that a Brava can bring. You get rid of somebody like a Brava and IQ, etc., your gadgets are in much better shape. I like that Shopify Rebellion is doing this and taking advantage of it by immediately bringing an electronic heavy lineup.
Notably, Shopify Rebellion running the exact same lineup that they ran last week up against Envy. So this is going to be something that Wildcard could have VOD reviewed against. The setup is exactly the same with all 5 operators. So it should be something that they are prepared for, that they've come up with plans to counter. So I'm hopeful that we could see a good push coming out from Wildcard. They shouldn't be getting caught off guard. You're right. There's a lot of camera operators here, but it doesn't mean that they're invincible. We still have strong utilities, such as the Ash charges, such as the Dokkaebi as well, to clear out some of this util.
That's the very first pick. Oh my. Spoit low on HP. So too is Bay, who looks like he's just on a single point of HP at this current point in time and take some serious damage. He'll be dead no matter whether you give him a hug, whether you yell in his direction. There's lots of things to deal damage to Bay. I like that Ash charge into the corner to try to pick off what remained of Spoit. It was a good gambit. Now you'll have Dash creeping up ever so gently, and if he goes sight unseen towards the top of White Stairs, he might be able to take care of Spoit. His attention's over towards Rexon. Spoit does not take the engagement. What a great opportunity by Baby Shark. It looked like it was Dash, but Dash was dead. It was the player cam. I got thrown off. Baby Shark's going to continue his rampage, by the way, leaving Ambi and Surf as the last two standing. Ambi has been a terrific addition to this team ever since joining when they were known as the Sonics, but he has made leaps and bounds as a player under this system. I was brought in by Super and Canadian when Canadian joined the team, and since becoming the Rebellion, Ambi's stonks are way up. 30 seconds remain. It's Surf and Ambi's the last two left.
I love this angle. I'm not sure they'll be ready for it on the side of Wildcard. I don't know if they have drones back here. They actually do have a drone on Cocktail, so they'll see it and they'll go for the swing, but lose the fight anyway. Still now 2-on-2.
Ambi looking for more. Bay had very little that was left. Kansan and Spiker, not the case, both at full HP. Surf has the cross, and they might be so focused on Ambi that he can take full advantage of this. Not if he misses his shots. Kansan does not miss. And just like that, Kansan tears through the final two players on the Rebellion, and Wildcard take round one.
And I was talking about how maybe Wildcard would have a bit of a read of that setup because it was the exact same 5 operators that Shopify brought. Now, Shopify brought 4 barbed wire on that defense, but they didn't seem to put any towards White Stairs, which is where Baby Shark was able to lurk up and grab a couple of picks to start that round off strongly for the young Wildcard team. Whether that was something that they caught the last time that the Rebellion played this map, hey, they don't put barbed wire in this position, or whether that's just something that maybe the barbed wire was placed differently this round. I don't have the exact stats. Regardless, that is still really nice that Wildcard were able to identify that gap in the Shopify defense, exploit it with 2 good opening picks from Baby Shark, and then Kansan in the late round. How many times are we going to talk about this guy, the single best North American player at Reload, showing up every single game in the North American League?
I mean, there's a team that's going to be playing later today called DarkZero that fans of that team know full well, whether it's Canadian as your IGL or NAIF as your IGL. You cannot be a fan of DarkZero in peace. It is not possible. Every DZ game must be as painful and as close as humanly possible. I feel like that's a trait that has kind of happened with the Shopify Rebellion team now as well, which again has Canadian in common between the two squads. So far, through their entire tenure as the Shopify Rebellion, this team has made the fans agonize over every single match. And I mean, against Wildcard, it wouldn't be too surprising for Shopify Rebellion to go down and then have to claw their way back, or burst out to a giant lead after this round and then end up getting that clawed back by Wildcard. We'll see. This is a very good team. They entered the day in the top 3. Since then, they have slipped down the standings just because other teams have leapt over them, not because of their own issues. So Shopify Rebellion looking to get back into that top 3 right now, sitting in 5th place. Wildcard down in that will not qualify for playoffs right now in 7th place. They'll get the first pick, though, of this round. Down to us Canadian. Spoit will eliminate Bay. They trade right back. 1 minute. Neither team really gaining much of an advantage.
Some big Dokkaebi plays both in the last game and this game. Not sure what it is, but that op today is just singing. A couple of good entries from Baby Shark. Now, once again, Shopify playing the exact same defense they played previously, and you can kind of tell Wildcard know the positioning that Shopify are all playing. They knew Spoit was going to be bathroom with that dock. They saw Ambi for a second there too, even though they couldn't get the pick. Spoit, his position was known, but he still killed Bay. If he can work a couple more picks, this could be the start that Shopify needed. He hasn't had any huge rounds yet this season, but he's due.
Ambi taking a little bit of damage earlier. Now it's Baby Shark taking some from the fire created by the Goyo shield canister of Ambi. Now finished off as Dash goes in for a swing, suffering through that goo mine as Spoit will now drop away. Shopify Rebellion trailing in man count through both rounds so far. Defenders on Cafe don't usually have to battle quite this hard, so a bit devastating. Devastating if you're a fan of their team. of course. An oddly paced match up to this point with just about 45 seconds left in round number 2, Jesse.
Full top floor with a sledge feels really nice. They're likely to go for just a basic pillar plant in through the reading door. That's going to be very common. There's no nitro cells to be tossed out, no toxic babes to deny this, so they need a long angle on the entry.
And then they go off to the races as Spiker, whose name we have not set up to this point, will get Diffuser to the halfway point. Wildcard sweeping through Shopify Rebellion Dash with a couple of kills, and there's nothing to show for the defenders at this point. Wildcard sprinting off to a great start, taking the first 2 rounds.
I think it's a little odd that we didn't play a second round, that we just replayed the first round twice, because it was essentially the exact same round coming out from Wildcard. It's Baby Shark in the early game, finding that opening pick, getting a bit of a man advantage in favor of Wildcard, partly due to just knowing what Shopify Rebellion are doing on this roam. And then it's Kansas in the late round, picking up 2 big kills to send it home and make sure that they can protect that defuse kit as it's going to the base or going onto the ground. Love that entry from Dash, played really well to just swing on in right at the moment that they were trying to retreat. There were players that were starting to hold that window that would have been able to swing if they heard him repel, but they weren't close enough by the time that Dash got in. So that was a big round coming in from the Brazilian too. Really strong start from Wildcard. You can tell they were prepared coming into this game, and they look very good. This is often a very defender-sided map, so starting up 2-0 up on the attack is really nice.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy if I were them. Cafe is obviously a very vertical map, and so far we haven't seen a lot of verticality from Wildcard, not to what we've seen from other teams. Looked like they were going to bring a gridlock to try and cut down any potential flank or offsite play retakes onto the top floor, but none of that will be brought from Wildcard. They're instead running with a relatively heavy hard breach lineup of the Ace and Hibana, and then just destruction across the board elsewhere. I mean, so far, if you don't have to fear the lurk from Shopify Rebellion, then why bother bringing the tools to deal with it? Instead, go with good guns and go with things that will restrict them in place. Lion is not necessarily known as an anti-flank operator, but his gadget does certainly function in a similar enough way. Look at those evil eye cams, both on either side of the window, just to give you maximum coverage of the bomb site. That is a funny sight to see.
Yeah. This is the first bit of deviation from the last game, too. Canadian wasn't on the Maestro last time they were here, so definitely a response to that Brava ban they took out. Like Ambi tried to get a little aggressive, but shut down thanks to Wildcard's vigilance. They're staring at those windows. They're ready for the aggression that might come forward. Ambi has been so good through these first couple of games with Shopify Rebellion. He has consistently been one of their top performers, so the fact that he is now being shut down in this round, it bodes very well for Wildcard. They still hold top floor, but now it's Spoit all alone, his roaming partner dealt with. Can he make anything happen as a solo?
I mean, not great start so far for Shopify Rebellion. Spoit will go down, so you said, can he make anything work? The answer to your question comes very swiftly. No. Baby Shark and Kansan combining for 8 kills through 2 completed rounds. 3 rounds active at this point. Canadian and Surf still searching for their very first kills. Canadian has been on the bottom of the scoreboard for Shopify Rebellion pretty consistently on his role. That's not abnormal. But if he's involved in direct gunfights, which he will certainly be now that both Ambi and Spoit are in the ground, you have to expect him to get some kills. If he can't do that, his team's chances of winning the round continue to go down. Shopify Rebellion are in a bad place at the moment, and Wildcard, with a minute to go, still have plenty of time to get in towards the bomb site.
Watch out for Canadian playing red stairs. If he makes a push-up, this could be really devastating. Good Hibana tech to deal with those Kaid claws, the explosion radius large enough to destroy that. Canadian is being watched. It seems like they have some eyes on where he's at. There's a player all the way at the top of red stairs. It's Dash with some good angles. Also hunting for Surf. Not that he finds it yet. 30 seconds. They got to get a move on, and that's a big pick for Rexon.
That's a huge one. Another name that we really haven't said very much. It's been very lopsided in favor of Wildcard, and really only 2 players that have been on the tip of our tongues, both of whom are still alive. Again, going back to Baby Shark and Kansan. No shortage of great aimers on both sides of the coin, as now Canadian has to entertain one of those Wildcard players on red stairs, and he's got a bullet hose, but he can't do much with any of that ammunition. Down goes Kansan. It's Bay and Spiker last alive, but nobody catches Surf as time runs out on the round, and it's the Rebellion to take it. Excellently done.
The one round they didn't have a Dokkaebi for Wildcard, and it almost would have been perfect in that push because they could have stopped those cameras from being used. Instead, they had really good information. There was a player inside a train, despite that hatch getting opened up earlier from Wildcard. So cut off a little bit. They take out the Maestro. After that Brava ban, they felt it difficult to deal with. And I'm really glad to see that Dokkaebi ban from Shopify. I feel like Baby Shark has really been able to exploit that operator in this first quarter. And so taking it out now, that's going to be big. They will actually call a tactical timeout, feeling that only one round through the first quarter was not good enough. Yes, they won the last one, but even in the previous rounds, they were losing those early gunfights. Their roamers of Spoit and Ambi just didn't get anything done top floor. Had to be a late round clutch due to the fact that Wildcard kind of stalled out towards the midpoint of that round. So I'm happy to see a tac timeout from Super. I think it makes sense. Even that last round that they won, not very convincing. Hopefully he can right the ship. They need to get their entries going, not dissimilar to the Cloud9 game we just watched, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really a listless roam right now for Shopify Rebellion. They're not holding map control very effectively, and their roamers are just kind of being left out to pasture, to die, and that's it. With good teams, you can put one player on a deep lurk. Again, the difference between a lurk and a roam is that a roamer is designed to eat up time, utility, drones, and maybe get some kills. A lurker is to not get spotted and waste time by forcing attackers to drone out the entire map multiple times, and then when the execute is happening, the lurker will come back to the bomb site. There is a difference between these two terms, and I know some people use them interchangeably, and it can be hard to tell. But there is a stylistic difference, and there is a completely different execution behind it. As for the roams that we've seen for Shopify Rebellion, because we haven't really seen a lot of deep lurks from them, these are unsupported roams. You can have supported roams and unsupported roams. If you have one player just playing by their lonesome with very little intel, nobody watching cams, nobody watching whether they be Val cams, Maestro cams, default cams, etc., or if there's a Mozzie drone that's, or a Mozzie pest that's snagged a drone, if you're just playing by yourself, that's an unsupported roam. And a lot of times, that's one of the worst places to be in. There are certain positions on maps that are referred to as suicide because you will have an unsupported roam over there, and basically you're there to eat up a bunch of utility and die. Shopify Rebellion can very easily roam on this map. We've seen teams do it that are worse, frankly, than the Rebellion. But right now, the way that they've approached these first three rounds leaves something to be desired of.
Ambi's upstairs in Cocktail. In round one, he tried to run out the pillar door, got caught by an air jab. Could go for a little jump out if he's feeling cheeky, but now the windows are being washed. I mean, it's unlikely he's going to find much success with that. That's half of Wildcard over towards the Cocktail windows that are starting to put some pressure. The other half are over here in Piano, where you often see when a zombie, maybe a capital, out. It's going to deployable shields and Spoit inside of washrooms. Previously a famous Bolo spot. Spoit kind of taking over that now. Not that they're the same team or anything, but a little bit of passing the torch.
You'd play that pixel spot, you'd have a mutant castle set up as well inside a bathroom just to give you a bit more assistance, but now instead it will be an Echo being brought, far more than we do tend to see Echo show up. He is a very popular operator on this map, a lot of times because the yokai drones are not kept in or near the bomb site. They're sent on scouting missions, either on that bottom floor or to support some of these roamers. It looks like Spoit on the side of Shopify is using them quite selfishly inside a Piano. He'll vacate the area though, and it has completely given up control of Piano in favor of Wildcard's entry, which is fine. Ambi with one kill, but it's traded out immediately by Bay, who guns down Spoit, and a bad start for the superstar picked up by the Rebellion. A 4-4 though, with a minute to go, is Surf now inside a back bar. Sprays out, hits Baby Shark, and now it's Ambi's turn to try and find somebody over towards the entry. That's top of red stairs. Surf will need some support, as all he's got in front of him is a deployable shield, and he is under heavy watch by Wildcard.
Bay's got a nade. It'd be really nice to clear this shield. It would make a huge difference, but even if he tosses it, there's magnets in the way, so it's not going to be simple. Surf in a power position that will be protected, and he's doing so much, but he's shot in the head. That's one way to clear it out. Now we can see the push from Wildcard.
Just waiting ever so patiently. Ambi now springing out with 4 kills, looking for a 5th. He'll have to worry about back bar. Finishes off what remains of Bay. Cannot outduel Spiker. Spiker and Kansan last two standing. Canadian still searching for his first kill. He's got Rexen with 4 kills to his name, not far off. Spiker at the halfway point. Diffuser will go, but it is not close. Spiker instead going by the bomb chassis, and Shopify Rebellion in a tricky spot. They will need to go for the rotate from the backside of this bomb site over towards Piano. Canadian looking up. Kansan is way too far down. And Rexon, who was on that middle floor, will now have the most damning job possible, which is ascend the stairs. Wildcard know exactly where he's coming from. Mira is not a discreet operator, and he'll take some damage looking for a fight of his own. He'll find it with Spiker, and it sets him and Kansan, former teammates, into a 1v1 that Kansan wins. And Wildcard, after that timeout, take the round. Shopify Rebellion, they are struggling mighty in this match.
Big 1v1 from Kansan, aka Kansan Chiari, aka Evan Bouchard, aka the #1 player in all of video games, according to our analyst desk. He's been consistent throughout these late rounds, as he so often is for Wildcard. That was not a simple round for Wildcard to convert on. I thought Surf was going to be the difference maker playing in behind this shield. I'm not sure how he loses this fight to Bay. Not even that he missed his shots. He maybe did a little bit, but Bay to hit that one behind the shield. He should have been in the position to win it, but maybe the broken wall just not really going the way he expected it to. Now this is going to be Wildcard up 3-1 after a really strong clear through the top floor. You kind of go back to that nitro that Rexon had too in that last round. If he was able to deny the plant, that would have been big, but they had no information. They had an Echo on the board, but an IQ was brought by Wildcard, and as you mentioned, Spoit loves to play Echo quite aggressively on that site to try to assist himself inside a bathroom. Hasn't really been able to get going in this game, so tries out the Valkyrie this time around. That's going to be a little bit better to spot players out maybe inside the site. But once again, the IQ brought by Kansan.
Spoit has been playing almost exclusively Intel operators, and I mean, while he's dead, those Yokais will still persist. While he's dead, those black eye cams from the Valkyrie will still persist. So you have to imagine that he's finding value for his team, even if he's not. Both he and Canadian are sitting side by side at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters, as far as I can tell from their camera angles, and they combined for just a single kill, which is maybe the room is cursed. I'm not entirely certain. They're getting their lunch stolen by Wildcard right now, though.
Yeah,
again, ineffective roams, unsupported play, and hero plays from Shopify Rebellion to almost save a round is all they've been able to find.
Dash and Baby Shark also boot camping in Toronto, so after this, maybe they can meet up and discuss the game a little bit. Probably not, but you never know. A little bit of an entry now. This doesn't seem to be known on the side of the Rebellion. Bay's made it quite deep in, but they don't expect to have control of top red. Bit of a slower round to start. There's still some nitros being repped, as we see from Spoit. They actually brought 3 of them in this round to try to abuse those Valkyrie cameras on the top floor. Bulletproof as well to try to feed a little bit more information. Doesn't seem that Shopify want to get into aggressive plays. It feels like they're happy to let Wildcard waste their own time, but eventually something's going to come. There we go from Ambi.
Cut down from that rappel as Ambi gets onto the board early on. He's been a saving grace of this Shopify Rebellion team through a handful of matches. Irrespective of the team's success, you can usually cash that Ambi check in the bank with no issues whatsoever. It is a recruit taken out, so some utility is gone. Now Spiker will be punished as well, and that's the case as Surf reads into that one, and he'll try to get back to safety through delivery as quickly as he can. He manages to pull it off. The 3 remaining players from Wildcard not really in a position to shut him down as Kansan suffers quite a lot of blows, and Rebellion looking to close this one out in this round. Down goes Bay, and it's only 2 that remain. Again, Baby Shark and Kansan combined for quite an impressive tally. Baby Shark is a little exposed from that spot. He can get killed from the top floor. So, I mean, I guess he felt pretty confident about it. And he takes some damage from the barbed wire before assessing his options. Final 30 seconds. And he sees smoke denying him entry to that reading door. 2 canisters in back pocket for Canadian, but Baby Shark will be no more at the hands of Spoit, and Ambi will ensure that his team gets a flawless round. An impressive bounce back from Shopify Rebellion, and now the final round of the first half. A tie is possible.
like that we see Ambi and Surf both getting aggressive in that round to try to give their team an advantage. Feels like a lot of the early round has been defined by Spoit, who hasn't been able to find that same success. So that's the thing about Shopify Rebellion. You know, they're an extremely deep team. If one person's not able to find much in the early game, they can kind of go play a backseat role a little bit. They can play that Valkyrie, feed a bit more intel, allow Ambi to go crazy, allow some jump outs from Surf, make some big plays happen on the side of the Rebellion to get something going. That's what we started to see. If they can do that again, make this 3-3 half possible, they're not in a bad spot by any means. They're still looking a little shaky. This last round is not going to be simple for them going up against Wildcard, but I like that we're seeing that change a little bit, you know? Maybe one person's not stepping up in this situation, somebody else can be there instead. And so that's what we're seeing already in these early couple of rounds.
To your point about somebody stepping up, depth is what really does separate a lot of the best teams from the good and the great teams, is that if you can rely on all 5 of your players to play their roles very effectively, getting kills, giving information, being a part of the actual team, then you're typically going to be a cut above your opponents. Both of these teams have quite a lot of depth. The one player that tends to do the worst on the side of Wildcard, and I say tend because that's just a historical note, is Spiker. But again, that is the one role that it's not okay, but it's understandable if you're not top fragging. Obviously, Spiker has top fragged before. On the side of Shopify Rebellion, Canadian is the one in that same seat. Evidently, Canadian struggles through this stage have been, unfortunately, very pronounced. He didn't have a single kill in the very first Playday, if you'd recall, and now is still searching for his first kill as Rexon finds 2 and is immediately traded off by Baby Shark. Ambi also dies to Spiker. This is a rush strat. 4 players dead in 45 seconds, Jesse.
Yeah, you don't see that every day, especially on this, often thought of as the slowest bomb site in Siege, because teams like to clear through the entire top 2 floors. They found a bit of contest up on the top floors. They weren't really expecting to meet these players up above, but they've met them now. I expect this will slow down. They're not rushing straight to the bomb site. They took some battles up at the top floor, up maybe towards the site. Now they're saying for sure, we're going to clear out this this top floor. We're going to go down through the freezer hatch if we'd like to. I've seen teams go full top down and then go for a bakery finish. That's a possibility as well. They'll meet Canadian if that's their goal, but more likely we're going to see them go for that kitchen drop, try to get that defuse kit down in through the freezer. Baby Shark already working his way some Flores drones in through the garage as well. VIP got cleared, so they don't have to worry about that. Love the Flores usage to clear the Goyo canisters. Just don't want to see them waste their time. The clock has been a big enemy of Wildcard in this game so far. They've got plenty of it to use. Sure, go ahead, use that clock, but I don't want to see them pushing once again with like 20 seconds, especially when Canadian's on that echo.
2 top frags in the grave for Shopify Rebellion means things are going to get wild. You've got 1 toxic babe left in pocket for Surf with a minute to go. Gas will still linger in front of Dash, who assesses his options and sees the canister actually bounce off of his shield and prevent him from going from the vault, which is probably the better option. Now he has free reign to walk right through as the coverage from Spiker is above. Surf still punishes Dash. Spotted by Spiker, was maybe a bit delayed 2 seconds earlier, and Dash walks in and is almost able to get that plant down, but we don't want to engage in revisionist history here. Baby Shark and Spiker waiting for somebody on the side of SR to make a move, and they will not. I look like Spoit backing away. Yokai drone from Canadian being piloted. Sees Spiker, and he'll wait out the time, knock him out of his position. A curve has just been thrown, a curveball now thrown at Wildcard as they continue to fire away. Baby Shark desperately searching for Canadian, also wanting Spoit to appear from his position. He thought he had it. Spiker now all by himself, and Spoit will pick up 2 big kills. That info called by the team captain sitting just next to him. And how about a tie game through the first half?
Another situation where the clock gets to Wildcard. I said I didn't want to see them pushing at 20 seconds, and 20 seconds, there they go. They start planting for the first time. Yokai really did have a big impact from Canadian. I thought Spoit hit some nice shots in the 2v2. I was a little confused by the shield play of Dash, if I'm being honest. He runs in all alone in that 3v3, ends up just dying to the smoke player. Didn't seem to have much help. He did have Spiker up above, who did get the trade, but I mean, that was not a guaranteed trade by any means. If Dash doesn't die there, you have to wonder maybe what happens differently in that round. Shopify, they're in a really good spot now after being able to tie that up 3-3. Get a quick look at their player cards too in that brief moment there, where they're all rocking one of the new player cards that got added, which is actually the one that your call was on, Parker.
That is correct. Yeah, Shopify Rebellion are not a part of the pilot program or the R6 Share program. They are not a partnered team, so they do not have the advantage that some teams do when it comes to skinnergizing. Shopify Rebellion, because I assume because of my connection to Troy. Troy is a very good personal friend of mine. They decided that they would use the, what are you doing there esports skin, which comes with a background and a drone, both of which immortalize one of my quotes that actually happened on this exact map between Team 1 and Na'Vi inside of Dining, if memory serves correctly. It was, I will say, admittedly, a bit of an obscure quote. When they first sent it to me, I was a little shocked, and I was like, I don't remember saying that. But I'm glad that it was memorable enough and is now a point of pride. It is cool to see. So thank you to the Shopify Rebellion roster. That's pretty neat. I'm sure you'll get one day, Jesse.
Yeah, maybe after I cast for 9 years or however long you've been casting this game, perhaps.
Who's more overdue? You to get some kind of commemorative event in game, or the Oilers to win the cup?
All right. We've got another round where Wildcard will swap out of the defense, and they've also banned out that castle, but they've paired it with a Valkyrie, which was an operator they themselves abused, Shopify abused quite a bit on that defensive side. Leaves Azami up and Mira, often thought of as two of the strongest operators on this map. Mira will be brought by Kansan this round, Azami not yet, but I'm sure it'll come in the next couple of rounds. So keeping us on our toes when it comes to the operator bans on Shopify Rebellion. They like to be a little bit more unique with those bans, maybe a little bit more targeted as well. Will it be enough to tilt the game back in their favor, though? I'm not so sure of it. There's some powerful ops still up.
That's a great question. Very, very intrigued to see the very first round right now, and then what happens next. Because if Shopify Rebellion come out banging on all cylinders, then maybe we just have an attacker-sided cafe. Not the case, at least for the very first kill. Spoit goes down with track stingers in hand. Dash will follow. That's two non-typically North American players killed first, as both of these teams do have some imports brought on over to provide more depth. Spiker drops on the side of Wildcard, and the advantage now for SR with just a little bit over a minute to go. What a shot that was by Rexon over towards Lumber, and Canadian is on the board. Out go the donuts, in comes the breadsticks, and it's Kansan on white stairs as the last man standing for Wildcard. Plenty of time for him to toil and tussle. Wildcard, I think it's safe to say, have been in the driver's seat for the majority, if not outright all of this map. But with that, Shopify Rebellion will take the lead for the first time all game.
Big comeback coming out from them. Obviously, they've been running this one back. That top floor clear looked really good. I was a bit concerned by the entry. Ambi and Spoit try to go in together. There's some miscoordination. Spoit gets flashed and then killed himself as the opening death, but the answers came very quickly with Rexon finding Dash, and then, of course, another pick on a Spiker right afterwards. So it did feel like the response was strong from Shopify. Even if the entry didn't go exactly to plan, they were able to answer and get those good trades once they had full top floor. There's not a lot that Kansan can do in that spot. Kansan's found himself last alive on this team a good bit for Wildcard throughout the stage. He seems to often be in that situation where he's holding down the fort both on offense and on defense. And so when his teammates go down around him, he can kind of get put into these clutch situations. And if there's anybody who can clutch, famously, it's probably Kansan, but hasn't had the most amount of success with it so far in stage one. Something to look forward to, though. Obviously likes that positioning for his anchor role, and we're probably going to see a whole lot more of it throughout this stage.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
How the hell did Rexon get to 10 kills, by the way? I feel like I know. I feel like we get fixated on the big and flashy plays, and then sometimes there's just these quiet moments where you pick up 2 kills every round, but they're the middle of the round, and they obviously have a huge impact, but they're not the opening pick, they're not the closing pick.
Yeah.
They get into the dirty spots, they fight dirty, they get gritty, a lot of truculence. J90 was in a very similar position in the space station Cloud9 game that preceded this. Now it's Rexon, who is a terrific player, don't get me wrong, but 10 kills is really quite the tally. Spoit trying to make up for lost time. He'll find his 5th, half of what Rexon has, as that's another entry kill for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and that shot from Spoit's more what we come to expect from a guy like him, right? Just brilliant aim, be able to react to when Bay pops his head out. If you get some more of that going on the attack, it'll be hard for a Wildcard to answer back on the defense. They do have Baby Shark up on the Clash playing inside a bar at the moment, which can be an extremely powerful operator. Not one we see super commonly on Cafe, but when you've got to deal with the Skylight, when there's players red stairs you want to deal with, it can be a really good choice still. He's playing up top here alongside Kansan and Dash. Dash specifically just next to him inside the bathroom. One of these two players would really like to be able to get something going. Stop this push in through Piano. Don't let them get everything they want for free. But right now, Shopify Rebellion still have a lot of players outside the building. They're working a lot of different angles.
Yeah, they're still using what gadgetry they have as Spoit dies. Canadian is very quick to the punch, and he sees multiple players doing a lot of damage. Finds one. Wildcard reduced to just 2, Kansan and Spiker. Kansan has been alive in the final moments of a round an awful lot. He's been playing those safer roles as a defender. And I mean, we know what Kansan can do. We know what he can do on the Roam. We know what he can do with a Nitro Cell. As down goes Surf, who was out on that white window rappel. Still 2 remain for the Rebellion. Canadian finds a double kill. He's getting on the board, and Rexon, who had already broken double digits, will get that exit frag to give the round to Shopify Rebellion. I did say, Jesse, that I'm very interested in these next 2 rounds, and both of them went quite well in favor of Shopify Rebellion. So it does look like this map is just trending towards the attackers. That will prompt Wildcard, who are currently not the attackers, to call a timeout, as presumably they are now in the harder side, and things might only continue to worsen for them.
Look at to talk with their brand new coach, Lagonis, picked up from Brazil, who came over after captaining Team Liquid for a number of years, now playing in that more support role as a coach, be able to talk to the team. That last round, you go back to Shopify Rebellion. One thing this team does so well, and I feel like Canadian has done throughout his career so well, is play these kind of disruptive operators. You look at the support combo of Surf and Canadian, the operators they were running that round were both Capitao and the Grim. 2 ops that really force players to move, either with the Firebolt, who's going to force you to move or else you're going to take a bunch of damage and die, or the Grim is going to force you to move or else you're going to get pinged and also likely succumb to a player shooting you through a wall or something. So these kind of operators being used by Shopify Rebellion are forcing Wildcard to move in positions maybe they don't want to so much. Notice on Wildcard, there's 2 players down below the site. Probably not where they want to be, especially in like a 2v3, a 2vx situation. They want to be more in control of the site, but they get forced out of the position that they're holding thanks to these new util ops being brought by Shopify Rebellion. And they honestly just can't make a big swing from that position. So we'll be looking at Wildcard in the op ban system right after this round, see if they want to remove one of those 2 choices, if they'll go a different direction. They took out the Ying before round number 7, which fills a similar sort of role. You got to move, you got to get out of dodge, or else you're going to be full blind and likely receiving the bad side of a gun.
10 seconds to go.
Some change-ups from Wildcard to slow things down. I like what they're bringing to the table. Dash has been held off the score sheet for quite a while at this point. He made quite the splash in Rio, his home country, playing on that Reload team for Wildcard that made a deep run. Final 4 at the Reload event. But I mean, there were some abnormal results, so you can't read into it too much. I mean, for crying out loud, CAG made the grand finals.
What's that supposed to mean?
What do you mean, what's that supposed to mean? There's nobody on the planet heading into Reload that's like, you know what, I think CAG's going to make it to the top 8, let alone the top 2. So we do see teams have these incredible runs, and then they struggle to repeat it. A team like CAG obviously is a fan favorite, but when you look at the actual circuit matches, this is a team that is a perennial 10th place finisher at absolute best. So, I mean, it's hard to look at the results of Reload and then try to extrapolate them to the league. So, I mean, Wildcard obviously succeeded an awful lot, but the event might have just been a one-off for them, and now we see them regressing to the mean, which is a middle of the pack, at most, North American squad. Which, by the way, is not a bad thing. That still qualifies you for the playoffs. So you still have a fighting chance, but there will need to be some changes from Wildcard's play as defenders, as they are going to be running uphill for the next minute and 40 and all future rounds until overtime, if needed, comes about.
Util was cleared quite quickly. There is still Spiker with Toxic Babes to stop any sort of fast push, but that is an option if Shopify choose to get down into reading quickly. That's a play coming out from the Warden.
Ooh.
Actually wins it. Babe 1v1's Canadian on the Blackbeard, and then dash in sight. Another big pick.
Ambi, the only one on the board right now, looking for Baby Shark 2, and he outduels him. Rexon by his side, 21 kills between the two remaining players on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Those are inarguably the two that you want to have in these dying moments of a round. They have their work cut out for them. Dash had broken that freeze that he was on, finding kill number 3. As the boogie drone goes and gives insight down below, Rexon was hoping for something a little bit more. Can't find it. He and Ambi now taking some serious damage from these engagements upstairs. 40 seconds for them to either find these last 3 kills or to grab the diffuser and pull that off. It's quite the heady task. Wildcard can just sit right now, as they don't need to move a muscle. Diffuser is not in their clutches, so at least that's a benefit for the Rebellion.
They don't seem to know on Wildcard where this push is coming from either. Spiker is smoking white stairs, so this might be news to them.
The drop will come in. There's a cam in place. Is that a Zoto canister slowing them down, as Rexon will now play over towards the banister, finding one. Diffuser going down. He tries to relocate. They run out of time as Ambi was unable to get the diffuser down and fell off, fearing the worst from Wildcard. 1 round separating these two teams, and Wildcard will find their first win as defenders.
Cool play with a 2-brow coming out from Dash in that round. He had 2 in his pocket when we were down to the 2v3 situation. He used his first one down below to get some footprints of some of the players on Shopify, saw that they were in around back bar, got some information for them there. They'll respect it even with the 2-brow band coming out into round number 10. And then his second one, using it as they entered into reading through the pillar door. I will say, I think the second 2-brow canister actually disabled the camera. I'm not 100% sure if that was what they were hoping to do, but regardless, I mean, they were able to slow those players down, get the last couple of kills. Shopify had to sprint all the way through, very panicked in that last couple of seconds, and so nice to see Wildcard close that one out. I also was theorizing about what we might see Wildcard ban on their third attacker, and it will be the Grim. So again, one of those displacement operators that Shopify Rebellion have been using so well on their side. They'll keep the Capitao, that is still going to be available for them, but that lack of Grim is going to really hurt, and I think it's a great ban from Wildcard.
It's been an unpredictable set of matches that we have seen so far today. While there is a brief reprieve between the action, we can talk about what comes next. DarkZero versus M80 both started the day tied for first. Unchallenged and unequivocally the two best teams in the region based on the standings. They have competition now, and they have been knocked off of their pedestal only because of the results from other games. That will be one hell of a match between two juggernauts to determine which one is the best. I could foresee our first overtime occurring in that match. Hold on a second here. If Shopify Rebellion don't bottle this one. We end the day with the Battle of the Bottom. Team Cruelty and Orgless, both currently pointless. No wins, not even in overtime. Just both of them having 2 losses in regulation. They will do battle to see which team ends up on the very bottom of the standings at the end of the day. Yeah, it's been quite the day for matches so far. We expected close contests, and we have received them, needing almost all rounds of regulation played up to this point through all 3 matches.
Baby Shark failing to shoot the Selma off that wall. It was in smoke, so it's not the easiest thing in the world, but you're facing no contest if you're Baby Shark. Maybe just not realizing exactly what was going on. They did clear out one of it, so they still at least keep it as a small angle, but it makes Bay's position really tough.
Oh my, he managed to get out of his position. Not unharmed. Bay on the board first. Down goes Rexon. 13 kills for Rexon, continuing to amass that tally, but will have no impact for the remaining 90 seconds here in round number 10. Surf with the Devils scoreline. Very rare that we see that, mostly because very few people end up with 6 assists. that is a hell of a tally, if I may use the pun. Ambi from above sledges out a window onto the floor, kills Bay, and then immediately goes back to droning. He knows the job that needs to be done, and with that, Ambi will join the double-digit club as well. It's just him and his teammate of Rexen currently at that point. One more kill for Kansan, and he, too, will join it. Dash spotted from above as Ambi is just lobbing bombs right now at this wildcard team from above. Down goes Dash. The Shopify Rebellion have gone back to what we saw from these first 2 rounds of their second half.
Baby Shark knows he's got to make something happen. That's why he's starting to aggress towards Small Bake. If he makes this push, likely won't be caught. There's nobody really watching at the side of Shopify. Never mind, there's Surf on the window. Makes a lot more sense. If he pushes too deep, that will be spotted. He's got to win that fight on the Surf.
Spiker almost went for more. He finds one, but that's it. And they know how close they were in that particular round. Spiker's bit of heroics, unfortunately, just not enough. And that is A-okay. I mean, Wildcard still putting in a great fight here, but it's match point for Shopify Rebellion. Again, verticality is so important on this map. If you have a Sledge, a Buck, a Ram, anybody with heaps of soft destruction taking up residency on that middle floor over top of your bomb site, you are in deep, deep trouble. You need to try to fight it off with a Nitro Cell, which was in pocket for Spiker, but was not used to great success. He managed to take Ambi out of that position with the gun. Or maybe you put somebody up there to deal with it on a lurk or a late flank. When Wildcard lost 2 players early on from that position, they just didn't have the bodies to throw at that second floor, and they had to try to bail themselves out of the situation as best as they could in the moment. Obviously, as we saw, they struggled. Great play by Ambi, because not only is Ambi getting these kills, Jesse, but he's also gaining information that he's passing on to the remainder of the team, who then can use it to excel and close out the round.
Ambi leading the server right now with 11 frags. Those last couple in the last round with the vert play, super impactful. He also leads the North America League in kills. He had 31 in the first week of play, which was more than any other player in our league. Early lion charge from Surf, maybe to stop some kind of a spawn peek, although none were coming out. Bit of an odd position one. I guess Baby Sharks and Piano could have been going for something. Regardless, we do see a lot of big plays coming out from Ambi. I would say this is his best start to a stage he's ever had, which is saying something because he's been a great player ever since coming into the league about a year ago now. Nice to see him having some good performances. Shopify Rebellion 1 round away, just a single attack on Cafe from closing this one out. But again, there's a lot of strong defenders still up. This round, you're going to see that a zombie from Baby Shark. You're going to see that mirror from Dash. Makes clearing that top floor an absolute nightmare with all those angles to go up against. And they really want that top floor control because, once again, Ambi is on this vertical operator playing on the Ram. If they don't get that top control, he's not going to really be able to do much with his gadget.
He's hoping for somebody to do battle with that hatch opened up. I mean, very rarely do we see somebody sitting underneath it, but I mean, if you're Spoiled, I guess you gotta go fishing. On that, a flash down from the main hatch as now Dash stares up. Kansan on the board first. He has now joined the double-digit club, the 3rd member in the lobby to do just that. It's a huge pick onto Surf, who no longer the Devil's number, but now is 777. How on earth do you end up with that? It's a point of fascination for us, but still, good for him. No lion scans to be had, so the annoyances that will come out will be solely from the death mark in the pocket of Spoiled.
Shark taking a lot of pressure, not as free as he thought he was. Spoit was holding the angle, and he does get punished throwing the Kiba, so that's one of those power operators taken off the board. And these mirror windows are not going to do you much good if all your top floor players have to retreat, which is exactly what's happening. They all fall back as there's not a single player still remaining up above. A minute 5, you've just given the top floor to Shopify Rebellion. They've got a Ram up there, they've got a Deimos up there, they're going to hit your site with Canadian on the Blackbeard. I mean, they're in a very good spot to close out this game. Wouldn't mind seeing some aggression come from Wildcard. Somebody's got to push up a staircase, get into a rat spot, find some way to work a pick, because right now I think a 4v4 execute just favors the Rebellion.
I would agree with that. Absolutely. Especially just right now in terms of drawn out gunplay. I like what I'm seeing from the Rebellion at this current point in time, but you never really know. When it comes to a brawl with just a few seconds left, sometimes the better team wins and sometimes they don't. Now as they take complete control from above and pick away at the layer right underneath, Shopify Rebellion need to be more conscious of the time. That is the bigger issue here. A swing over towards the window as Spiker now squares up into a spot. Shot away at from Ambi, whose residency seems to be above the bomb site. Time running out. Diffuser needs to be walked in by Canadian, who will die at the hands of Dash, and that should be the round. Ambi tries as best as he could, but Father Time is undefeated, and this time the round goes to Wildcard. Oh boy, is another comeback brewing against Shopify Rebellion, Jesse.
They've already tasted overtime on this map once. They don't want to have to taste it again. That last round, they had loads of time on the clock to work with. I mentioned it, over 60 seconds with full top floor control, that they wanted to use all their util. Ambi had a lot of those boogie drones that he was trying to open the floorboards with. They didn't find anything with it. Despite how good Ambi has been historically and even earlier in this game in getting those vertical picks, they weren't really able to work any of those frags from up above to open up that push. So by the time they eventually got going, they got their first pick. It was vertical, but they got their first pick at like 10 seconds going in from the 4v4. It just wasn't enough time to convert into an actual execute. Tough break from Canadian on that Blackbeard as well, trying to make the close range push happen, but just doesn't know the position of the close wildcard player that gets tucked in, and he loses his life that way. Oh, starting to get a little shaky for sure, Parker. This is another one of those games. Feels very similar to our first of the day, where despite one team maybe coming out with a bit of a lead, maybe being the heavy favorites, this game could just be slipping away from them.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for these teams that Canadian captains, as, there's a lot of talk back in the EG days. Let's go all the way back to Evil Geniuses and talk about the choke potential that would come in with Canadian and that team not being able to close out their matches. The most obvious one and the most infamous would be that SI 2018 Grand Finals, where they were up 2-0 and then suffered a reverse sweep at the hands of Penta. But since then, every single one of these teams have battled issues with momentum and mental resets. Space Station went through those same problems when he was on the team. DarkZero, too, had issues with it. Shopify Rebellion is a newer organization / newer team on that old Sonics roster, so it's going to have a new identity, but they're not immune to the same issues that all the other teams might suffer through. Could be getting ahead of ourselves, writing the regulation obituary of Shopify Rebellion a little bit too early, as there's still 2 minutes to go and everybody is still alive in the lobby. But it's still a point worth talking about.
Spiker down below. There's nobody here in the building, but there is a player just outside of Pillar if he wants to go for the push outside. Also might be able to find somebody here on the white window, but there's nobody currently. Liked what Kansan was doing with those yokais, was finding really good information. Seems like Shopify have read into that a little bit with Surf hunting for the yokai drone, but managing to keep them both safe at the moment. Kansan's got both of them alive, and he's running them around the map still. One down inside of Laundry, going to be able to find once again the Nomad and again spot on the drone, but the yokai stays safe. They're spending a lot of time trying to find these yokais, but they just can't do it.
Baby Shark is down for the count. A rough game for him so far today. And if overtime does not happen, that will be all we see of him for the remaining minute plus of this matchup. Rexon accumulating kills. He'll find his second, and that'll be all she wrote for him as Bay takes him down, and Wildcard will trail by one number, but they've managed to take out the big raid boss, but there's usually backup. One of them is Ambi, but in this case, it's Spoit. He's looking for double digits as well. Now the two remaining players from Wildcard, backs against the wall, will try to hang on for the next 45 seconds.
They know positions too, at least approximately. Kansan here inside of bathroom, he's pushed up. He'll get caught on that Twitch drone now, going for a swing, but doesn't matter. Spoit's got his number, and Spiker's in a 1v4 for the game.
Flashed out of his mind, seeing white as Spoit breaks double digits, and now the four remaining players will all compete for the final kill. Surf finds it, Spiker can't surf, and Shopify Rebellion will survive a scare as they take it in regulation.
Give him the fist bump, please. Thank you very much. Big game from Shopify. That 3 points almost eluding them, but they do manage to get it done in regulation, which is the key for them. Not being able to win in regulation is the only reason they weren't in first coming into this week, but with that big win, they will be able to cement themselves still towards the top of that standings. Yet to lose a game, Parker, but they've looked very, very, they've come very, very close in the last couple of matches.
There's been some shakiness for the Shopify Rebellion. There's no doubting that whatsoever. They'll be in action tomorrow against Team Cruelty, the team that right now sits in 9th place and might even drop to 10th, depending on what happens with that Orgless roster that they play against later today. 2 more matches remain, but if you want to hear from the winners, you've only got a small ad break separating you from an interview with the Rebellion. We'll be right back.
Okay, last at C1, okay? I can come in, but I can play at cat bar. I can play.
Hold on, I can drone him. I can drone him. Everyone's
I'm gonna repel in
I'm
cocktail.
droning him. I'm droning him.
Wait, close the cocktail window.
Yeah.
Yo,
Let's go,
good shit, good shit. Guys,
Little something light,
The only
boys.
reason some of these even get closer, though, bro, just listen to each other. Just calm it down, listen to each other.
Come on, Surf, look behind you. Like, that was so unfortunate, but they did manage to close it out, and it was a pretty, I would say, good performance from the side of Shopify. And I think Wildcard as well showing what they can do, but again, it was just a little bit too difficult for them to close it out.
Well, you also heard Troy in the back right there. Just trust one another. Let's just get it done. Too many rounds got close, and I think that speaks into what we were talking about in the previous, the post-show, or the pre-show of this was just talking about they're still indecisive, and I think it's still happening, but that is probably one of the harder things, I think, just being a former player, is it's the small things that you just want to address, but it's so hard in that moment, and especially in a situation like that where all you really do is have to slow down, communicate with one another, execute properly. Sometimes that can be the hardest thing, and it's obviously still plaguing them.
Yeah, of course, because when you're in a situation like that, each individual player, sometimes you'll maybe do something that you know isn't the right player. You'll be like, oh, maybe if I overextend a little bit, it won't hurt. But enough of those little white issues, white lies. Like, what's the equivalent of mistakes but for white lies? Like little mistakes, enough little mistakes. Eventually, all of them, like one person makes a mistake one round, and then the next round, another person makes a mistake. So it's so hard to identify one issue because it really is up to each individual player
just one
to
big
hold
domino
themselves accountable.
Yeah, and we have the blacklight detail as well that's going to be going to Rexon for this game specifically.
Yeah, obviously Rexon was the player of this game without a doubt. To be on that supportive flex role and to drop an insane amount of kills. I mean, I believe he had 15 or 16 by the end of that. So to be put in that position where you're usually the one on site, you're usually the hard breach, getting walls open, you're not necessarily the first point of contact or the last, and to do as good of a job as he was doing, obviously taking position and holding it down. I mean, the confidence that Rexon displays obviously shows that he doesn't believe that Wildcard is at the level that he thinks Shopify Rebellion is at, although it looked a lot closer. But you could see in the way he was playing, especially with so much utility that's important to stay alive with, he had so much confidence knowing to go for some gunfights, even if it was a risk. He knew he was going to win them just because of who he was playing against.
Yeah, and I think it just speaks into sheer confidence and consistency. I mean, the first day he was the highlight player for that team, having, I think he dropped like 16 or 15 kills the first game. Second day, he was middle of the pack, still dropping double digits. And then today, we're highlighting him once again, 4 and 18. So, I mean, he's definitely a consistent piece for this roster, but to constantly have that performance speaks a lot, because when you look at the volume of that roster and the players that are on that roster, everyone can pop off at any given moment. But the fact that Rexon is still leading that charge, I mean, I think it's safe to say, in my opinion, Shopify is the best team in the NAL currently.
Whoa, okay, hold your horses.
Not just in standing-wise, but just in terms of, like, 5 players.
Okay, well, hold your horses. We'll see how that's going to be played out, because it's only, like, day 3, play day, but Shopify did win, and we have Spoit for the interview. Starting off, congratulations, by the way, on another win under your belt. How's it been for you? Back in America, different team. What's it been like?
You know, I mean, this is my, what is it, 4th time I'm here in Toronto. I've been here before with M80 as well, you know, the same boot camp that me and Troy is using right now. But, you know, it's been good. We've been practicing a lot, even though, I mean, I think we play good. I mean, we've been practicing for like a month and a half, a month-ish leading up to the stage. So, you know, we're still getting used to everything. I'm getting used to the new system. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys did play good. We heard it in the endgame comms. Canadian was saying, you know, the reason why things are getting so close is because you guys just aren't talking to each other. And I guess from your perspective, being the player that joined onto the team, would you say that Shopify Rebellion is comfortable in the position that they are now? Obviously, there's more to go. It's only been a month, but would you say you're happy with your guys' performance so far?
Yeah, so far, so happy. I mean, we had some tight games. I feel like we should have won them, you know, better. Like the game against, I forgot who it was. It was 8-6 win on Cafe last week. I feel like we could have closed out that game for the 3 points. But, you know, I'm happy so far. Just trying to, you know, get comfortable with the team, so just gonna keep going.
Yeah, talking about being comfortable with the team, I want to ask you, you know, you've always been a player that's been talked about for your highlight moments, your insane gun skill, insane mechanics, you know, going from Koi, Rogue, then to M80, now onto this roster. And when I look at all the rosters in comparison, and we were just talking about prior on the desk, you have 4 players that you surround yourself with that are all uniquely talented in their own right and can pop up at any given moment. Do you kind of feel like a lot of pressure is off your shoulders to kind of have those highlight moments that you typically have had throughout your career?
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, all these guys on my team are like crazy. I mean, you have the greatest IGL in the world, you know. Canadian with the longevity he's had and the stability within his teams. Then you have, you know, Rex and Ambi, Surf, all those guys are just like out of their mind. I think Ambi's like, I don't know, he might probably be the best fragger in NA right now.
That's
He's
a lot
gone
coming
crazy.
from you. I mean, as someone that's like highly noted as, you know, mechanics and gun skill.
Yeah, I mean, Ambi's our primary entry. Me and Richie, we play more of a, we still play entry, but it's more like on the flex side of things.
Right.
So, yeah.
All right, well, it seems like everything's been working out for you guys. I mean, maybe some games you wanted to close it out sooner, but I do think it's really important that you're aware of that and that it's something that you're working forward to. So thank you so much as well for the time for the interview. We're going to let you go, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good evening, guys.
Thanks, you too. Good stuff from Shopify, but then I want to also talk a little bit about Wildcard specifically because it was not good stuff.
I just want to say something really quick, and then Fox, you can tag on, so hopefully I don't steal what you're saying. At least for Wildcard, like, I do want to say they're looking really good. My issue right now so far is Dash. Dash was a player in Reload that we talked about that was really leading that forefront alongside Kansan. Now it's really just Kansan and everyone else kind of picking up their weight, having their performance, but we have yet to see Dash have a pop-off performance and kind of lead by example, that we were just giving him that uplift and kind of putting him on that pedestal starting into the NAL.
Yeah, it looks like the confidence has definitely taken a hit from Wildcard, obviously, because no one expected them to be so good in Reload. They had a great performance, and obviously they come to the NAL. They're going to be getting counter-stratted. Teams are going to be looking at them to be the team to beat. So obviously, with that and the issues of Dash and Baby Shark not being in the same place, I really want to say that Reload, them all being together, added a whole nother element to Wildcard that they've never been able to experience, and they excelled in. So hopefully if they can figure out that issue, get them together, things would go a lot easier. But when it comes to problem solving for Wildcard, I mean, it's really hard for Spiker to be able to autocorrect and tell people what to do if they're in their own heads stuck, that they're losing gunfights, that they're causing issues. So if they can just get out of their own heads and just focus on what's happening in the server, don't worry about the distance, don't worry about the online issues, I think Wildcard would be a little bit better suited.
Oh, well, that's easier said than done. Like, getting out of your own head is not always the easiest thing to do, especially when you come off something like Reload where you've done really well. But we have another game coming up, and that's going to be DZ against M80. Just a quick reminder in terms of where we are on the schedule so far today. Followed up with Orgless against Team Cruelty. For me personally, DZ M80 I think is a really interesting game to watch, and I think, Lax, you just mentioned saying that, oh yeah, Shopify Rebellion is the strongest team in the league right now, not just in the standings. But I think both of these teams have the opportunity here and the chance here to prove you wrong.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And we did say in the beginning of the day that these games specifically were going to be the close ones. I mean, and I think the board doesn't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I would go as far as to say, as if we're saying who we think is the best, I think DarkZero is currently the best in NA. So I'm having high hopes for them against M80, and then also for the dumpster fire at the end of the day. The two bottom teams, somebody's got to get points. Somebody's got to get points.
You'd hope so. Maybe they both get
so.
points because it goes all the way to OT. But either way, we're going to have to take a little bit of a quick break. And then we're going to be back with what I would call the game of the day, DZ against M80, coming up.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and give Road their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
That whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the NAL. DZ going up against M80 coming up right now. Both of these teams looking to prove themselves to be the top dog in the league, and honestly only one can take it because it is a single round robin. As a reminder, I'm your host Ginu, joined with Fox and Lax. We're gonna dissect this one because a lot of hype behind this game considering how both of these teams have performed last week.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, you know, they're sitting at the top currently. Well, obviously that's changed now with the SR win, but one of these teams could continue to sit at the top depending how this game goes. But both these teams have actually been looking very well in their own right. And I think today, and like you were saying, this is a highlight game or the game of the day. And I think it's respectfully so. Both these teams are performing at their highest.
No, but how sad would it be if it's like a 7-0?
Yeah, that would definitely be.
We've seen crazier things, I'd say.
We have, but jumping to the roster of DarkZero, I mean, everyone's familiar with these faces by now. Obviously, there's a little more Brits on this team now. Citizen's been the forefront of this roster in terms of overall performance. But what we've talked about for this team is their versatility. And you know, you have a great IGL, you have great prep, you have great players. The best way I can sum up this team to be one word, it's versatile. And when I'm talking about the versatility within this roster, it really comes down to their dynamic of play and what their playmaking ability is there. And specifically in their last matchup that they had, that's something that I really want to highlight on that just speaks into the great prep, great players, and great IGL. This is going to be your standard basement take. They're going to open up Garage. Now, I do want to highlight Citizen here because this was actually really well done on the Twitch drone here, being able to eliminate all of the utils so they do get this open for free, and then just being able to get away. But I really want you to pay attention to that time because the time is everything here, and to notice once we transition into rounds. But they start taking their initial take here and clearing out the players at 1.5 minutes left. Then the round starts falling into the final execute where realistically DarkZero played this perfectly. The only thing they didn't understand is this cross that the Bandit ended up having, and that goes for them losing the round. Now the immediate transition once they switch into then re-approaching this site for me is, again, look at that time. And there were such little mistakes that they made that instead of repeating the exact same situation and the exact same mistakes, they just then instead switch their entire attack, cut the round in half, and approach the site differently. And Fox, we know as an IGL and you being as a player, when you're in those situations and you make small mistakes from one round to the next, sometimes you just will easily go back, approach that site, fix those small mistakes, get the round. DZ says no, we're going to switch up the entire take, we're going to cut the round in half, and then execute it flawlessly, which is exactly what we saw them do.
Yeah, you could obviously try to run the same thing, but the other team has seen a version of it. So obviously it's a lot easier to get countered against. So when you go into it a second time, sometimes the easy option is just to throw a different look at it, bring the blitz, go a lot faster. If time was the biggest concern, which it was, you now bring the blitz, you try to change that, you try to cut off the roamers, and it just correct the issues before they even become issues. If time was one of the main things that made the plant not go down because the Bandit had a line of a sight, like instead of just dealing with all the little things, just focus on the big stuff, which was the time. They did it perfectly.
And also focus on individual player performances. Yes. Hanba specifically one that we wanted to highlight from last week.
Yeah, we've said this a lot throughout the NAL. Everyone's known to it now, but Pamba Party Time, I mean, that's the best representation right there. 25-11 so far throughout his NAL debut. 5-0 on entry. I mean, this is a player that we've talked about a long time when he first joined DarkZero and kind of where it's been. And where it's been as of recently, we haven't really seen him at the forefront. And a lot of that big change was more so the fact of the dynamic and how DZ has played, because back in the day they were very static, which when you think of Pamba as a player, he's a slow, methodical, strong player. And when they switched it up and they ramped things up, they made it a lot faster, he started to digress in play. But I think he's now finding his footing and finding his place and where it suits him best, and we're starting to see that Pamba Party Time light up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a question if he can replicate it against a roster like M80, because when we're looking at M80, they've done really well, and it feels like the time and effort that they have been saying that they're putting in is coming to fruition.
I mean, it has been showing, but I'd say from their week 1 performance, it was great. I wouldn't say it was perfection. Obviously, going into week 2, it was consistency. Time and time again, as the seasons progress, we always look to M80 to be a lot more consistent. And that's something that we just haven't seen. And even though, yes, they got away with 2 wins in week 1, it wasn't that great. And one of the biggest things that stood out to me was their opening kill conversion. They were so bad at opening kills. They were honestly one of the worst teams in the league when it came to opening kills. But they were still winning because of all that time and effort that they've been putting into practice. When they're on the man disadvantage, they honestly play a lot better because they're focused on how we're going to bring this back. And with hot and cold in the server, just leading the rest of the team. They've been so good at it. But a specific reason on why their entries have been pretty bad has also been because of the role change where they put Diffuser on that more of a utility flex character. So he plays a lot of these positions where he is either the flank watch or the support, and he has so much util. And all his job is use all of that utility, set up those nomads, set up the gridlock tracks, set up the ace charges. And once everything is set up, then you have that freedom to go entry. And Diffuser is the best team currently on, the best player currently on M80, and obviously he's finding success, but it's been taking a lot of a drastic change for M80 to figure out what their entry status is going to be.
I actually really like that we're highlighting Diffuser in this sense, because we're usually just talking about him just more so getting the kills, getting into the nitty-gritty, getting the job done. But the fact he's able to develop his sort of play and his character, it's such a great thing to see for these young players, to be challenged, to be tested, to not be so used to doing something comfortable to them that now he's going to step in a different light, but he's excelling in it like he was already doing this prior.
Yeah, and with that as well, I mean, the map veto is going to be coming up next in terms of like, do we want these teams to go somewhere where we can see an absolute banger of a game? Or would you want them to play it safe, keep it simple, keep it basic, and maybe bring a map out that we've already seen again?
Basic is definitely, no, I think no matter what map we're going to end on, it's going to be a slugfest either way. I mean, both the IGLs of this roster and the prep. You think Border? Border.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, either way, this is going to be a slugfest, and Border is no exception to having it be a slugfest. We already talked about in the Cloud9 match, when you're trying to enter this map on attack, which DZ is going to be started on, you are going to be met with a formidable opponent right out the gates. Like I said, in those power positions of top east, going into break, going into dome, you are always going to be fighting. So I'm really expecting good shield play coming out of DZ to try to gain that power position, and then possibly on the back end, maybe M80 gets rid of those shields to make their defenses even smoother.
I was really excited seeing Border. I looked at the map bans and I was like, if I'm both teams, what would I feel like would be the best matchup for both teams? And it would be Border, but I didn't think DarkZero would want to risk going to Border against M80 just because of the team style, play styles swap ups. M80 has a lot of aggressive fraggers, whereas DZ, you know, they're still testing stuff out with getting spirits in. But obviously, I mean, they have spirits now. So shields are going to be a big question when it comes to Border. Him getting into the map, if spirits can be that spearhead that DZ need, I think DZ will be in a comfortable situation going.
So that means that your prediction is going for DZ specifically?
My prediction, yeah, I'm going to go for DZ. I think DZ is the best team in the league right now.
Okay, you guys at this point should like hug and shake hands because everything is like agreeable.
Well, to be fair, I swapped on the Cloud9 game. I originally had. Well, no, I'm not swapping here. I think DZ is going to have the right strats going into this, the right prep, because I do think it is definitely a little bit of a risk. It is a questionable decision for me, but I think it does make sense for them and how they want to approach M80.
All right, let's see. Maybe our casters would like to disagree. Maybe they want to agree. I have absolutely no idea. But you know, Jesse and Taro, guys, just say something fun.
Both of these teams started the day tied in first place overall, but due to the results of other teams, they've slipped down the standings. Now it's time for one of them to, if they win in regulation, regain their crown and vault back to the top. Do you want to make a prediction, Jesse, about which one you think is going to win?
You know what, Parker? I'll go against the desk. Why not? I think M80 are a great team. I mean, this is the most recent squad that's won an international tournament for North America. They've obviously been together for quite a long time. Gunner, Diffuser, Hot, and Gavin as a core. They've just made one real swap since that major winning roster, and that was picking up Kino in place of Spirits, who is now on the other side of things, going against his former team of DarkZero. So we'll see how this comes out. I do have to say, historically, the record does side with the desk's prediction. DZ have won the last 4 encounters up against the M80 org, not losing since stage 1 last year, over 15 months ago. But it's a brand new set of players. Obviously, M80's changed their roster quite a bit since then, so have DarkZero. So I do think this could be the sign for M80 to break that streak and make the bounce back to take out DZ.
What we do know is that both of these teams have tons of experience on their side. This DZ roster is very well known. Many of those players still here from when they won the Charlotte Major years ago. M80 is effectively the old Beast Coast squad that won the Manchester Major about a year and a half ago, give or take. about a year ago, I guess closer maybe to a year ago at this point.
Yeah.
Plus Kino, of course. Kino has been a mainstay on this M80 roster for quite some time. They swapped him out, or swapped out Spirits rather, for him, and Fabian now will be the head coach behind them, as Fett, who was the major winning coach that stood behind that team when they played under the Beast Coast banner, has gone on to greener pastures, aka I believe a PhD that he is currently studying for. And you know, you don't need a PhD to be a great coach, but I'm sure it would make Fett a little bit better than he already was did he ever choose to come back and not work in his field. That said, DarkZero and M80 will get things underway, and we'll start with the operator bands. Anything funky you expect here for this border, Jesse?
Nope, I'd expect to see an Azami coming out. There it is. Blitz taken out for the attackers. Not an opera that we saw getting banned first phase in our last border game earlier today. That was the very first one. I've been hoping to see a smoke plus Azami ban. Didn't see it this time nor in our previous game. It'll be Azami plus Warden, but perhaps a little bit more funky. We've got M80 taking out the Glaz, which I actually think makes a lot of sense up against DarkZero. DZ have long been a team that have favored the Glaz. We've seen how good Glaz can be on border, really effective for that top floor. If you're going for a rush straight through archives, can be good if you're going for a rush on bathroom as well. You see him on vents. Really, anytime you're going for a fast execute, Glaz can be a great choice to cut off some angles of the attackers getting back to sight. See through those smokes that you're likely going to be using anyways to cover the plants. Not going to be used though in this game, as that Glaz does get taken out. And M80 right off the bat going to a bit of an odd bomb site. Ventilation Workshop, usually the third choice for teams, but sometimes teams like to be creative and switch around the rotation anyways.
Yeah, that is that's a fun one to start off on. This is our second border of the day for those that had not tuned in. And let's just say that our first border was an exciting but hectic affair. It was Space Station versus Cloud9. I'm not going to spoil the results of that matchup. You might hear us reference it throughout the cast just because we use it as a talking point, but it's not something I'm going to go out of my way to address. M80 will start off with a spawn peek. That's Gunner playing a bit of a cheeky angle over by the break room door, roaming as a Valkyrie. All black eye cams have been set up. Persistent versus active gadgets will be something worth watching with this M80 squad. Lots of active gadgets on the side of M80. Solus dies, there goes the gadget. Oryx dies, there goes his ability to dash. Diffuser dies, there goes those gas canisters, and any goo mines that are still set up by Gavin will remain, but any future ones will be gone. Gunner eliminating NJR as DZ seemed to want an early push. Panbazoo was watching intently as Nave gets that diffuser down, and oh, he gets gunned down at the last second. Easy on the board as the nade gets sent out, and Hot and Cold drops. Spirits is dead as well. What a mess in this first minute of action. DZ assesses that there is an opening. They go for broke. They get caught flat-footed. Nafe is down for the count. Shotgun will come in. Citizen, the only one still upright for DarkZero. It's him against Diffuser and Gunner, all three of them able to strike, all with kills at this current point in time. I don't think Nafe is retrievable at this moment, Jesse, so Citizen will have 90 seconds to try to figure out where these two players remain, and he's got another death mark sent out in pocket after he determines where Gunner, who's currently under watch, is.
Hoping for this play. He won't know the other player's position, and both of those players will know his spot thanks to that tracker. Nice shot onto Gunner. Okay, this is winnable. 1v1 versus Diffuser.
We'll just simply play off each other. And there, Diffuser's position will go. This will quite literally be a showdown between the two of them as he keeps attempting it, but I think he heard the smoke get away. At this point, they will be at odds on opposite sides of the map, and smoke will be breathed in as Citizen powers through it to go retrieve that diffuser. That diffuser will be looking over top of. Quick move over now towards the A bomb site for Citizen as that death mark is still active. Both of them very well aware of each other's positions. Diffuser has the read on it from above. He scares the Brit off of his position and sees the back leg, but for a second, still two gas canisters as well. He's anticipating a push up the stairs. They've made a sound call. Somebody's pinged for it, but Citizen is tucked in quite safely next to the grinder inside a workshop. And away he goes, now to find safety inside of Customs. Playing off this angle with soft walls. He's expecting a swing from Diffuser, who has very limited intel as to where that plant went down. Remember, Diffuser thought it would be coming upstairs through metal. Now a drop, and will the angle be actively held, or will we see Citizen a little bit farther back? Diffuser running out of time at this point. Just a little bit over 10 seconds before that Diffuser reaches the point of no return, and he doesn't really have any info whatsoever. Citizen clobbers him, and DarkZero bails themselves out of a bad spot.
What a huge clutch to come out from Citizen, the newest pickup of DarkZero. You know, one of the top Reddit comments on that pickup after Citizen was announced to be added was, and I quote, "Citizen is past his prime and won't really be a big playmaker this season in the NAL." Well, I'll tell you what, not only is he making plays for DarkZero early in this game with a huge clutch in 3K in round number 1, he was also the #1 player in the entire North American League last week, putting up a 325 kill-death ratio, which is absolutely ridiculous, even through a small sample size of only 2 games. Citizen has been by far, I think, the most underrated player to play in the North America League this stage. A lot of people don't seem to rate him very highly, but that is a huge mistake. Finally, I feel like people in the community are starting to realize the skill that this guy has. I get it, you know, he's bounced around to a lot of different teams in his career, was on Sonics for a while, was on G2, was on Navi way back in the day. He's been around the block. But man, there's a reason top-level teams keep picking him up. And I think now that he's on DZ with a couple of his other UK comrades, he's starting to show exactly what he's made of.
Citizen Nave and Kangaroo Kenny, don't be fooled. Jesse thought that Kangaroo Kenny was from Australia because he has kangaroo in the name, but I had to set him straight and say, no, he's British.
I don't think that's exactly how that went.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it happened.
Okay. Well,
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it happened. Here's a funny little quirk that we have going on right now, and it has nothing to do with the actual matches itself. If you go on Liquipedia and look at the results of the group stages of the very first Playday, every team on the left side of the screen won. The very next day, the top 3 teams on the left side won. And since then, every single match has been won by the team on the right side of the screen, meaning that M80 should be the team that wins if that streak is to continue. It's always funny when things like this happen. Just something worth pointing out. I mean, hey, I've seen some of the predictions people in the community make, and judging it off of what side they're on a Liquipedia page could be more successful than what some people think.
Well, M80 defense on border, not always an easy task. I don't think they're going to feel too bad about that first round. Just to go back quickly, Hot and Cold had a really nice Orc stash to deny the plant. It looked like they were going to win the first round, stolen a little bit by Citizen. I like the Utsil work from DZ early. Spirits up against this former team using these explosive drones to clear out some of the castle barricades, some of the barbed wire. We saw M80 looking for a spawn peak in the first round, didn't find it. This time they've been a little bit more reserved, but that doesn't mean Gunner's not still hungry.
Depending on where Gunner lives, it's either well past dinner time or it's closing in on dinner time, or as you call it, supper.
He's West Coast, so, you know, it's about that time. Closing in.
Kino searching for his first kill on the side of M80. It's been a whole 4 minutes into this match, and he still doesn't have one just quite yet. Well below his own standards. Both gas and fire await Nafe as he's now outside on the balcony, having to deal with both Diffuser and Kino hunting him down. A lot of those Molotovs have been fired out by the Shumika. Spirit strikes first, down goes Gavin. Fenrir will have a active gadget, or a passive gadget rather, that will continue to activate as people close in. One final Molotov onto the head of Nafe as Kino gets dropped. Excellent start to this round by DZ. And I say start because, well, it's flown by and not a lot has happened. Final 30 seconds. M80 suffering through it. NJR downed, but it'll take some time for Diffuser to get his eyesight back. M80 doubling up on kills, numbers drawn even, but Kino still bleeding out means the advantage at the moment is with the purple team on the left side of your screen. Diffuser and Houghton, major champions working side by side. Diffuser gets one, but the jig is up. Swung on by Nafe, and it's Hot and Cold, last alive. Nafe with Diffuser in hand, bullets go whizzing over his head, and excellent coverage by Panbazoo as former teammates on the side of DZ shut him down. Goodbye to Hot and Cold, Panbazoo the coverage, and that's 2 in a row for DZ.
Another round where I thought M80 had a really good shot at it. We saw a Diffuser in a super powerful position just playing inside of offices. 20 seconds left. You cannot allow a defender to still be posted up inside of offices. That's typically one of those places that you need to be clearing out early. You can toss nades from the skylight. You can breach the wall with a Habana, but with NJR dying early and with those nades maybe just not landing where they wanted to. He was a huge thorn in their side. Didn't matter though. The trades were so good from DZ, continuing to push in, continue to focus that objective as they so commonly do, shutting down a clutch from Hot and Cold as well, who up until this point has been the single best clutch player in the North America League, winning 3 out of his 4 1vx situations last week. That'll fall to 3 out of 5, but still a good statistic for the captain of M80. I don't feel like they played a bad game, Parker, but DarkZero in these late rounds, they just know how to clutch up. They've been really, really nice.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well. I misspoke amidst the frenzy, by the way. Pamazoo and Hot and Cold never actually teamed together. They're former org mates, is what I meant to say. Like, teammates isn't like they played for the same org. They never played on the same roster, actually. It was Hot and Cold leaving that initially allowed Pamazoo to come in a couple months later. But, yeah, I mean, DZ's going through a new identity. I know that there was a lot of criticism that was leveled at Nave. You couldn't avoid it. If you were on the subreddit, if you were on social media, if you were on anything that talked about professional Rainbow Six, Canadian moving off of that roster and Nave taking over as the sole leader of DZ led to some hurt feelings amongst the community and amongst fans, and there were many that were gleefully cheering on the downfall of DZ. But they've made changes, and now it's Nave's team. They brought in Citizen, Kangaroo Kenny as the coach. All of these things mean a new identity for DarkZero, and people just didn't seem to give them enough time to find that identity. It's come in now. They are a quicker team, something that DZ has never been accused of in the past. And as you can see from just these 2 rounds and all their previous matches up to this point of the NA League, they are much quicker to the punch. And the depth that comes with DarkZero will obviously benefit them in the long run. They have their work cut out for them against M80, but so far, so good. 2 attacking rounds on border and 2 wins for DZ.
Very horizontal push coming out from DarkZero. They've let Spirits jump onto that Monty. They banned his blitz, so he can't play that, but can still get good info for his team. This smoke will stop a crossfire and allow them entrance straight into the site.
In they go, yet again. Second time a shield has found its way into the bomb site, but the same result will be met by the defuse carrier, gunned down. Scene of the crime right now, just outlined so well with that yellow flourish. 4 players remain on M80. The only one that's taken some damage is Diffuser, still posted up watching the bomb chassis quite intently from inside a passport as Nafe and NJR remain for DarkZero. Dave's position will be given away, and Gavin was just biding his time until the barbed wire did most of the work. Now it's NJR to go for the trade, and he gets it. Trades out Diffuser, but finally M80 get on the board. We've seen a number of rotations that have been successful for one particular team. Will not happen for DZ. No 3 rounds in a row. M80 finally wins one as a defending squad, and now they will go to operator bans.
Castle Ying both being removed. Thought we might see that Demos at their Citizens' ridiculous clutch on the operator, but no, they go for the Ying instead. Another one of those classic DarkZero operators, one that Spirits has absolutely abused in recent months. And you go back in DZ's history, used to be a big operator for Pamazoo as well, about a year or 2 back, where he used to really dominate with that op. I thought Hot and Cold site play there was really fantastic. They had no idea he was tucked up on the bathroom. That's an odd position for a defender to play, but paid off big time for Hot and Cold to be able to get that good anchor play. Again, he's been kind of quiet now, 3-2. Maybe not really been the most statistically flashy player, but I think his play so far this game has been fantastic, and so hopefully we'll see more big stuff coming out from him. Nice to see M80 on the board early as well. They won't have access to the castle going forward in this game, which is a bit of a rare ban on border, but paired with that Azami on some of these sites can be really effective too.
10 seconds remaining.
The Solus play is really what's intriguing me at the moment. This is the second time this operator is going to emerge. Solus's pick rate is way, way, way down there.
Yep.
To the point where I honestly want to say I think we've seen Cav as frequently as we have seen Solus up to this point in the NA League, but you'd have to actually pull those numbers. It's the same spawn peak the Gunner went for before, by the way. He just did it, or maybe it was Diffuser who did it. I'm unsure, but M80 did go for this exact same spawn peak through that break room door. Gunner will hightail it out of there after realizing, well, if they don't show up in the first 30 seconds, they're probably not showing up at all.
8 rounds on Solus, by the way. Just 1 from Cav heading into today's Playday.
Wow, you fact-checked me in real time.
Listen, I can get speedy with it sometimes. This
Are
top
you
floor...
DZ?
Only sometimes, Parker, only sometimes. This DarkZero team, they've got to deal with the top floor pressure. Gunner, Hot, and Kino making this 3-man hold up above. Gavin's actually rotated up as well, leaving just Diffuser. Diffuser's rotated up. Okay, they're moving all over the map, Parker. They do this on the side of M80, having some rotations. We talk about DarkZero's speed, and I wouldn't disagree with you to say that they're a much faster team than they used to be, but they also will take their time if they need to. Here's Gunner for a run out, using the impact, but whipping all his shots. Oh, Gunner. Not what you were hoping to accomplish with that. He had the perfect opportunity to kill NJR. That would have been diffused kit on the ground. That would have been the hard breacher gone, but no. Punished instead for that aggressive play.
I mean, he was about a half second too late. As you saw that rappel happen, and as anybody who's played this game knows, rappels can get a little goofy with those hitboxes, and he misses out on it. I mean, it looked like he also missed most of his shots, but let's just ignore that for the time being. Diffuser and Gunner, the 2 casualties on the side of M80, as DarkZero has now grown their numbers advantage by 1, and it will grow yet again as Gavin dies. You saw Gavin on the run in small office, throwing down a Zoto canister to try to chill out the attackers who have found a new pace, just a new level for DZ at this point as they sweep through the 2 final players on M80 and take a flawless round.
I mean, so far, it's so clean, so patient. It's really tough to do that on a map like Border. This is usually a map that really emboldens defenders to go for big plays, such as that run-up we saw from Gunner. But no matter what, DarkZero look really ready for it, whether that's because they've got spirits on the team that's maybe given them a little, told them some of the tricks that this M80 team likes to play with, or just because they know how M80 like to play, especially on an aggressive map like this. DarkZero aren't rushing into anything. You know, we talk about the pace once again. Some of these rounds have been a little bit slower. Round 2 was really slow. We didn't get a gunfight till like 30 seconds of the round. That one was slow too. They didn't really enter the building until already they got a couple of kills. And what happened on M80 side? Man, they get a little antsy. We see a little bit of a run-out play. We see some swings that maybe they shouldn't have gone for. We see M80 not feeling super comfortable inside the site, and so they're forced to make those plays happen. There's still a lot of pressure being thrown their way as well. Util-wise, Deimos was a big factor in that round. We saw Dokkaebi calls being used there too. I like the Tubarão on the defense, used to stop that Deimos tracker from affecting. The Tubarão will counter Deimos. That's why we saw the Deimos get tossed at the feet. But ultimately, it didn't matter. It's one more thing you got to worry about. It's one more thing that is applying pressure and drawing your attention away on the side of M80. So just getting a little antsy on this defensive side, making moves that maybe don't want to have to make, and DarkZero are punishing it super cleanly.
Very rare that we see an attacker-sided map at this current point in time in Siege X. We did just witness one on Cafe, so it's not something we never see, but... We referenced this in the Cloud9 SSG matchup, that Border is one of the few maps that can be quite friendly to attackers for a number of reasons. The close quarters combat, the fact that gunfights are straight on, you just have to take engagements, and with attackers you have a lot of ways to punish people playing at close angles. You don't have a lot of walls that you can shoot through. There are a lot of hard walls on Border. There are not as many hard floors, admittedly, but verticality is not always the biggest focus of this map. It does tend to be a bit more straightforward, a bit more linear. The attackers have a good shout at pinching these defenders. Defenders have very few places to go, fewer places to hide, and only a couple options for them to drop floors, usually hatches or that lobby area. If you've got a good entry as an attacking team, you can punish roamers really effectively.
Eyes on Gavin to start this round, perhaps, playing inside of security. Instead, it's a quick entry in through East. That'll be Gavin's silhouette on the other side of that hard wall. Don't know if they know how deep Pamba's gotten. He's been really good on the entry for DarkZero all stage long. Had not lost a single opening duel coming into this matchup. Sees a mirror window and decides to back off. He knows he doesn't need to take a point here. Again, we're seeing a couple of teams just not really commit to holding East stairs, which is a little bit rare, but with that Azami ban, maybe it just gets a little bit too tough for teams. Other teams like to run it with a smoke instead to lock down East stairs, but different strokes and different folks. Opens things up for DarkZero to take this ground for free, and that might allow them to put a little bit more pressure on the break room, which you're already seeing as NJR is going to start using some of these X-Kairos pellets.
There goes the very first death mark from the pocket of Citizen as it tracks down Gavin. You saw Citizen use this same gadget to great success in the post plant just a couple rounds ago. Gunner was not the intended target, but down he goes. Nafe gets picked apart by a frost mat at the top of the stairs, and that will be or rather through a window. Apologies, that is something that will be a rude awakening for this DZ team. Nafe will be debuffed for quite a while. That Frostmat debuff lasts a lot longer than you think, and it also feels quite miserable to have to deal with. Gavin goes for the swing knowing that DZ is closing in on him, and he gets punished. Diffuser firing back. The only kill so far by M80 is they want to keep numbers close. 1 minute to go. Very little utility remains in pocket for M80. Basically all in the hands of Kino at this point. One magnet, one impact. Beyond that, it's DZ in the driver's seat. They also are relatively utility starved, except for a couple nades and a smoke and one remaining logic bomb.
Citizen, there's a guy right above him, but he just can't find the timing to get this pick. Also, Pamba outside the building could try to find that player inside of offices. Diffuser still back inside of Fountain as well. Houghton in the site, Kino with him. Clearing Diffuser's got to be the next step. He got that really important pick on a Spirits that stopped this push. Now they need to find an answer as soon as this clock hits the time that they're looking for.
I'll have to flush Diffuser out of this position, but double duty is here as they sprint on in. He's punished for it, and the look on his face says it all. He knew it was coming. Now it's hot and cold, tucked into the corner. Kino killless. He will need to find one as he's the last one left. A bevy of targets, but he doesn't hit even one. Kino left empty-handed despite 4 players from DarkZero in front of him. A devastating result for the final 2 players of M80, and DZ continues their reign of terror in this match.
I mean, this is the thing, though, Parker, right? Even if Kino gets 1 kill, he's fighting 4 players. He's never winning that clutch. And you go back to that 4v3 situation, all 3 of those players on M80 completely by themselves. Diffuser inside a Fountain fighting 2 players at once, not able to really get anything done from that. Then you've got Houghton in the site, being pushed 2 players, 1 high, 1 low, not able to kill both of them. They're both swinging the doorway, able to get a trade if they need to. And then, yeah, I mean, 4 bodies sprinting to Kino. Odds are somebody's going to be able to get that frag. So it really feels like DarkZero are playing a very coordinated, teamwork-focused style of Siege that M80 just aren't able to match on the defense side of Border. Again, when you're in a low man count situation, you don't always have that luxury of being able to play that aggressively, play that together when you don't control what gunfights are being taken at what times. But it really feels like that's been a difference maker for DarkZero. They're always able to play together, and it certainly helps that they're all hitting some beautiful shots so far today, too.
Very impressive stuff from a team that you're absolutely right is playing like a unit. I will say DZ doesn't usually have problems when it comes to cohesion. This is not a team of individuals, right? We talk about certain teams being more individualistic in their approach to maps. You know, that old Rogue squad that was in North America, that Easy and Slashug and Vert and all them on it. They would often play like a team of individuals. The old Obey Alliance in North America looked very similar. SK for periods of time had that same issue very temporarily before they would end up getting moved around from orgs. They were actually the ones that ended up getting picked up by DZ, at least the core of that roster. This DZ squad bought into a system when Canadian came on, and it gave the whole team a new identity. And now with Nafe, it's a completely different system that they're playing. But yeah, I mean, they play well. They play well together. And when you are playing well and you are playing together, things tend to go quite well.
Thinking sometimes the drones might be the issue. You've got Vigil, you got Mute, you got Solus as well. All good drone encounters on the side of M80. Not that Gavin's position is going to be a huge secret. Playing inside security, one of the most common spots we see, but the direct information certainly will still be prevented thanks to that Vigil gadget. Diffuser's holding east stairs in the smoke, something I mentioned earlier as well with the logic bomb. You got to think this might be the push, but so far I don't see DarkZero actually entering. Instead, it's just M80 conceding some ground, saying we don't need to hold east stairs. It's not the bomb site. The site's still down below. It's not the most important position for us. Still doesn't matter though. Opening pick from Spirits. They're so patient on DarkZero, dude.
Just waiting for this M80 team to get a bit restless, and they're giving them heaps of opportunities to do that. Funny enough, the 2 rounds where we saw such obvious spawn peeking, rounds 1 and I think it was rounds 4, were not punished very quickly by DarkZero. That was the very first round, if you recall. They ignored the spawn peeking entirely in favor of breaking into the bomb site. This same bomb site that we're seeing M80 defend on for the last time. A 5-1 first half in favor of DarkZero would be devastating for M80, and we did build this as what might be the matchup of the day. On paper, it certainly looks like it. 2 teams both sitting alone atop the standings. Surely this is going to be a close match. Well, DarkZero was thinking something else. The French Canadian of Spirits takes down a second target. He's on a revenge tour against his former team. All 5 of the major winners from that old Beast Coast squad are in this server. Spirits just happens to be on a different team. Kino outdueled by Pambazoo, not before he's taken down Nafe, leaving Gunner and Hot and Cold. Nitro cells both expended at this point. All the action happening on that top floor. 10 seconds left, and down goes Hot and Gunner with the dig out. Good enough for 1, but a 5-1 half is exactly what will happen. DZ all smiles, but there's still business to be done, and they know the job is far from over. Side swap coming in, and now DZ will move to defense.
Kino getting his first kill of the game just in round number 6, being able to take down Nafe. The 2 players in this lobby, the only 2 players that have not won a major international event. Of course, the core of Beast Coast, all in this lobby, as you said, won that major early last year. Core of DarkZero, of NJR and Pamba, winning the Charlotte major a couple years back, and then Citizen all the way back on that Na'Vi squad, winning in Tokoname. Leaves just these last 2 support players on either side who have yet to win a title. DarkZero got to be feeling really good after that first half. Not only are they up 5-1 moving over to defense, DarkZero are the single best defensive team in the North America League. They won 78% of their defenses in the first week of play. They had some maybe easier opponents. You could certainly make that argument, but regardless, this is a team that knows how to defend. If you're an M80 fan, don't fret too hard about that statistic, because M80 were also the single best attacking team through the first week, so they should be just as good swapping onto the second side. But I gotta tell you, the momentum is all on the way of DarkZero at the moment. Citizen is playing out of his mind. It feels like Spirits knows exactly what his former teammates are gonna do, and he has their numbers. And as we load into the game, it does feel like DarkZero are fully in control.
I mean, these players did move around quite a lot. Remember, it was Diffuser and Gunner who went to M80. Hot and Cold was playing on that unwanted squad for a while there. You know, it's not like they all just got moved over directly. Gavin and Houghton from Unwanted, Diffuser and Gunner were on that team very briefly. They came over to M80, and obviously things are going to be changed in the interim. But if DZ wins, it will be interesting to hear if this is basically the same structure that Spirit saw when he was on that team. Because if so, as we've heard in interviews in the past, it is entirely within reason that they didn't change up enough, and Spirits is reading them like a book, like you suggested.
Yeah, it wasn't a direct pickup, you're right. First 2 players moved to M80, that was Gunner, Diffuser, and then M80 picked up the other 2. So it's not like they intentionally chose to drop Spirits for Kino. They just so happened Spirits was the one player the org didn't want to pick up. Now I'm sure he's feeling quite good about where he's landed, though. He's an excellent player and has landed on such an excellent team, too. This is one strategy for sure. They banned out Clash, they banned out Smoke. They left the Zombie on the board, which is what a lot of players over towards East would want to be using for this hold. But instead, NJR has chosen the Tachanka. I cannot say I've ever seen this strategy played out before. Typically, a Zombie, as I said, would be what you'd expect, but NJR's clearly got some kind of an idea. Maybe he really just wanted to play the Smoke, and with that banned out, this is his next best option.
Yeah, entirely possible. Smoke bans are always very intriguing to watch here, Jesse. Oregon smoke bans are always intriguing to watch. I mean, that map is no longer in the map pool, but smoke still has quite a pronounced impact on any map that has tight corridors, and Order just so happens to be one of those maps, as we talked about a couple rounds ago. I will say DarkZero did slow down a little bit towards the later rounds of that first half. How is M80's pace? What is their timing like? Hot and Cold will likely play shields through most of these rounds, just as Spirits did through a lot of the time for DarkZero. And it looks like it might actually be a very quick execute here. 1:30 still left on the clock, and Hot and Cold bursting on in. They will immediately peel out of that position. The Chichanka doing some serious damage as NJR continues to push him back, and it's quite the battle. He doesn't hold the diffuser. It's an absolute mess, a goddamn mess inside of the site. Gunner gets the plant down as there go more fire into the corner. Those Molotovs doing some damage. No. Diffuser might be retrievable as that clock continues to run away. Kino and Gunner both on upside down rappel. This is a very challenging angle to deal with as a defender. There's still 3 bodies up from DZ. They're going to burst 3 from these windows and be met at the end of a weapon. Kino taking down Spirits. Who's next one to vault out? NJR and Nath getting really close to the point of no return. The attackers win. They punish them all. M80 celebrates, and a befuddling round comes to an end.
You got to remember that bathroom and Teller's bomb site on border, one of the easiest post plants for attackers to play. They know they can just sit outside on the rappel. If you try to get on that disabled, they're absolutely going to hit you from the upside down rappel. It's almost an impossible situation. You cannot let them get this plant down. M80 clearly saw what DarkZero were doing. It was 5 guys top floor, if you include NJR, who was playing around East Stairs. He was kind of towards the bottom of East, but I'm going to count it. Eventually, we saw NJR get back to site, but he took so long dueling with that blitz that he just didn't have time to deal with the player that was planting just inside the window. It was a bit of an awkward way to get to the site. They went all the way through customs, all the way through workshop, but that's where the gap was. DarkZero had no defenders on that side of the map. They tried to play everybody up above and just weren't able to respond to how quickly M80 got to the site. So really nice push by M80, really nice rush. Starts things off very strong on their side, which is good. Getting a bit of confidence after that dreadful first half. I talk about M80 being the #1 attacking team in the North America League. Plays like that are kind of why.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I mean, you still only got 2 rounds to show for it, so if you're going to be the best attacking team, Jesse, there's a lot more work for them to do. But again, we talk about nuisance ops. M80 is bringing a lineup that would make most people want to rage quit a ranked game. Sens, Blitz, Ying, Finka, Nomad's there too, I guess, just for added aggravation and to make sure that if you're going to go for a quick push, that there's nobody to handle it. And a quick push is certainly possible with the operators on the board. Gotta cut through those castle barricades first before you can get on in. That was Gunner's job, and now he'll go on to drone. Easy, well spread out, but they are expecting an armory take at the moment.
Yeah, this push is probably coming in right now. There's the first stim. They're all up the metal stairs. Everybody charging forward.
I'm curious as to where Gunner will be. The charge in does not work quite so well. 3 players down for the count. Spirits team kills Citizen. So things get ugly on the side of DZ. Suddenly it's Nathan Gunner in a 1v1. The entire server cleared out in a matter of seconds. The question will be, what's Nave's priority? Get Spirits back up? That it will be. A 1v1 becomes a 2v1 with Gunner staring down the wrong side of that equation. Nice finished off by Nafe. Goodness gracious, DZ rebuffing that rush. A go for broke strategy from M80. They were quick to the punch in the previous round. This time, it's an absolute mess, and DZ now sit on match point.
Beautiful stuff from Nafe in the 1v1. One of the most dependable late round defenders in the entire world. Last week, Nafe had just 3 deaths total on the defensive side, playing through 2 separate BO1 matches, which kind of goes to show just how strong he's been. He got in a good amount of gunfights, too. He had 12 kills on the defensive side, so it's not like he was just hiding from everyone, not taking gunfights. He's really good at surviving to that late round, and when you put him in that clutch situation, you know he's going to be able to step up and win it for his teammates. That was a big one to be able to lock down, force DarkZero over to match point. From M80, I mean, they had 1 successful rush. They said, why not try it again? If it's not broke, don't try to fix it. But I think their push up the metal stairs was read way too early. You know, that's something where you're hoping you don't get found out until you're already at the top of those stairs. You're already pushing in through the beepers into sight. You're already maybe sending some players towards Fountain, towards 90. But I think it was NJR that just had a good read on it, was immediately swinging those metal stairs, said, yep, I see him coming. I know where everybody's at. They weren't exactly subtle about it, and he was in position. So good stuff from DarkZero to recognize what was going on, stunt that push as fast as they could. That top floor bomb site can sometimes be tricky, especially with the rush going up metal. Normally you see it over towards Archives, but just not there for DZ, for M80 I should say. And now DZ going to one of the rarest bomb sites in Siege. It is custom supply, Parker.
I mean, if you're going out in style, and I mean that in the right way. DZ wins this round, and my goodness, what a big brain moment we will be witnessing. This is historically a terrible bomb site, and one that has a very, very low pick rate, as low as Cav and Solus, as we talked about earlier in this match. M80 might just want to burst on in. Yeah, this is 3 rounds in a row where they're going to be very quick to the punch, but NJR is poised and ready to greet them all. He finds 2 from his position inside of Customs. Smoke will obscure yet another. M80 falling by the wayside. 2 rounds in a row that DZ has torn strips through them. Diffuser and Gunner, major winners, working so well together, but now in the clutch, whatever work they have just got an awful lot harder. Diffuser with that case in hand. M80's last hope in this matchup. DZ looking to cement themselves as the undisputed top team of NA. All they have to do is find Diffuser, and they'll do just that. Panda party time as DZ can fist pump and smile now that the job is done. 7-2 the scoreline. We expected a competitive match. We didn't get it. Not at all. DZ pulverize M80.
Foxay on the desk called them the best team in North America, and there is little doubt after that domination over the last NA major champions. That is a huge game for DarkZero, a statement matchup, and will continue to vault them right back up to first place in the standings.
No more sharing the spotlight, at least not for today, they have sole possession. Our final matchup of the day will have no impact whatsoever on the top of the standings, so DZ can enjoy the moment for about 20-ish hours, give or take. I do really want to hear from that man right here, or at least somebody on the team to talk to him, because I want to know if Spirits had some insight into what transpired in that matchup. It's been a relatively quick day. We've still got one more match left. It's LFO Orgless going up against Team Cruelty. But before we get there, a word from our winners after this break. See you soon.
Guys, reset. Just double up in CC.
Yeah. I'm on. I can pick up for you. I'm walking at him.
Good shit, guys. GG's. D fucking G's.
One HP.
Yes! The border, baby! We did it! Let's go! Come on!
Citizen, they want you for interview if you can hear me.
Read your lips. I think I read your lips, and I think I know exactly what you said, and I'm gonna have to agree with you. I mean, I think it's safe to say DZ's looking like the best team in the NAL.
Why are you gonna say it like that?
You said it so seductively. I mean, I think it's a good way to put it. I mean, I think DZ definitely is the best team in the NAL. Obviously, that was a great displayment.
Yeah.
Obviously, top two teams. I mean, DZ beat down on M80, especially on Border, a map that I would have thought would be the one map that M80 would have more of an edge on, but DarkZero looked like they was all them the whole time. They had such a good understanding of how they wanted to get into the building, how they were pretty much getting picks on M80 every single position. They were constantly getting that opening kill. I mean, DarkZero is really impressive to watch because this is a different DarkZero that we've never seen. We've seen DarkZero be slow. We've seen them implement spirits and work around them, but now we saw a fast and aggressive DarkZero, and that was, you know, revolutionary.
Yeah, and we have the blacklight detail as well. Is going to be going to spirits. And do you want to call this revolutionary too?
Yeah, I mean, he's a revolutionary player. He leads the charge in many of these engagements in terms of playing that shield. But, sometimes he doesn't need to be on the shield. We've talked about how versatile he is, and now we're seeing him on Twitch. Now we're seeing him on Lion. I mean, he can do it all. And the fact he is a very strong piece of the puzzle for this roster, which helps them create success. Even in the video that I was talking about in terms of them switching their attacks, I mean, he then switches off to a shield, plays more aggressive, finds that success. I mean, Spirits is definitely a player that is helping this DZ roster really make their mark in terms of transitioning their old static playstyle to a far more faster pace and faster at adapting.
I mean, absolutely. Not only is he adding the speed to it, he takes off a layer of pressure. He adds that comfortability of he's going fast, which is why players like Pamba are able to excel, because Spirits is taking all of the attention. He's getting in there, he's making all the noise. So great players can just get behind Spirits, go for the trade, or be able to get into their position easier with knowing that they're not going to be the primary focus. Spirits is the primary focus. You always got to worry about him, what he's playing, where he's going to be, and obviously, I mean, it's revolutionized. I think I used that correct.
Yeah.
Revolutionized the way DarkZero plays.
English is difficult, but we also have the interview ready. We have Citizen from the side of DarkZero joining us. Congratulations, because with this win, you guys are cementing yourself for now to be the top team in the league. Another 3 points added to the tally. How does that feel? Would you agree with that testament right now when you look at yourself, when you look at the other teams in the NAL and say, yes, we are the best team right now?
Yeah, I'd say so, just because that's how we should think. But I think there's also really good teams in NL that we still have to watch out for. We still have to play SR, for example, who are also a good team. But I think right now I'd say probably are the best team right now. Yeah.
Yeah, not only are you guys the best team, but obviously I've commended you guys on going to Border. DZ, you guys have a little bit of a history when it comes to the way that you guys play. But since you and Spirits have joined the team, it's been a completely night and day difference on how you guys play. And going to a map like Border, which is arguably probably the most aggressive map that you have to be on, I mean, have you noticed that change throughout DarkZero since joining you and Spirits? Are you guys becoming more of an aggressive paced team? What does it feel like when it comes to the versatility that your guys' team has?
Yeah, I think aggressiveness is one thing, but I think it's just easy to push stuff now. You just got Zach, who I've played against him before, and it's just a terrible experience. So now he's on our team. It's just easy. You just follow him around. The pressure he puts on is just crazy. So, I think the aggressiveness just comes on how much pressure the opponents feel just from him being able to play the shields that well,
Well, you take it on one end of the attacking side where you have that presence of Spirits, but something that I've really noticed as well, especially in this matchup for defense, your guys' side, it almost seemed you guys understood that when things were falling apart for M80, they were going to get aggressive. They were going to try to force bodies into you, but you guys were doing such a good job at bouncing off one another, playing that trade game, but meeting that same aggression just on that defensive end. I mean, what kind of speaks into that?
I mean, we're just reading them. I don't know what to say, to be honest. We just had good prep from Kenny. So it's just easier to understand what they're going to do. what attack they want to focus. You know, if they bring certain ops, what do we do? You know, and obviously just reading game like what we're feeling, what we're seeing. We're just adjusting well and adapting well.
Would you say that M80 is just a easy team to play against? Is that what you're saying right now?
Well, 17 border seems pretty easy, you know. So,
Okay.
but we'll wait and see after playoffs to make that statement.
All right, well, thanks so much for your time, and congratulations once again. Good luck tomorrow. We're just gonna let you go.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, you gotta like stir the pot a little bit, which is crazy because like actually M80 in the interview that we had last week was like, oh, it's not that much more difficult to be more consistent than the last roster that was there. So I think this for them definitely a learning experience when it comes to that consistency, but also what is lacking. And I don't know, do you think is Fabian like local to some of these players? Are you gonna give them a good shake?
I don't think so, but I was genuinely impressed with how well DZ thwarted off a lot of those attacks. I mean, M80 has a lot of aggressive players, and especially with Hot and Cold at that forefront of the shield and Diffuser on that backline being able to be that player, that playmaker, but being able to just shut those players down in those moments where they excel in, I mean, you really have to give a lot of credit to DZ. And for M80, I mean, I think it's just a learning curve in that stand that you can't always fight these strong opponents at the forefront.
Yeah, I wish we would have been able to see their attacks a little bit more, because one thing I didn't understand is towards the end, once they started going for all those blitz rushes, it didn't really make sense to me. No. Blitz rush up metal stairs and then blitz rush through the front door into custom. You know, we're not a part of the M80 team. We don't know what their game plan was going into it. If we would have had more rounds to see, maybe we would have been able to dissect that genius a little more. But it looked like they got flustered. And then everything was, all the game plan was out the window a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? We also still have to talk about game plan when it comes to Tier 2. Element, just letting you guys know, you can sign up. Qualifiers 20th to 22nd. We have 2 retired pro players, which is why they're not actually on any of these teams, because they're sitting on the couch and talking about the games instead. So when it comes to Lax, I know you are a generational Tier 2 hater, but you gotta start somewhere, bro.
Yeah, you definitely gotta start somewhere. And even for yourself, you know, you're talking about us, the vet players, of sticking it. This is your opportunity right here. If you want to give up hosting, you can go join the Element, get a little taste of competitive. But yeah, it is great for the grassroots of T2 to have this development, have this system in place to just get a feel and an understanding of what competitive really can feel like.
No, absolutely. I mean, as an IGL, when I led all my teams and we were looking for, when we were looking for new respective players to pick up, honestly, we would look at the T2 scene, and Element is a great place to be looked at from a professional aspect to grow as a player. And sometimes, you know, you can find some good gems down there, even if you don't qualify into the pro league. I mean, when I was dropping lax, I was looking at the T2 scene pretty intently, and you know, I was wondering if there was going to be any player that could surpass Lax's abilities, and honestly, there wasn't. But we did it anyway, and obviously, you know, we know how that went out. So, but for you guys at home, try Element.
All right, for you guys at home, try Element. But also try and stay tuned in, because we still have one more game left of today. We have Orgulus going up against Cruelty. So, all right, they're going to bicker and find out why he got dropped. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
What's up, I'm Foltz, and this is SSG Team Sync. Jack on attack because Jack's more likely to be alive later in the round than two.
We're just on defense baiting.
Good discussion.
Ashen.
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 All right, let's discuss why.
No discussion. Just get next question.
He's just a rage baby.
Faults.
Fultz, I got a crib.
I mean, we can't stay at our parents' house.
No.
No.
It can't be Fultz because he's just old.
He's old, but he's mad all the time, so it's like I feel like he could kill.
J90 or Ashen?
J90. Not me, no.
You do not want to be in the TDM with me.
Who is the common or who is the comedian?
Yep. Go back to
Alright.
school, buddy.
Who's the comedian on the team?
J90.
Me.
Ashen.
Ashen all day long.
Ashen.
Ashen. Team agrees Ashen.
Kicked out.
Like evicted? Or like you just get dropped?
Arrested. Okay.
Call out.
Probably call out.
Yeah,
honestly.
probably call out. Yeah, for sure.
I'm Fultz from SSG, and this was Team Sync.
Bye.
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 Welcome back to the final game of Playday 3 here at the NAL. Orgless going up against Cruelty. Both of these teams are looking to prove themselves and that they have earned their spot in this league. Coming out of that tier 2, so both of these teams have a lot on their shoulders. I'm Ginny, joined with Foxay and Lax, and I would like to just start off the conversation with Orgless specifically, because when we were looking at Orgless last week, even before the matches, we were like, we don't really know what to expect. We don't really have expectations.
Yeah.
So to say that they failed those expectations would technically still be wrong because there weren't any.
Yeah, no, I mean, to say that we're underwhelmed with them when we have no expectations is not fair to say. We didn't really expect anything, and so to put energy into looking forward to Orgless to play is not something that I'm going to be doing until they prove themselves. And when we look at the things that are going well for them, I mean, there isn't too much. They have decent individual players that are able to compete when it comes to the gun skill department, but Orgless as a whole, I mean, week 1, yes, it was their hardest opponents that they'll probably face. They played Shopify Rebellion and DarkZero, so very difficult, but the same issues happen time and time again every single match. They're very sloppy, very disjointed, and they go for these 1v1 plays. There's not really a team-centric strat. There's not really a goal. It's a lot of individual players just constantly going for these big fights. And to me, I think it just comes down to a lack of veteran experience. They at no point have really had a veteran coach or veteran players since 2024 last year. And if we take a look, all of their quote-unquote best players throughout the year have slowly left, joined different teams, went to greener pastures. And the fix that Orgless comes to find is more unexperienced players. I mean, Bino being the most experienced player who went to one major event, obviously in Montreal with CL for Life, is not going to be the lifeblood that is going to fix all the issues of these players going into this year. Obviously, it's a great start, but at least having some type of good veteran supporting staff, something of the sort. We need to see some type of external help.
Can we say like one nice thing? Because it feels really...
I did. I said they have great individual players that can compete 1v1-esque, but every team knows that, so they stop them. They don't give them 1v1s.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say to that. I mean, I'm not going to put a lot of emphasis into this team when I don't really have a lot to go off of.
All right, then let's go for Cruelty.
Well, that's another talking point. Yeah, Cruelty. I mean, you know, this is again another team similar to LFO. They did, although play through a qualifier to make it here, they still are not finding their stride. And we look at Team Cruelty, but to me, it's kind of Team Criminal. Criminal because not only is it criminal for the fact that Skimzy ruined my fantasy league, it's criminal.
That's on you, bro.
It's criminal also in some of the senses of just their strats. You know, we talked about the miscommunication errors and what it looked like with SSG, but it's not just miscommunication errors that they're having, it's also miscommunication in their overall game plan. This is a Garage take that when you're looking at, there's 20 seconds left, and you are now challenging Garage. You have the Capital bolts in there, and you're sending them into who knows where at this point, because then you're trying to take this, you get C4'd. It clearly shows a lack in understanding of what your push initially is for something that you just need to get the simple basic of, which I sum it all up to just getting back to the basics for Cruelty if we want to find success from them. And then you speed it up. You go into round 6 here, where I don't really know what the Buck is doing below. You could easily force Forrest out of here. Instead, you alleviate him to give him so much time to go for a C4 kill that realistically, you speed this up, the C4 kill doesn't happen. It allows you guys to be able to work just quite faster because majority of teams, the stronger teams, will take cash pretty convincingly without having to really go for any crazy picks, without having to do anything too drastic. But what you're seeing from Cruelty is they're just taking 1v1 engagements. They aren't using the utility properly. They aren't burning any flashes to even possibly go for this guy, to go for Yaga, and Yaga just cleans them up. And this, again, this goes back to the very beginning where I've talked about Cruelty coming into this league is I need to see something different that even a team like Los didn't bring, and they're almost doing the exact same thing.
So then you're saying that because they're not using the util and they're going for those 1v1 engagements instead, and you're mentioning the point that when you're looking at Orgless, individually they're doing really well, this could mean that this is like a good game for Orgless.
It'll be a great game for both of these teams because I would say it's the only other team in the league right now that is currently has as many issues as their respective counterpart. So obviously both teams will have to use this as a chance to get points and get into the standings, but also to be able to correct some of these mistakes in an environment where they'll be given that opportunity to do so.
So then when it comes to the map, Vito, when it comes to the playing ground that both of these teams are going forward to, you are shaking your head aggressively.
The maps are
like
so
they don't
irrelevant
matter.
at this point. It does not matter. What matters is the team that's going to show up and really learn from their mistakes that they keep making over and over again. So I am happy that they are getting rid of Clubhouse. They do want to challenge their fundamentals, that they can be a stronger team. But for both these teams, they're both struggling in the exact same issue. The thing is, you should almost give Cruelty the benefit of the doubt. Lair's interesting. You should give Cruelty the benefit of the doubt here. Just for the simple fact, they've been a team a lot longer than the new Orgless has been and has more structure, has more experience within the T1 session of things. But as for a whole for both these rosters, I mean, it really just comes down to who's going to show up today, because we really haven't seen anything tangible to really hold on to from either one of these rosters. So I don't really care what map it's fallen on. And Lair really is an interesting one because there's so much depth to this map that neither of these teams have showed us, even in simpler maps.
I don't get why you would go to Lair. Like, neither of these teams have shown Lair. Maybe when you're playing up against one of the top teams, you would pull out a Lair to be able to, you know, get a couple of rounds, like be unpredictable.
Maybe they both want to be unpredictable.
Two bottom teams in the league, like there's no reason to just pull Lair out. You're not even going to be able to test anything really, because you're playing also an equally lower team in the league on Lair, so you're not getting the best look at Lair possible.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense why you would go to Lair.
It's not very epic. That's
okay,
what
but
I'm
maybe
gonna say.
that's why they want to go to Lair, because there is like zero expectations. None of the teams are going to be like going crazy.
It's like if you have a trap card and you're using your trap card on a player that you shouldn't, like the player that you should win realistically.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say.
There's better versions of when you can pull out Lair, of course. And also, like we said, you want to use this game to potentially fix issues and play a team that is also weaker. But you're going on a map like Lair. What issues are you going to fix?
Oh my god, you guys are both so heated. I don't know if the casters are feeling the exact same way, but I guess we're going to find out how they feel. But Lair being the one picked here because it's our final game of today with Jesse and Intero.
Thank you so very much for all the work that you have done today. We've had a very competitive day of Rainbow Six Siege, and the game that we thought would be the most competitive actually ended up being the least competitive, which was the game that just preceded this one. So not exactly things going according to plan across the board. The community seems to think Team Cruelty has the upper hand here. Both of these teams have 0 points at this present point in time. Cruelty edges out this Orgless squad just simply based on round differential. Neither of them have made overtime. Neither of them have mustered more than just a couple rounds, or a few rounds, I should say, if we want to be specific. And now of all the maps to go to, we go to Lair. This will be an intriguing match to watch, Jesse.
I am excited. Lair's one of my favorite maps to watch, and we've got a hell of a game to play on Lair. And I got a bit of a fun fact for you, Parker, on this map, because it's no secret, it's been a while since Team Cruelty have beaten a Tier 1 team. But the last time they beat a Tier 1 team was in the North American 6 Invitational qualifiers when they went up against Orgless, then known as Friendship Team, but it's the same core. And they played a BO3. They beat Friendship Team in that matchup, and the map that they chose and won in that BO3 was Lair. It was a 7-5 victory for Team Cruelty. Now, Friendship Team, now known as Orgless, have made some roster moves since then. Team Cruelty are the same 5-man stack, so it's not exactly a one-to-one repetition of what happened back in January, but it is still a fun parallel, and I'm excited to see how Cruelty can do in this match against Orgless. It's no secret these two teams, bottom of the league at the moment, this might be the only time that these two squads have a chance to get a victory in this stage of the North America League. There's always room for improvement, and I'm never going to count a team out until they've had their chance to show what they have. But these two teams have looked a little weak so far, Parker. So I'm hoping that we can see a competitive game and we can see one of these teams really start to take over in the NA League a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be too pessimistic about the chances of the other teams, but when we were coming into the NA League for this particular stage, there were some discussions about the top teams, the middle teams, and then the bottom teams. And the bottom teams used to be more than just these two. I mean, a lot of people said Envy was in that same breadth. And I mean, based on their results through these first 3 games, Envy's had one good look in the Shopify Rebellion matchup, but beyond that, it's been tough going for them. Admittedly, they have one of the hardest schedules to start off the stage, and they are one of the least experienced teams playing at a tier 1 level. So, I mean, welcome to the show, boys. As for Cruelty and LFO, it's a bit of a different story. I mean, Cruelty hasn't exactly had an easy road. They did play against 2 what were originally middle-of-the-pack teams in Space Station and OXG, mustering 3 rounds against Space Station and then 4 against OXG. So there was some improvement there. As for Orgless, yeah, they've had a really rough go of it. Orgless, very first game, very first day, up against Shopify Rebellion. They get clobbered 7-2. They, of course, being the 2, and then they have DarkZero the very next day. Now, for those that have been following the standings and the results that we see so far, those are the top 2 teams. So, I mean, things are not exactly going well for Orgless' schedule. Either they and Envy have really suffered through it. I honestly think that Orgless should have the upper hand here, but being on layer, it really does throw a couple gears into the mix.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. I think Orgless have looked a little bit better through the first week, but it's really tough to say. Starting on attack won't do them any favors. They have yet to win even a single attacking round this season, so hoping to break that streak. If they don't, I can't imagine this game's going to go very well. That would be a 6-0 deficit to try to dig themselves out of. It's a full anchor strap from Cruelty to start this game, which is why we haven't talked too much about the round. It's been very slow so far. Orgless given the top 2 floors completely for free, and they've used some of their utility really nicely to work some vertical angles. Now they've got the hard breach in towards Office. Pyrox is going to be their first line of defense to try to stop this push.
And I'll go the B's in front of him as he just watches here, and very quick reflexes as Bino manages to skate on by, fends the very first kill. And my, oh my, Skimzy is down for the count. He's now changed himself to just SK. He's no longer Skimzy. It's just SK. So, I mean, that's something for us to watch. Matumbo's last one standing. Kixro the only casualty on the side of Orgless. And, I mean, Matumbo can potentially win this if they don't get the plant down. But no, Bino was halfway through it at that point. And Eddie, with one of the cleanest rooms I have ever seen on the camera of a gamer, celebrates as Orgless wins the round.
And just like that, the streak does get broken. Congratulations, Orgless winning their first attack of the season, and it looked pretty dominant, to be honest. Cruelty didn't really put up much to stop that aggression from Orgless. They took the top 2 floors without any issues. They pushed down into Filter. They had players over towards Supply. They really had all the dimensions they needed for that push. That's a nice shot by Bino to kind of get that push going. Very helpful. The Smoke was the first person to die, and then Pyrox, the second one to go down right after Skimzy. Starts things off very favorably for Orgless in that push. I was a little worried about the clock because they had those Toxic Babes. They had a couple of opportunities on the side of Cruelty to stall things out on the side of Orgless, but it just didn't matter. A couple of bodies hit the floor, and from there, it just felt like they were completely invigorated on the side of Orgless. So, nice little push. Not a whole lot set up to slow things down, but it's important to get those early ones on the board, especially in what is relatively a high-pressure matchup between these 2 teams.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think you set the expectations earlier where these are both squads that have a lot of learning and a lot of growing to do. And this might be the best shot for both of them to get some points. I will say, for a while, Layer has had a distinction, maybe not at this current point in time, but for a period of time, it had the distinction of being the most defender-sided map. The fact that Orgless could just walk right in, kill the entire team, and get the diffuser basically planted, it would have been planted if Matumbo had lived about an extra second, shows you that something is kind of wrong with Cruelty's defense through that first round. Now, whether they can pick that up or not will be the question, but if they start at an 0-3 scoreline against Orgless, well, I think the writing might unfortunately be on the wall at that time for the Mexican team.
Another round where Cruelty don't seem to want to play too far off the bomb site. Ivan would kind of be that guy usually as the primary entry for this team who wants to be making some moves. Pyrox historically has kind of filled that role as well for the team, but both last round and this round, very anchor focused, unable to stop that Flores drone from getting to its objective. That's going to be a deployable shield gone thanks to Fenn's powerful position. It had to go down quite a long hallway. The fact that it gets all the way out is pretty tough for Cruelty. once again, we're probably going to see 2 full minutes where Orglis take their time, setting up their push, deciding where they want to go for, clearing out util with these Flores drones, and taking space with this Monty of Bino. If they don't challenge Bino early in this hallway, then he's going to be able to get a lot of ground for his teammates.
Oh, nice shot by Pyrox. The follow-up will not be had onto the Monty, as Bino's shield will make him a bit impervious to that boss G. It will continue to hunt him down, as you could also hear the Yokai and Matumbo doing some work to try and assist this roam from Cruelty and Pyrox. Eyes in the hands of Kixro. Kixro taking very little damage in that interaction. Now Bino will encroach upon the space held by Ivan as he watches the door frame through a rotate. He's got a deployable shield onto his left, and that's where Matumbo is seated, and the Yokai drone will have plenty of time to maneuver on over to a different part of the map. I've long argued that a major quality of life change for Echo would be knowing when that Yokai can stick to the ceiling. Eddie has died, but so too does Ivan. Another player goes down on the side of Cruelty in final 35 seconds. You'd think that there was 2 minutes left with the pace right now being set by Orglis.
Yeah, Diffuse get held by Bino. I don't know where he's going to go with this. Not a lot of time at all. He's going to try to vault into the mask wall, but with Fatal playing close, that could be much easier said than done.
Nitro Cell lined up. What will happen with the Monty? Skimzy swinging out. Down goes Fens. Nitro Cell expended, but the Monty's still alive. They will clobber the players inside of the site. Matumbo and Skimzy, last 2 alive, with Bino now at the halfway point of the diffuser. Skimzy finds yet another and a third potentially there as Kixro peels out of his position. The shield goes up too quickly. A quad kill for Kixro. They'll need to find Matumbo to complete them all. They'll be giving position away with the Echo on the board. Kixro with the ace in round 2, and Orglis is off to a hot start.
How about a statement comeback from Kixro? That's a player they needed to see some performance from today. He hasn't had the greatest stage so far. 0.5 KDR through the first 2 playdays. He's the primary entry for this team. He took the plurality of offensive opening engagements for Orglis last week, but he lost every single one of them. Didn't technically get an opening pick this round, but was very quick to trade out the opening pick that did happen for Pyrox and continued to move forward through the early game. I thought he worked really well off of Bino on that Monty. So making good use of the information his teammates are giving for him allowed that space to move through the map. Teammates took a lot of the attention away from him so that he could make those movements. And then, yeah, a lot of players just not really focused on Kixro during that round. So focused on Bino, so focused on other players that he was able to line them up and, of course, hit some beautiful shots to secure that ace. Big stuff coming out from Kixro that round.
10 seconds to
Great to see, and honestly, again, a very close round that, I mean, Orglis was in full control, especially with the Monty up, but all credit does go to Kixro for the way that he played that. 1 kill in round number 1, and then 5 will jump his tally up to 6. I mean, he's one of the players that you expect to be getting some of these kills, but the roles on Orglis are a bit fluid. I mean, you look at it right now, and just based on their operators, Kixro should not be somebody in immediate action. He's the only hard breacher on the team. No secondary hard breach gadgets available either, so if the ace goes, that's it. You have no way to get on in, because an adversary will be fatal on this Kaid, who's currently holding down those A-bomb walls. The electrification on that second claw also looked like it was affecting the wall directly above the bomb site.
Well, I think they'll be happy with this early performance. This is also, again, down 0-2 on the defense, never really where you want to be. Bunk's briefing our next site, and they've clearly got some information in the bomb site, so they're able to clear up those electro claws. Fatal, I believe, was trying to go for a trick there, and will get it. They had info inside the site, but it doesn't seem to matter. Nice little play by Fatal. It's not going to show up on the stat sheet, but that is a massively impactful play. That was the last Selma charge from Kixro as well. That's the most important wall on the site. They now need to clear this full top floor and then go vertical down to the site. Otherwise, I just don't know if they're going to make this push happen.
Kixro's Claymore gets Skimzy on the run out. That's yet another kill for the tally on side of Kixro as we reach the halfway point here on layer. This downstairs bomb site being worked on right now on the top floor, with Matumbo being that main line of defense. Orglis showing a lot of reluctance to enter the building. We got half of their drones still remaining. Down goes Eddie at the hands of Pyrox. That was the Azami playing on the stairs, not far removed from Mutombo's position. Eddie dying means no smokes available for you right now. You've got pocket EMPs, but not a ton of weaponry when it comes to secondary gadgets from Orglis. They are once again quite slow as to where they want to go and what they want to do.
Eddie had the fuse kit too when he died to Pyrox. So that's a massive pickup. He was outside the building, so they should be able to pick it back up, but still, it's going to waste even more time off this clock. Mutombo is a huge problem at the moment as he's just playing up at the top of the green stairs, makes it impossible for them to enter. They're going to give up on it seemingly as Mutombo has continued to hold this ground and just go for the site, but it's going to take a long time. They still don't have that fuse kit.
Bullet spraying out in front of Ivan right now as he has a very challenging position and he loses the fight to Kixro, who's traded right back by Pyrox. 10 seconds left. Yet again, a very sluggish round, but this is a big map. That's what happens with Border. Bino looking for the all clear to get the diffuser down. Epic and Fens will watch over it, but it is not finding any success. They are running out of time. Bino, you need to plant the diffuser, and he will. Pyrox and Epic in a 1v1, and Epic shuts him down. No return to the site for Team Cruelty, and it's 3-0 for the American squad. Team Cruelty held off the scoreboard so far.
I'm genuinely baffled they lost that round. Full top floor control for the side of Team Cruelty. The wall was tricked closed so they couldn't enter through the main breach. They had players that ran in through bottom green and they had some players over top yellow as well. But I mean, there was like 20 seconds. The fuse kit was still not being held. Cruelty just had to play time, try to play above as well. They could have gotten a vertical denial on that plant. That's a round Team Cruelty desperately are going to want back. If you can't win a round set up that nicely for you, they didn't have a huge man count lead or anything, but even still, positioning was so good for them. And still, things just fall apart in the dying seconds. That cannot be happening at this level.
Community vote was very much in favor of Team Cruelty. And I mean, it's really hard to determine who you think will do best when you have two teams like this, right? There's a lot of unpredictability and there's a lot of factors you wouldn't necessarily think about. Team Cruelty has tons of success together as a team, but not at a top level. Whereas the experience behind these players on the side of Orglis was discussed just a couple minutes earlier on the analyst desk by both Foxay and Laxing. Throw in this map on layer and it's really just anybody's game. This is easily, with this being on layer, this is easily the hardest game to predict of the day. And it comes down to being our final matchup as well. Neither of these teams have shown confidence, if we can put it that way, through these first couple days. But again, Orglis had a really tough schedule to start things off. Cruelty a little bit less so. Attacking on layer is a very difficult challenge, and Orglis has not been without their struggles, but have made it look relatively easy, if I'm being honest. Like it's been mad scrambles inside the site that can really just go either way, but beyond that, Orglis has looked in fairly good control.
It took only 3 rounds against Team Cruelty for Kixro to double his total kills this season. He had 8 frags in their opening 2 games in their opening week. He now has 8 just in the 3 rounds against Team Cruelty. Obviously, the ace in round 2, a massive part of that, but still, Kixro has been far better in this game against Cruelty than he was previous. That's going to be the difference maker for Orglis. I mean, Foxay even complimented their individual skill on the desk. We weren't seeing that from certain players in the first week. Now we're starting to see it shine, right? Up against Cruelty, where maybe some miscoordination is not going to go as punished. That individual skill is starting to shine on the side of Orglis. And I haven't really been able to see Team Cruelty answer back in any meaningful way.
No, I mean, you look at the kills at the bottom. Pyrox's kills have mostly been impactless through the middle portions of the round. Beyond that, name a single kill that's come out from the other 4 players that have had much of an impact on the actual round. It's been a challenge. But I will say we should temper expectations for this matchup too. These are 2 teams that one of which is dealing with a pretty exhausting set of circumstances, which is your org pulling out at the last minute, seemingly quite unexpectedly, days before you're supposed to play, now being left Orglis. And then you've got another team that has made the jump up to a tier 1 region that didn't really have the same level of competition and success and is now trying to acclimate to a new environment, one that is infinitely more challenging than the environment that they were in. So both of these teams are approaching this stage not to compete for first overall, but to grow and learn. If both of them can avoid finishing dead last, I think that is a victory for these teams. And I don't mean that derisively, I just mean newer teams need more time in the lab to get up to speed.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, we're seeing Cruelty with another full anchor setup on the basement side of things. I'm not sure if they have an opportunity to move that Scopos around. Maybe they could go for a late flank. It looks like the second body is still up. I want to see somebody on Cruelty get active. You know, it's been a bit of a scared matchup from them so far, and if they're just going to let Orglis have this top floor for 2.5 minutes as they have previously, I'm not sure it's going to work out for them. They've already tried this once. It didn't find success. I want to see Mutombo getting aggressive with this smoke. I want to see Pyrox making a play on this Malusi. I want to see something crazy from the Scopos. They got to find some way to get a pick before this push comes barreling in 5v5.
A brief pause now as there's that first pick. Fatal picking off Eddie, who seemed to enter all on his lonesome. Ends taking down Pyrox, and we are now in a position where Orglis seem like they might be doing okay, but the kill feed is disappearing just as fast as these Orglis players are. A double kill will come in from Skimzy, and Mutombo gets the final onto Epic, and just like that, Team Cruelty uses their timeout to get themselves onto the board.
Okay, that's what we needed. Again, somebody not playing scared, somebody making a move. It took 2.5 minutes, but Fatal was able to catch Eddie out somewhere around the map. I believe Eddie was pushing Filter, and then Fatal must have just been playing somewhere around the site, caught an angle on him. Nice stuff coming out from Fatal in that round, and then followed up by their teammates too. Wasn't just Fatal going for a swing, but you saw Pyrox going for a swing. You saw Skimzy going for a couple of swings. This team's got to get their confidence back, you know? And I'm not sure if that's something maybe they talked about in that TAC timeout. They're obviously a team that have gotten a lot of criticism, even just for being here. They had an open qualifier where they didn't have to play against teams from the US or Canada, and so some community members didn't like that too much. Put some pressure on a team like Cruelty. You can't let that pressure get to you. You know, you're playing at the highest level, regardless of any circumstances around that. You got to show up and perform and play to that level that people know you can. I'm glad we saw one good round from them. I'm glad we saw one round where they could take some confidence and take some swings. That's got to continue through the second quarter.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the old cliche, right? All comebacks start with a single round, and who knows, right? Coaches, again, have a vantage point into their team that we don't have. And we don't, unfortunately, have the listen-ins any longer. I mean, not that it would make much of a difference with Cruelty, as they come in Spanish, and as far as I'm aware, they don't speak Spanish in Edmonton. They barely do in Toronto, so I assume we're both kind of at a loss there.
Yeah.
But I would be very interested to know what was being said in that timeout, because coaches take them for different reasons. Sometimes they take it because they feel like the mood or the vibes of a team are off and they just want to kind of be a leader and settle things down. Sometimes they understand that strategy is a bigger issue. You know, when we go to live events, one of the best parts are that we can listen in to what the coaches are saying, providing that, of course, they speak English. We can still listen in if they don't speak English. It's just we don't understand them as well. That said, go ahead.
Not super insightful.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm listening to a FaZe Clan timeout, I'm not really gaining much from it. That's at the point where you just try to read into body language and hope that you can understand a little bit, and maybe somebody's watching and translating for you.
I did like that at the Reload tournament. We actually had a lot of translation going on for TAC timeouts, where we had some Brazilian talent. Maria was able to translate a lot of the timeouts, which was really cool to see.
It was a bit strange, I will say, not seeing her as a part of the Brazilian broadcast.
Yeah.
Seeing her as part of the NA broadcast was very welcomed, but it was every time I saw it, I was like, wait, am I on the wrong channel? She did an excellent job, though. Honestly, shout out to all the talent at Reload. It was an unconventional event, let's put it that way, with some of the cards and the systems they had with a brand new game, and I think they all did it quite swimmingly. That said, the reason why we're talking so much is because all 5 of these rounds have been devastatingly slow. Orglis has spent more than half of the round every round outside of the building. Only now do we see the Nook of Fens trying to sweep in, maybe to exploit a weakness as teams keep their eye off the prize with a minute to go, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, Skimsy's kind of watching for it, but now he's falling back towards bathroom. The brunt of this push obviously coming for our 6 room. That's where they pushed last time. It's where Kickstro got his ace last time too, and Fens will open things up, found the gap. Mutombo goes down. Could that be the breaking point? Still Epic down below, and everybody following up Bino in the green hallway.
Ben's getting in on that Nook, doing exactly what he needs to do, which is being a phantom illusion, just dancing around as all of your attention will now be on where the execute comes from. Bino on that Monty with Diffuser will once again try to escort it into the site, and try being the keyword here, as he's not been successful every single round. Now intel for Epic. As of the 4 remaining players, they know where the smoke is. Probably the largest hindrance to getting this Diffuser planted. Fens with yet another taken out by Fatal as Kickstro is in on it. It's all up to Ivan. As the Diffuser is successfully planted, Epic and Eddie will stand guard while Bino watches and gives information. That Scorpion can shred, but it'll be a tough go for Ivan, who gets pounced on by Eddie. And with Bailiff in hand, it's Cruelty who's sent to prison. 4-1 the scoreline for Orgless. One more round to go in the first half.
And nice for Ivan to get on the board in that round. His goal, though, I believe, was to hunt down Epic. Again, he's the primary entry for Team Cruelty. He's the guy who should be getting aggressive. And when you've got a Deimos down below your site, causing so much havoc, forcing players to move around, it's probably his responsibility to go down there and do something about it. Epic was a little bit too tough to track, though. They couldn't find Epic. And by the time he really got close, he had to just rush up the green stairs, try to make a play happen, because Plant had gone down at that point and his teammates were all dead. So gets one exit frag, but it's not going to be enough. Orgless, another solid round. Nothing too crazy in that one. Obviously, I thought the Nook play was kind of cool. Definitely got them that opening pick, and was smart to run it there because the Nook came in for a dimension that otherwise nobody else in Orgless was covering. So it added another dimension to that push that they otherwise wouldn't have had. But yeah, I mean, a nice solid push once again through the hallway, not dissimilar to what they saw in round number 2. Cruelty not able to adapt, unfortunately.
This is one thing with the both newer teams and the less experienced teams that you will encounter, which is preparedness, and then on top of that, the flexibility that comes with newer teams. When you are comfortable with the way your system works, and when you know yourself inside and out and your teammates, you can be a bit more flexible. If you're a newer team and you're still trying to get the hang of your basic strategies, then it becomes a little bit more challenging to adapt on the fly. And I think it's safe to say that both of these teams still lack quite a bit of experience. Goes back to the point that I said in the last round, which is that the expectation for both of these squads is to just not finish last at this current point in time. Still plenty of time for them to make a run up the standings, but I don't know if that will come to pass this particular stage.
For the first time, I mean, I said I wanted to see Ivan play a little more aggressive. He's going to be the one guy down on the basement, or down on the site instead. Everybody else is going to be playing up above. So this is going to be one where they really try their best to hold on to top floor. That wasn't enough last time they defended on bunks and briefing. Cruelty held the top floor for the majority of the round, and well, basically all the round, and then still a Plant was able to go down under their noses, and Mutombo did eventually die up there. So hoping to see them be able to lock this down a little bit on the side of Cruelty. It is not easy to clear through the top floor, even with Bino on the Monty. Hopefully it's going to be able to waste a lot of time on this extension and maybe get some picks too if you're Cruelty.
Again, Bino will be the lightning rod for this team, and if you're Cruelty, you are hopeful that you can create quite the storm over top of this Orgless execute. Kickstro will back him up yet again. 9 kills at this point, 5 of which all came in the same round. We'll remind you of the ace that occurred. Eddie takes down Pyrox, and now it's the Monty looking for something around the corner. Mutombo is all done and dusted. The 2 anchor players from Cruelty reduced to rubble, as you have no Evil Eyes and no toxic canisters to deal at all with the remaining minute and the execute that will come with it. Benz has been quite superb over the last couple of rounds, not just doing utility on his role, but now getting kills. Problem is, Bino and Eddie are on a single point of HP, so if even one of those Goyo canisters is triggered, both of them will die from the first lick of fire. That might mean Bino needs to move that diffuser around. Ivan now and Skimzy, last 2 standing. Can they hold this round together for Cruelty?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, they still have the walls closed, which is nice, but Orgless 5v2. They should be able to just run at them. There we go. Fens for a third, and Skimzy, well, he gets 1. Do you believe, Parker?
I mean, No,
Yeah.
I didn't before Kixrow would break double digits, but no, I mean, it's been a tough one. One round in the first half, defending on layer for Team Cruelty is, it's something. A frustrating result. I have no doubt, as conventional wisdom would suggest, that Orglis is now going to go on to the better side here.
Yeah. Yeah.
No surprise to see them get rid of the Monty. They know exactly how powerful Monty is here. He slipped through the cracks on the first wave of bans, and now they're not going to allow Cruelty to do the same thing to them that was done to them.
Bandit Do could be being removed too. Bandit could be really strong on that Bunks bomb site to keep that wall closed. We saw the Kaid doing quite well for Cruelty in that aspect, but Bandit can do it probably a little bit better when it comes to tricking. That Bunks wall can be really tough to stop a Bandit trick. This gunfight from Fens over Fatal is one I kind of wanted to touch on, and since the replay showed it, you really got to be winning that fight if you're Fatal. You know, you're already down 2 man counts, and then you've got the perfect read on where the player is. You just can't quite hit the shot in time, especially for a guy like Fatal, who was the only player in this entire lobby that was positive at the end of week 1. He had a 112 overall. Most of that, to be fair, came from some strong attacking rounds on the side of Fatal. So if Fatal's not really showing up, if Fatal's not able to shoot back, that kind of is the bare minimum that we've seen so far from Team Cruelty as to what's been accomplished. You complimented Fens. He was the best player for Orglis statistically last week, and now he's going to try to keep that going as he is swapped to the Cav, our second Caveira of the North American League in 2 weeks.
We've got some exciting games coming up for you tomorrow, by the way, as it looks like we're nearing the end of this particular match. We start the day off with Wildcard going up against M80. That'll be an exciting one. M80 will be due for a bounce back after getting humiliated today in their matchup that we thought would be quite close. I'm not going to spoil the result, the actual result for you, but you should know where it's going based on what I said. DarkZero and Cloud9 will be our second matchup of the day. We'll see if DZ can keep up their winning ways. Envy against Space Station will be one that I think stylistically Envy will match up either very, very well against SSG, or they will play the same game and Space Station will clobber them. Cruelty goes up against Shopify Rebellion. The job does not get any easier for Cruelty from this point forward, and Orglis will close out the day against OXG. I'll give you a rundown of the standings once this one is done. I really wanted to see something from the Cav, Jesse.
Hey, credit where credit's due. Cruelty droned the Cav. They saw the Cav. They killed the Cav. No casualties. That's what should happen when a Cav goes on the board every single round. And Fens was gambling his luck a little bit that they wouldn't drone that spot, but thankfully they did. So that's going to be Team Cruelty avoiding the most embarrassing way to lose this round, but it's still not easy. They spent a lot of time on that, and the bomb site is up above. Some breaching still to be done, as I don't believe they have opened up into the mask wall yet. One more Selma still in the pocket of Fatal if they want to push over towards our 6 room. Seems to be where they're headed at the moment, so we'll see. Toxic Babe's almost being done, and if Eddie dies from below, that could be a real opener onto the site.
Orglis hasn't really been giving up a lot of these first kills, so I mean they're in not uncharted territory, but a bit of an odd spot where they now sit down numbers. Yet again, this is a big map. These teams are newer. It's going to take some time for them to find the bomb site and clear things out, so expect slow attacking rounds from Cruelty from this point forward, just as we saw from Orglis. Most of the executes occurred with 20 seconds left on the clock. Cruelty's still got about 25-ish seconds to get to that point. The thing with Cruelty is they've still got tons of utility at their disposal. They've got hard breach, they've got soft breach, they've got the ability to pin people down, they've got nades, flashes, like they've got an abundance of tools to deal with the bomb site. The question is, will they get there? They've already got that one operator lead. Matumbo's in the site planting the diffuser. He'll have to peel off as he was completely unescorted. Kixrow with one fatal trades it right back. Advantage still right now for Team Cruelty. Matumbo once again attempting to get that diffuser down, and it's epic to slaughter one. Matumbo clear enough to plant the diffuser, and now the 3 players from Team Cruelty will sit and wait. Eddie from above will just narrowly escape the prying eyes of Ivan as it's epic. Close enough to the bomb site, all on his own. He and Eddie clear enough by, but unsure of what to do next. Matumbo gets swatted away. Pyrox wins that duel, and now Eddie tries his best, but it can't be done. The attackers having an excellent shout at the moment on layer, and Team Cruelty wins their first attack.
All right, early opening pick onto the Cav down below. That was clean. They had no problems dealing with that. And then I thought they used that first floor pressure really well. Ivan on the buck, not only getting that opening pick to start that round off in a 5v4, but then also doing a great job pressuring from down below. He didn't get a kill until late into that round, but his early pressure onto Eddie really prevented Eddie from stopping that push to come on in. He did get to use all 3 of his toxic babes, but still wasn't positioned, I think, where he wanted to be when that push happened, thanks to the pressure from the buck down below. And then, of course, did get that excellent trade onto Kickstro as well. So really abusing those vertical angles, I thought, quite nicely from Ivan. So good positive on their first attacking round from Team Cruelty. It was always going to be important for Ivan to start strong in this game. Being the primary entry up against what has been, historically through the first week, the worst entry team in the league, was going to be important to get things going. Couldn't really make it happen on the defense, but now here on the attack, he might be able to see some tides shifting if he can continue that and get more opening picks in the second half.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Entries have had a pretty tough go of it, actually, in the NA League across the board. I'm not sure how long it would take you to pull all those numbers together, but it seems like your typical entries are all struggling. I think, Ambi doing as well as he's doing is a bit of a surprise. I think there was some expectation that Surf would keep up his good play and Spoit would also kind of slot in an entry role, but it's been Ambi fully in the driver's seat there. Ashen has been exceptionally good, which is a bit of a surprise for most people. Benjamaster has been notoriously quiet. There's been a lot of changes and upheaval in who can take map control first and who can capitalize off of it. But it would be something fun for you to mention on a future broadcast, as I suspect it would be a little bit tough for you to get it here right now in this matchup.
Yeah, I can't sort just by role and see entry stats, unfortunately, but I'll look into it for the next game for you, Parker. I don't think we're on NA League for a couple weeks after this, but I'll make sure to have it.
I think it's a little bit of time until we're back. So
Arbridge getting done with no problems, thanks to that Bandit Kaid ban.
Oh, Epic giving up first yet again. 2 rounds where Orglis could really benefit from having that opening pick. They got a little cute with the Cav play, I will say. They saw the first half. They were up 5-1. They said, these guys are a bunch of chumps. Let's do some funny stuff. And they picked the Cav, and Fens get spotted and picked away, and the rest of the round kind of snowballed in the direction of Cruelty. This is the problem with when you get a little bit too cute, is that you can give up very important momentum. That all happened on drone, by the way. Fatal was getting guided in by his teammate, and Bino still killed him either way. That's quite devastating.
This could be a cool push coming up with Mutombo and the Sens. I forget who it was. It might have been Oxygen last week that had a really cool Sens play coming in through bottom green onto this bomb site that it couldn't get denied from up above. Not that there's a Warden up there anyways, but that might be the game plan for Mutombo. Just walk in green, clear the site player, and then plant behind that Sens wall.
A lot of sidearms out at the moment.
Yeah, same wall coming up here.
Yeah. Very short-lived. Waiting for the call, taken out from an angle he wasn't expecting. What on earth just happened there? Toxic Canister will keep them at bay as Cruelty is unable to get through that door. Hatch now being watched from above by Eddie, looking for the drop. Or at least, if he's not going to drop in full commit, just waiting for a run on into the A bomb site. He will have it. Diffuser was attempted by Mutombo. A toxic gas will miss, and Mutombo will appearing to go 2 for 2 on getting that diffuser successfully planted, and immediately Cruelty will get out of the building. Pyrox shutting down Fens. It's all up to Eddie and Kixro. Ivan has been dropped and will get secured. Numbers are better for Orglis, but Cruelty is in a very good spot, especially with the fact that they were able to get out of the building. Pyrox, you saw him drop. Could have been a perspective issue. Could have been that he was playing maybe with stretch resolution and didn't actually see him. Now it's Skimsy taking some damage from the goo mine. Eddie will hop onto the diffuser. Kixro will look for counter disable. Grenade goes out. Eddie has to fall off of his position. He was a second away from it, and that was a real sloppy post plant from, frankly, both of those teams.
Yeah, but I liked the push still to come out from Mutombo. Team Cruelty, they clearly were watching the first week of games. They read right into that Sens play. When it was run last week in the North America League, it was used partly to counter a smoke that was playing up above, and it did the exact same job in this round. That's one where it's clear just Cruelty have done their homework. Again, I believe it was Auction. I don't want to miscredit it. It might have been DarkZero. That was the game it happened in at the very least, where we saw some really cool plays coming out. Just nice usage of a bit of a rare operator to get that plant down. And then in the post plant, while it got a little bit shaky, I was starting to get concerned that Eddie might just be able to stick. They had that long-range nade coming out from outside the building that ensured there was no hope of getting that disable off. While a couple of players dying was a little sloppy, a little scary. I think the whole time they had the one guy outside that wasn't going to let them lose that round. So strong put together already. Team Cruelty back-to-back attacks. I don't mind what we're seeing for them on this offensive side either. We talked about Orglis coming into this as the worst attacking team in the North America League. They hadn't won a single attack through the first week of play. They managed to solve that problem. Good attacks here on Lair, but maybe it's come at the expense of their defense.
I mean, none of these teams are having a great defender side. We gave a shout out to what was it, to Clubhouse Attack, I believe, or Clubhouse Defense as being the MVP of the matchup. Right now, the MVP is Lair Attack, I guess. Only a single round has been won by a defending team. It's bad news for Orglis. You said when the side swap came in, conventional wisdom suggested that Orglis would have an easy ride from this point onward, and boy, how wrong we were. Even without Dokkaebi and Amonte, the attackers are still winning. That is really quite stunning. I know the defenders don't have any electrification to keep these walls soft, but hard breach has really not been a big focal point for Cruelty through these two rounds. We thought they were going to get a little bit cute with Skimzy looking for an opening, but Bino sitting inside of the office by that big Damo mask, watching the door, watching him skate by, and Nook might be invisible to cameras, but not to the human eye. And as far as I'm aware, Bino does have human eyes.
We'll check that. We'll get a stat check on that, but probably yes.
Breaking news. Could we get some info in here about the status of Bino's eyes?
Well, it's a nice opening pick at the very least. We saw Nook play have a huge impact for Orglis in that exact same position, so they're ready for it on the other side. Ivan continues his early game prowess as well, though. Down below on that buck, taking down Kixtro. Hugely impactful frag as Kixtro has been on fire today. Since swapping to the defensive half, though, hasn't really had that same impact. I don't hate this push from Team Cruelty. Everything they've set up, the walls open no problem. They got full vert pressure. Ivan on the buck down below has been a huge issue for Orglis.
Really quite an impressive game so far by Kixtro, even if he is faltering a little bit on this second side. Another very slow execute. Plenty of drones on the side of Cruelty. 6 drones remaining with 50 seconds left. That's a decently impressive tally, Jesse. We don't usually see numbers quite that high.
Epic on a mute jammer is not going to get caught by anything.
Ivan will take down Epic and Eddie will join, or Fens rather. Epic is now the one fighting through the window. He and Bino are there, and I mean, these kills just seem to come in such a puzzling amount of time. They seem to be very direct gunfights, and time again, these teams are unprepared for where their opponents are standing. I don't know if you can chalk that one up to intel or not. But Mutombo now just past the halfway point, and looks like he'll be successful. Epic and Bino last two standing, and Bino will head for the hills as he's the only one remaining. Cruelty looking for the final pick now. It looks like they got it. I assume they got it. My feed is completely frozen, so I assume that they have got it.
I'm frozen in a 2v4. Oh, I'm back. I can see that it is 5-4 for Orglis, so it looks like Cruelty were able to win another attack there. Sorry, folks. Sometimes
I am now stuck on a frame of Fatal. And
okay, I'm on a different frame. I'm on op bands.
You want to trade? Like we can like collect them, like collect like cards.
Perhaps. Operator bands, hopefully the stream has seen what they are so far. I have not, but I will say I hope Orglis banned the buck. I think Ivan on the buck down below on that top floor bomb site is biggest problem that they've had. His ability to use that vert pressure has been a huge issue over and over again as going down below, not even just getting kills, but forcing players to move has been a big, big problem. We'll have to see how things do end up playing out, because it feels like one of those games that is starting to slip. We talk about how comebacks only start with one round, but the side swap can make a huge difference in that momentum swing. And I think Team Cruelty have been a massive game changer in how they've been able to swap things back.
Is a tactical timeout that was called, or a technical timeout? I assume this was from Orgless wanting to talk about things, which is, it stands to reason, is quite good. I mean, you have to problem solve. Attackers still just dominating this layer game. Only a single round up to this point has been won by a defender, and that was Team Cruelty back in the first half. This enormous difference between attacking and defending is frankly very, very rare. I feel like at live events we'll have maybe 1 or 2 maps where this happens, but that's about it. Especially given the fact that, you know, there's a rhythm with bomb sites. There's a rhythm with these teams where it's like you should lose 1 or 2 bomb sites. You should be able to win 1 or 2 bomb sites. And it really just comes down to these teams, but it doesn't seem to matter where they play. Cruelty is putting together quite the impressive comeback.
Ban instead from Orgless, and I do think Mutombo is having some good success on that operator too, so I don't hate it. It would have been maybe a bit more unorthodox for the Buck, but something they're going to have to deal with if they go back to the top floor. They'll go to the basement to start, though, which means that it's going to be a different Vert Destruction operator. It'll be Skimzy picking up the Ram. Not going to be easy to use necessarily. There are 4 players in Orgless that are outside of the basement. Everybody but the IGL of Bino is currently on some sort of a roam. Now, some are playing quite close to stairs. Fens is on the yellow stairs, not too far away from site. We've, of course, got players that are over towards Armory, perhaps with a hatch open as well. The top floor itself not occupied by Orgless, but this middle floor is going to be where Orgless try to take a couple gunfights, try to waste a little bit of time. It's not going to be the same strategy that Team Cruelty used where they sat all 5 players in the basement. They went for a full bunker strategy. Instead, Orgless want to get a little bit more active, and I think that's the right call. With Kixro having a good game, with Fen starting to shoot back quite a bit as well, this is definitely where you want to start to bring the fight to Team Cruelty. If you let them set up, what we've seen in the last few rounds is that they will take advantage of that and really have some good pushes. So I'm excited to see what these roamers can do.
Despite how close today's matches have been, we have yet to need overtime. I feel like it's coming.
It's due.
I really do feel like it's coming. Prior to the DZ M80 game, we went almost the distance in every single one of our matchups.
Oh.
This one now feels like we're going to get very, very close. Tumbo baits Epic into a nice peek through the door, but not before Fatal had been picked off, and now Skimzy will die too at the hands of Fens. Kixro dies and has had very limited success. What did I say? What is happening here? The amount of times people are dying without even knowing where they're getting pushed from. How do you not see this? How are you not aware of the fact that you are standing next to an open doorway? Is nobody on your team watching drones? Is nobody on the cams? There are times where we try to be patient and polite with newer teams, and there are times when stuff like that happens, and it's like, how is this occurring? How are you standing next to a wall that is open and you don't know that somebody is there?
Listen, it wasn't pretty, but they got a 3v3 roam clear in the end. They'll stick up with a gridlock and now a Jackal to try to push this site 2v2. They're not going to have much information. I don't know if they know where these anchor positions are. I like the rotate, though. They've shown presence towards office. They say, screw it, let's rotate towards garage. If this doesn't get caught, this could catch somebody else off guard.
We've got the Inox out, so Mutombo will look for some intel. You can either do it manually with your eyes, or you can then use the footprints. And once again, look at how close they are. How do you miss that? An ace from Fens comes in, and oh my, every single player on the side fed his way. That is the 2nd ace for Orgless in this match. Kixro did it in round number 2, and in round 10, Fens will join him. The impact that a single player is capable of having, really fantastic stuff. And with that, another round, only our 2nd, won by the defenders, and it's match point for Orgless.
I'm going to choose to ignore what I just saw from Mutombo and say that that was a big round from Fens, one that he desperately needed to help his team get out of the slump they've been on since swapping to the defense. The Detroit-based rookie was the best player for Orglis last week with a .88. It was always on the defense where he was finding good value. Usually that was a Zombie, Goyo, Smoke. Those were his operators, more kind of anchor-focused ops. This time it was the Valkyrie, still in an anchor position, but being able to get aggressive in that early round, right? Helping out his roamers, finding impact, and making sure he trades out his teammates that were getting killed up and around the map. That was really good play from Fens. Maybe some shots that Cruelty should have hit, maybe some gunfights that should have gone their way, but regardless, the opportunity was presented to Fens, and he capitalized on it, and that's what's going to matter at the end of the day.
This has been quite the adventure between these two teams. Orglis right now poised for 3 big points, which would shoot them up the standings and actually shoot them up quite a ways. They would be tied with Cloud9 sitting in 6th, but the drop-off, Jesse, is quite steep. The top 5 all have 6 points or above. The bottom 5 all have 3 points or less. So there is a huge disparity between the top of the NA League and the bottom at the moment. Right now, that disparity amounts to 1 regulation win. But if that trend line holds, it will become a gulf that will take multiple play days for you to be able to climb up to that top 5. Again, it goes back to the conversations that we have about how you need to get points early in the stage. If you lose your first 4 games and you win the next 5, that is great. That is 15 points. But if your opponents are not losing, and you've got a team like DZ who's already at 9 points, doesn't matter how well you do for the remainder of the stage. It's about how poorly the people ahead of you do. Your fate is out of your hands at that point. Speaking of out of their hands, both Eddie and Fatal have died, so both of these teams have lost 1 in the first 90 seconds. Cruelty were looking for an entry towards the bomb site, but are currently being thwarted by the mute jammers set out by Bino earlier in the prep phase.
Both important picks. I think you take it if you're Cruelty, but losing the Capitao still really, really hurts. They've got Pyrox on the Thermite with Diffuse Kit. This guy was once considered the hottest young fragger of the Mexico division, so to see him in a position like this is certainly a sight. As you mentioned, the mute jammer causing problems not just for the drones, but also for the hard breach. You've got to imagine they have some answer to it, but other than a nade, I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be. Maybe a Twitch drone to clear that mute jammer as well. They knew that they banned the Kaid and Bandit, so it shouldn't be a huge surprise that this mute is up on the board, but they just don't have a good solution to it. Since Fatal died with those pocket EMPs, that's going to be a bit of a problem. If they don't get that wall open, this push gets really awkward.
Looks like a Nitro Cell went sailing out, but it does not look like it collects any of its targets. Everybody's still at full HP. Ivan exchanging about 90% of it for a kill on defense. I'd make that deal as Kixro takes out Mutombo. That's the diffuser dropped as well. Now objective play pretty important until all of Orglis dies. Now it's all up to Bino to save the day. Diffuser will need to be retrieved, or they can just hunt for the final kill. Give yourself a bit of redundancy. Pick up that diffuser, try to get the objective down while the rest search for the final player. Nitro Cell goes out, and it completely misses. Pyrox has to peel off of his spots. Bullet tracers go down. Bino eliminates Ivan, but Pyrox jumps off the plant, and we're going all 12 rounds. They struggled, fought, scraped to get to match point, and they will have 1 more round to do it in regulation. If this round goes in favor of Team Cruelty, that means neither of these teams collect all 3 points. The best you can do is 2, which for both of these teams is frankly a loss. You need clean wins in regulation to get out of the basement. Cruelty obviously want 2. That's a win for them at this point because the alternative is 0. But for Orglis, to drop a single point by going to OT, that would significantly hurt their chances of climbing up the standings, especially as their schedule gets a little bit easier moving forward. You want every point now that you can get after having to battle up against some of the Titans for the first 2 play days. Cruelty is your reprieve for the time being. Final round of regulation.
Good round, and number 11 there from Pyrox. I was kind of talking about him before things started off, and then he managed to find 2 big kills jumping off the defuse kit. I mean, listen, you can take Pyrox off of the fragging rolls, but you can't take the fragger out of the kid, and that's a really nice kind of bounce back to see. He has still been top fragging this lobby as far as Team Cruelty players are concerned, and actually with that round, top fragging overall with 13 and 9. It was his rookie stage last year when he got picked up by Team Cruelty. He'd never played Tier 1 before. He got signed to play in the Mexican Tier 1 division. And he dropped 33 frags in just his first 2 games, going plus 20 overall in the Mexico region. This time around, he started the first 2 games with only 11 frags. Now he's bumped that up to 11 plus 13 will be 24. So starting to get back to those same numbers he was showing off in MXPL, but long ways to go still to be the number 1 fragger of the region.
Expect another slow round here as it'll be agonizing for both of these teams. Orglis looking for their very first victory. Both of these teams looking for the very first point, and they might actually both get it.
Nice.
Bad start for Cruelty as Eddie reads into that one perfectly. Pulse getting your heartbeat and then finishing you off, ensuring that there's nothing left. Tumbo will be quick to get to the bomb site after that explosive beginning. Rough for Team Cruelty as they've now managed to claw their way to 3 minutes at the start of this round away from getting a single point.
I wanted Orglis to ban out the buck because Ivan was such a problem on this bomb site. Instead, they said, Eddie, go to the pulse. You're going to hide the entire prep phase. You're going to go to the basement so they don't know we have a pulse. And then you're just going to find that buck. You're going to hunt him down. He's been such a problem through this top floor defense. I like the answer Orglis have come up with. I wanted them to ban the operator, but they clearly had a much better solution. Now, not only is the buck not going to be a problem, but they have a man advantage to try to hold this down for the first time.
Tumbo breathing in an awful lot of gas, suffering through it, but now we'll be on the hunt to try to take care of the Warden. Epic gets him first, and a second comes in from Epic. Pyrox is last man standing, and a 3K for Epic will seal the deal from Orglis. Slow starts to the rounds, but explosive and quick ends to them. Orglis will win their second defense, and that's all that's needed. All 3 points will go in their favor as they topple Cruelty 7-5.
Not a bad finish from the rookie from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Good stuff from Epic, standing up in his just second week as a pro player. That's what he needed to do on defense, hitting some beauty shots like we've seen him hit throughout his time in Tier 2. That's a huge win for Orglis. This was a team that was desperate to get one on the board. It might have come against Team Cruelty, but a win is a win. 3 full points is absolutely massive at this stage in the season.
Absolutely huge for Orglis, especially given the start that they had to this season under terrible circumstances. They'll be very happy about that one. That's it for our show, but you want to hear from our winners and the final thoughts from our desk. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
all here, guys, as well. Go. Yeah, walking up rocket. They're walking up rocket all, guys. What's on me? What's that? Ace is master, guys. Bathroom. Ace set. Oh my God! Let's fucking go. I'm fucking crazy. Good fucking shit, baby. I just shit on those guys. Let's fucking go. I just shit on them. That's 3 on the board, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. Get this shit, man. Nah, that's a Twitter clip.
All right, 3 on the board indeed. Orgla celebrating their first win here at the NAL against Team Cruelty. I mean, coming into this, we said it could be anybody's game, and it was Orgla's game.
Yeah, I mean, I chose them. I thought they had the best shot given what we've seen from Cruelty, or at least in comparison to the two. But, I mean, at kind of like what cost in that game? I mean, it did look in the beginning, I will say, LFL looked far more convincing, but then once they switched sides, then it was like, okay, what's going on here? And to do it on the side that is the easier side is where you're struggling the most. Again, there's a lot of issues from both these teams, but to just be able to say something nice and on a light-handed note here, light-footed, is the fact that Orglas did get the win, and sometimes that's all you need to get under your belt to really put the fire underneath you and just have that taste of what that feels like.
Yeah, the mental game. I mean, obviously you get one out of the way. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to overcome because every game goes on and you just sink deeper and deeper into that hole of we just haven't won anything. We haven't won anything, but they finally got it on the board, but I agree, at what cost? They showed so much of their lair. Now every team's going to know everything what they do on the lair. You know, it's just, wouldn't say it was necessarily worth it for a 7-5 win, but still, good takeaway for.
So maybe they never show it again. But either way, at the cost of also having 2 aces. So the Blacklight detail is going to be heading over to that. I mean, this is the first ace that we've seen on the NAL and the second ace that we've seen on the NAL so far. How many times do we get to see 2 in one game?
I mean, not very often. I mean, you realistically, at this level, you should never see an ace because of the caliber of players that find themselves in the situation. I've actually had multiple aces in my career. Clearly, you aren't caught up with my career, but no, it is important, you know, again, for these players to be able to still have a performance like this, get an ace, not to take anything away from it. It does feel good to get an ace. Like I said, it really does light that fire underneath players, and sometimes you just got to get that feeling. But by all means, I don't think you should latch onto this win or latch onto these moments, because if you're doing it to a team that is just as bad as you are, I don't really think there's too much, like I said, that you really want to hold too much and live in that moment.
Okay, wait, hold on, guys, because like Bino is ready for the interview, which means he's probably hearing everything you're saying right now. So I want to actually say congratulations on the win, Bino, and you guys get the 3 points. All of them for now on that leaderboard. How does it feel? Because we saw the comms after you guys were able to close out the game and you're all really hyped and you're really excited. But how does it feel for you as a player to be coming in here and going, yes, we finally done it?
Yeah, it feels good. Obviously, we didn't close the game as we wanted to. I felt like we did fix our attacks, which we got off to a good start. But yeah, we had a sloppy second half. But at the end of the day, we got 3 points, closed in regulation. So can't be too mad at that.
No, you can. I mean, congratulations, Bina, for your guys' win. My question is more specifically, when you're going up against Cruelty, they're currently now, after you guys have beat them, the 10th place team in the league currently. Going to Lair, which is obviously an untested map, such a big map. What was the thought process of taking them to that map when arguably, like, you guys should know that you would be the better team at the end of the day? Is there a reason you guys went to Lair, or you just wanted to not show the other maps that you needed to be working on, or what was the thought process like?
No, we felt good on it all week. I think our performances last week, we kind of tailored more of our map pool preference to like what we were thinking about the other team and not necessarily ourselves. So that was kind of a goal for what we were practicing for this week. We wanted to play more for what we want to play, and we'll kind of take it like that. So yeah, we felt good on it all week. Not really anything to do on their side, more just our focus, if that makes sense.
Well, Bino, I want to say also congratulations on the win today. I've been very critical on Desk, I think rightfully so in some areas, but I obviously now being able to talk to you, I do want to hear your perspective of what kind of the challenges have really been for you guys and kind of what you've been focusing on more than anything for yourself as an individual, but then also for your team, especially being in that IGL role.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a different league from Challenger League. For me personally, I've actually never IGL'd a team in my experience. So going from a T2 style, a T2 style team and kind of helping Packer call to being a full blown T1 IGL is definitely a step up. I think that showed last week as well with the SR and DZ games. We were just really sloppy. But at the end of the day, like, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into each game, we're gonna learn as much as we can and just get better. I mean, I feel like we really worked on our attacks all week. We knew that was the struggle, and we executed it pretty well. But it's not as convincing as the victory I would have liked, I guess.
For sure.
The defenses we're gonna have to go back and watch and figure out how we're losing, but. Yeah.
Well, I definitely want to say, like, I commend you for stepping into that role of IGL, going from a T2 to a T1. I can't imagine the stress that is on your shoulders given the performances that have shown. But I think it also is important for you to acknowledge that and also realize that you guys are trying to improve in as many areas as possible. So for that alone, again, congratulations on the win. I do hope for the rest of the stage we see a lot more improvement going forward.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to repeat exactly what Lax said. I think it's really honorable and just really good that you know where the issues are and you're working on fixing them. And I think your mentality of taking it game by game is also really fun, like just really good and a really great way of approaching things. And last week was trial by fire, okay? DZ and SR, like, you couldn't have asked for a more difficult week, so that's all behind you. Thank you so much for your time and for joining us for the interview, and congratulations on your win. Hopefully we'll see you around again.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
See, you guys gotta be a little nicer.
I don't think it's about being a little nice. I don't think it's a matter of us being mean or even myself.
You don't think you're mean?
I don't think that I'm mean. I think that I'm being critical in the right areas, though, because I know what it's like to be a former player and being in that position.
Yeah, let's also have a look at the schedule of today in terms of how these games went, because, you know, they were, I would say, the last one not as one-sided as we expected it to be, but I think for me, like, 7-2 from DZ M80 was not on my bingo card, but everything else was a little bit more competitive.
You cursed it.
Yeah, you jinxed it. Out of all the
Yay!
games, you were saying
I did!
That
Whoops.
one was going to be the game of the day. I mean, in my opinion, I thought Cloud9 SSG was going to be the game of the day. But honestly, the one that I guess impressed us the most would probably have to be Shopify Rebellion Wildcard, just because it was such a back and forth and probably the highest level game that we saw today.
Yeah, and that was the game that I chose, and rightfully so. But again, we also said
you just gotta like put that in there.
Every game was going to be a close game, which it was outside the one that you jinxed. Just have to throw that in there.
Why are we
as
saying
well.
that I jinxed it? I just said it was going to be a great game, and it was a great game for a DZ fan.
Definitely. But even for the last game, you know, as much as, you know, we want to give these teams not as much credit, it still is important that these teams are keeping it competitive. Cruelty could have just fell flat on their face. That could have been a 7-0, 7-1. They both are showing resilience in their own right. But again, it is important for these teams to go with each stride, with each motion, to get that repetition down, to hopefully look better with each and every single game that we get in.
Yeah, because then we're going to have to go into the playoffs, and as a reminder, you need to lock top 6 to be able to actually head into the playoffs. And looking at the way that the standings are right now, it is pretty heavy in terms of the top teams at the top. I mean, DZ, 9 points already, like, impressive. They should be very happy with that. Currently, you know, in that contention, or currently are the best team in the league. And then you look towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and Cruelty still sitting on 0.
Well, one thing that I want to say is, you know, being an Oxygen alumni, seeing Oxygen already doing well out the get-go, it does bring a little life, gets you a little new lungs in the system, brings a little more oxygen in there. So it is good to see them there. But again, this by no means is a placeholder of how much this really can shape out for the rest of the days.
Yeah, and also each team day to day, I mean, like we just highlighted today, I mean, Bino and Orglis played against the top 2 teams last week. So obviously now you're in a situation where the games will only get easier. OXG, for example, played Cruelty and Envy, which are 2 teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, which means the games will only get harder. So obviously it's a week-to-week, a touch-and-go basis. But at the end of the day, every point matters. So obviously the teams at the top are sitting good. The teams at the bottom are sitting not.
Not good.
Not good.
Either way, we also have games happening tomorrow again, which are further going to impact the standings. And we're going to be starting off tomorrow with M80 against Wildcard, which again, I think is going to be quite a competitive game, but oops, I said it, so now it's jinxed.
Oh, wow. Look at OXG. They're getting the 3 struggling teams so fast back-to-back weeks. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, honestly, I'm excited to watch that one. I'm really looking forward to OXG's limit testing against all the other teams in the league. Obviously, we've only been able to see them play Cruelty, Envy, Orglis, and SR, so there really hasn't been too much variation from the bottom teams to the top besides SR. So I'm excited for Orglis versus Oxygen.
Yeah, I think game of the day for me could be the Space Station versus Envy, but by all means, I think that first game to really kick off tomorrow should be a fun one to watch, so don't want to miss that.
So now you jinxed that one too.
Well, I didn't jinx it. I haven't jinxed it.
I mean, I started it. We'll see, however, that's going to be playing out. But either way, thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. That's done and dusted. Playday number 3. Playday 4 is tomorrow. As a little bit reminder, same time, same place. So have a good night. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you tomorrow.